Are now live streaming, and the other two gentlemen, we're going to listen to Pac-1 Morellis's daughter play some kind of holiday jingle or something. They were certainly in the background making all kinds of holiday-oriented noise. Do you have any family coming to visit you for Thanksgiving?
Hell no. No,
Ah!
no, 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 no. Then keep. I don't want to. Man, dude, I don't want to be the reason someone gets sick or, you
They
I've
know.
got a problem. It's going to take me a little bit of time to get you the link because it's just too authentication shit.
Oh, okay. Don't worry. With Derek Tolley, we'll get to him for the link. Derek, if you could put it directly into this text box, not your own, into this text box on call, it's more convenient. Thank you. And let's see if Derek can get that. And let me see. Someone did it somewhere. Let's go check this. See if that's in the call. There we are. Derek did it. Okay, Pack One, do go on. Talk about how your family's spending Thanksgiving, if you wish. This text box, not
Yeah,
your
absolutely.
own.
So, we're not doing anything. More than likely, my wife will be working. Uh, she's been nonstop all week.
Oh
Um,
God, I'm so sorry.
yeah, she.
But by the way, I want you to report that when we're officially on, because
Yeah,
that's not trivial. That's not
okay,
trivial at
yeah.
all. And
Other,
go on.
yeah. Other than that, yeah, no holidays. If anything, we'll probably just, I don't know, probably cooking a little dinner, a little something over here, but it won't be no turkey or anything like that, or we won't be celebrating anyway. We really don't ever like celebrate it as Thanksgiving anyway, or past couple years even on Thanksgiving. We
Understood.
used to do the
We're
thing.
officially
Yeah, we
on
used to do the
because
thing
that
where
that's
back we used to rent out a clubhouse. We used to live in like a modular home park, and there was a clubhouse, and we would rent that out, and I'd make probably like three different I'd be cooking from the night before all the way till the next day, and we'd have invite all our friends and family over, so easily feed like 200 people throughout the day, and
holy shit.
people just come in and hang out and stuff. But yeah, it's been years since we've done that.
Oh my God, that's food industry shit. That's like people do that who have been in the food industry. Or was that even before you got involved? Because
Oh yeah, no, I've been doing the foods. I've been doing the stuff with food since I was younger. So yeah, absolutely. It's easier for me to cook for massive numbers than, three or four people. It's, so even with our small family now, we always end up having leftovers, and my wife will take it home or take it to work the next day and feed everybody at work. Because it's just what we do, but we don't. It's not like it's just frivolous spending either. We always buy everything that's like on sale or on clearance, like. Well, like, buy a couple things, couple days that's all on clearance, and then we'll bring it home, season it, freeze it, and usually the morning of, thaw it out, cook that night. But yeah, we can feed a lot of people with a little bit of money. You'd be surprised if you look around there.
Do you ever go to that Gordon's?
Yeah, yeah, that's where I do. So Gordon's is decent when you're buying in massive bulk. That's where I do a lot of the shopping for like my taco truck and my tamale business and stuff. But yeah, they got some decent stuff. Walmart now, surprisingly, Walmart they like when it comes to like bags of cheese, Walmart's cheaper. And then also when it comes to either ground beef or ground turkey, because I do like the both kind of tacos, ground beef or ground turkey. That they're cheaper too than Gordon's.
well, yeah.
What do you get? Do you sell tongue tacos?
So tongue used to be like $5-6 a piece. Now they're like $18-$23 a piece.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh.
Oh,
and that's one of my favorite tacos. But no, I don't sell them. It's too expensive. And some people, unless you know specifically what you want or what it is, and you'll order it, you can't really promote tongue tacos these days.
Okay, that's so sad. Yeah, how come? It's not like brains.
Yeah, oh my God, that is the best taco right there. I'm glad you just brought that up, Douglas. Brain taco, Cecil's. That's one of my favorite tacos. But yeah, just because people always want to know what am I eating, or and you get like my friends and stuff, my parents and stuff, or my grandparents would be like, oh, it's it's like a roast beef. It's like a shredded beef, you know. So they would eat it, you know, and then after they tell me, oh, that was tongue. You know, like, oh, well, that was good, whatever, you know. But if you tell them beforehand, we've done it plenty of times too. Tell people beforehand, they won't touch it.
That's so silly. That's so.
Yeah.
Oh my god. And
But yeah, brain tacos. Have you had brain tacos, Douglas?
oh, I love them. I always loved eating brain.
I never had them.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
So, what brain are we talking about? Cow brain or pig brain?
Cow brain.
Yeah.
For the most part. And it's just like they get it and then they throw it on the grill. So it's kind of gelatinous, you know, till you cook it up and it gets kind of like greasy almost, you know. And they throw it on the grill and it's just like it's almost like barbacoa, but just more of a jelly like.
Yeah.
Cilantro, onions, and salt and lemon. That's all you need on it. It's amazing.
Yeah. It's incredible. I mean, I always adored it, but you know, people are just so they're just so freaked out about such things. But the rumor was that it was actually dangerous to eat nowadays because of the danger of prions or Creutzfeldt-Jacobs disease. Is that true, or have they found a way to kind of contain?
I have no idea. The last time I had brain tacos was I was in what is that? Out by it was Orange County. What is it? Palo Alto. Is that that? I want to say that's like where it was. There was like a little shack or whatever, and we stopped in there. We were getting gas, and they had them. So I mean, that was like 2010 or something. So it's been a good 10 years since I had any.
Yeah. Well, definitely glad that you finally got them before, you know, they became almost impossible to find. I'll see if I can find them in San Francisco, and prions or Creutzfeldt-Jakob or not, I'll give them a try. I mean, hell. But,
Well, you know, last I read, it takes sometimes up to 40 years for those prions to
manifest.
kick it. Yeah, the man.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It can take a long time, but they you know, I've gone into that in grisly detail in the past. But yeah, by all means, we've only got a few minutes to the top of the hour. Everyone, continue talking. What about yourself, Derek? I know that your son was living with you for a little while. Is he still there?
Yep, he's still here.
So he'll be with you through Thanksgiving.
For the future, but I'm starting to make my exit strategy here. But yep, in the meantime, I got tomorrow. I have to take my my test. So I've been studying all weekend for my CDL. Had to add. Well, you know, I already got my CDL, but I have to add my hazardous materials back to my license after getting it taken off.
You said this is tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm gonna do this tomorrow.
What time?
It don't matter because you know, I'm not going back to work until December 14th anyway.
Okay.
So, you know, I'm gonna hang out with you guys tonight. Then you know, I did as much studying as I could today.
Good.
Tomorrow, no matter how long I got to stand in line, when I get ready, when I feel I'm ready, I'm just gonna get ready to go, and I'm gonna stand in line however long it takes, so I can take my test.
Okay, wonderful. That's I really appreciate that. And okay, almost done with this. We'll actually make it on time for the program. And
Chat room. You know, usually we have somebody.
Oh, hopefully people are hearing us. Well, I know that we are streaming because we got the link up and everything. Who knows? It is a you know, God knows it's Sunday, right? And people might have been preparing for Thanksgiving or something. Poke around, see if anybody can hear us and respond. We'd like to know if you're hearing us. So everybody, do answer. Who's out there? Give me a second here, and we'll finish this up, and I can officially start the program. Okay, we are finished. I can officially start the program. We are at the top of the hour. I want to thank everyone for being here with us. And of course, Pac-1 Morales had no time to talk on the latest transmission. He has time tonight because I'm going to give him such, and I want him to start first. After that, we will turn towards Selena Khan and then Derek Talley and Jameson Reese. So Pac-1, we are officially starting the program. There's not anything particular to tell anyone tonight other than a fairly, how would I say it, unique perspective that I have that hopefully will not be unique in the future, but more widely accepted and common. Everyone knows, of course, I have a surrogate son who is trans-sexed. Was once a girl and then became a boy, and because of that I'm aware of a subculture that I try to educate other people about. So this weekend was the Transgender Resistance and Resilience weekend. The Friday was Transgender Day of Remembrance, in which we remembered all of the people all over the world who are transgendered, who were murdered. Later on tonight during Arc of Narrative, Jameson Reese will bring up a little bit about what happens in Africa in particular, which is quite vicious and mass murderous. But what we just want everyone to know is that tonight I will bring up later after things kind of stabilize, and maybe Peter has dropped in and out for after he's done with dinner tonight over outside with his wife. They went out to eat and dine. Then he will come in to talk a little bit about the book that we've published and make a little announcement about that. And after that, I'll go a bit more into the subject of educating people about this this subculture and how it's impacted by criminalization and persecution. So aside from that, we have the ongoing struggle of the health workers community. And the health workers community is at dire risk every day. And I'm going to bring up a little bit about how Joe Biden responded to a nurse who was relating working on the front lines every day. It brought Joe Biden to tears just the other day. And I'm going to explain why that's so important and how that contrasts with the kind of attitude we get from the other side of the aisle. So please take the stage, Mr. Pac-1 Morales, and tell us about how things are going with your wife and your family in these terrifying times.
Okay. Good evening, Douglas. Good evening, everybody. So I know with everything on the rise, as crazy as it is right now, the shortage of nurses, they've been working these nurses like no other, you know. My wife this week alone has, as of today, will be 95 hours this week alone.
Oh, God.
So they just passed something for the, because what happens is these nurses, like if they get test positive for COVID or whatever, they put them off for work for 10 days and retest them to see if they're, you know, if they're positive or negative still. Well, what that is, what happens is, the reason why they do it for 10 days is if it's not a full 14 days, then they're not eligible for short-term disability. So you have these nurses who are, you know, either exposed to it or, you know, they catch it, and at the end of 10 days they test them again, or, you know, whatever, and you determine if they come back to work or not. Well, they just passed something where any nurse or health worker that gets coronavirus is automatically eligible for workers' comp. It's like an emergency rule they just passed.
Thank God.
One of the other things that they're doing too is there's patients that are coming up with COVID and stuff now in the hospitals, you know, just regular patients, you know, that aren't there for COVID related symptoms, you know, and these nurses that typically go in their rooms have no protection, you know. They might have a mask, or, you know, but the hospitals are still telling nurses that are, you know, exposed to COVID-19, you know, that they still have to come to work no matter what, you know.
Right.
one of the things they're saying is, like if you're exposed, if you're exposed to COVID-19, between now, well, it would have been last week, but as Thanksgiving being, the seventh day, but they said you could be tested on day 5 and still be negative, and on Thanksgiving, which would be day 8, you would be actually, you could be coming down with symptoms, not even know, and be completely contagious, and then by day 10 have COVID and just completely have infected everybody you're around. So that's why it's incredibly dangerous right now, especially during the holiday seasons. And like you were saying last transmission too, Douglas, is everybody being indoors with each other with no circulating air and conversating. It's the parslets, it's the water droplets that comes out of your mouth and your nose when you're breathing. That's what carries the bacteria. They're not really as much worried about surface contraction as much as breathing it in now. And having gatherings like that's just dangerous.
It's beyond dangerous. It is literally foolhardy. It's foolish. It's stupid. It is. You're basically like playing Russian roulette with your family members. Yeah. Go on.
You just get these people, and I feel fine. I've been fine, and I seen such and such last week, and they're fine, and so it's really dumb. Like people just think that it's not real, or it's not going to be that bad, or it's bad, because there's people that we know that have it still. They've had it for 3 weeks,
Yeah.
3 weeks, and just still feel like shit, still not eating right, still nothing. And then these are people who have families. Most nurses, unless they just got their nursing degree and are fresh out of high school, typically don't have families. But most other nurses, they're married with kids and stuff, and it's just dangerous. I know it. My wife, she's not really. I don't know. She's kind of like an autopilot. Like she just does it. She's like, just go. And she's confident in the protection and everything. And as I said last transmission, they give them different scrubs, and they basically a hazmat with a face shield and a mask, and they have these new type of masks. They're like the N95s. But they're made by, what is that company? M3. Is that
right?
What it's
Right.
called?
3M.
Okay, 3M. And it's actually more of a form-fitting mask. It almost looks like a duck bill now. Whereas it used to be vertical, now it's horizontal, so it fits literally like over your nose and just comfortable. They're nice masks. So that's the plus side of everything.
Thank God.
Yeah, it's nuts. My wife, she has the marks from the mask all under her eyes, like where it's bruising now because they're so tight, and the straps, and yeah, so it's crazy in there right now, and it's only going to get worse. Those hospital beds are filling up, man.
Yeah.
Her floor is it's like where they pretty much take people who just got out of surgery, and everything like that. They just kind of recovery, waiting to be taken out and be discharged.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's like now it's all COVID. It's just all COVID.
Oh my God.
And it's crazy.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh no, I just wanted to tell people that I'll try and put as positive a process on this as I can, but the reality is it will get much worse before it gets better. And I do want people to understand just how dangerous it is, and PAC-1 helps us do that. Honestly, this is the problem that we have with so much of the quote-unquote alternative media that people are accessing, is that it is indoctrinating people into ignoring medical advice. And that's simply unacceptable. It's unacceptable at this point, and not with the fact that more people are going to die. This is what makes Trump's behavior so reprehensible, is of course he's not helping with a transition process because he doesn't want the transition process to happen, and this is disabling Biden's ability when he enters office to even commit to policy with this pandemic. Which is, of course, going to impact us all. And in terms of when you have it, believe me, It's no fun. It's many of you would during the time that you had it, even if you get over it, you'll wish that you were dead. By the way, before we return to Pac 1 Morales, I do want everyone in the chat room to know how deeply I appreciate them. Bugman 4560s. He says, "Yes, I hear you." So hello to Bugman 4560. Daniel Arola is with us. Says, "Hi, HIGH. Just put some pork chops on the grill for some killer munchies while I listen along. God bless you." And of course, Spartan O negative, wonderful human being. This gentleman has said, "Good evening, brother. Hi, everyone," and donated $5. So Goddess bless you, dear Spartan O negative. Deeply appreciate it. With that, for now, we're going to return to Pac 1 Morales and Morales. Excuse me. Explain the difference between your surname Morales and, say, for instance, Morales. How is it that you got the particular spelling you did?
So the Mireles, I don't know the specifics on it. I just know it. That's just how it came from Texas, where my family's originally from. Now I do have, and it's funny because I have also cousins who are Morales, right. But that's nothing to do with the Mireles side. And then I also have family who wanted to kind of like split themselves away from the Mireles, so they spelled it Morales with the M-E. So it's crazy. It's crazy. But I know that the Moraleses are more of a central Mexico area. And then, like I said, the Mireles were down in the valley area from Texas.
Wonderful.
But,
thank you for sharing that, and
thank you.
It's definitely appreciated because there are so many Latin Americans who have been in Texas for far longer than the whites have been, and have considered themselves as Texans, and the kind of racism that they encounter down there, like everyone assumes they just crossed the border or something. It's heartbreaking, maddening.
Yeah.
So, but please go on. And so, but your wife, however, yeah, please go on.
My wife, so my wife, she's Puerto Rican and Russian.
Yes.
So, and it's an interesting combination. But yeah, that's what she is. And she was actually she's Puerto Rican and Russian, and she was born. Hello?
Yeah. Oh, we're here.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It sounded like a drop. She was born in Canada, so she has like dual citizenship.
Oh, she's so lucky! Oh my God! Yeah. Why aren't you up there enjoying socialized medicine instead of down here? Oh my God!
So I've been since we got together, we'd go over together as a family so many times, and I've never had any issues. I mean, I've been to Niagara Falls up there, Toronto. We've always went up there, and then a couple of years ago, I think like a year or two ago, actually 2017, my wife was working, and her grandmother, who lives up there, because they're Russian, Jewish Russians. Well, they're Ashkenazi, or they're more from Europe area, but that's where they ended up at. Anyway,
yeah.
She wasn't feeling good, so I was gonna drive out to Canada, pick her up, bring her out here, because she was, by herself. Usually, my wife's brother was working or was living with his grandmother because he was going to college and optometry school there in Toronto and stuff. But he ended up down in Boston, where he's at now, to finish up schooling. So she was by herself, and I was driving up there to pick her up, and I got to the border. And I gave them my ID, and they're like, "What are you here for?" I was like, "Oh, I'm picking up my wife's grandmother. She's, she wants to come visit, and she can't really drive that well." And they were like, "Oh, have you been to Canada before?" I was like, "Yeah, I come all the time or whatever." And I have to send you a picture. I used to have a really big beard, like this massive beard.
Holy shit!
Yeah, people used to say I was like, look. There's this guy that used to fight ISIS, and he had a beard and he was bald headed. I swear to God, I looked just like him. And that's what people would say. They say I look more Arabic than Mexican when I have my beard.
That's so incredible. Yeah, go on.
They pulled me over to the side and
oh shit!
Stripped my car down and took me into the Canadian border right there and took my fingerprints and everything. And they're like, "What's your name?" I was like, "This is my name." And they're like, "Oh, what happened on?" They were bringing up, just kept mentioning dates, like something 2005, and I was like, I don't know what happened. Oh, you were in the car with somebody, and there was a gun in the car or something. And,
Holy shit!
Nothing I ever got arrested for. I mean, dude, they were bringing up every time I ever had police encounters, whether I was arrested or anything, and they're like, so you're saying my name, and I'm like, yeah, that's me. They're like, so I was like, look, man, I was like, you can tell me everything I did. And this is what, it kind of pissed them off. I was like, you mean to tell me you can tell me everything I did or anything I've ever been in trouble with, and you guys don't know who killed Tupac? She didn't find it funny at all.
Oh shit!
And I have a little violent history. I've had a couple charges in my past, and they told me that I could never step foot back. They made me sign a paper, and they ended up driving me over to the American consulate, or following me to the American consulate to see me out. But I was never allowed to step back and foot in Canada. I have to wait until 2022, contact the FBI, get my record, and then get that and contact the Canadian consulate and request a hearing date or something like that to go back and plea and show that I haven't had any kind of charge or anything like that in X amount of years, and if I could re-enter Canada at it, whatever. So it was crazy. I got to the American part, and they searched my car. Like, I was like, they just searched my car. They're like, be quiet, we need to check your car. So they checked it, and I had here in Michigan, because we have medical marijuana, they give it to you in it looks like a prescription bottle, and so I had like an empty canister, and then I had they went through it like fine comb, and like somewhere like where the gas pedal and shit was, there was like a tiny tail. And it wasn't even a tail, because I roll up the paper and use like filters at the end of my blunts. And so it was like stuck in the side, like in the crease. He was like, you can get 10 years right now just for this if I really wanted to be a dick. I was like, for a piece of paper? He was like, it smells like weed. I was like, yeah, but it's not. It's not.
Holy
and
shit.
So so I was literally at the border for about 8 hours, man.
Oh my fucking god! Was your wife with you? Your fiance at that time?
No. She was at work. She was at work, and her grandma's in Toronto waiting on me to pull up. And it was horrible. Like it was like, I got home. As soon as I got home, I shaved my fucking beard off. It's like, nope, never again. Because I know that's what it was. I know it was my beard.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was profiling at its best.
Oh my god. I just think it's I don't even know how you stood having one. When I had one for a little while, I kept chewing on my own whiskers. I mean, it's disgusting. And but in terms of the but aside from that, it was I'm just appalled at what you went through, and it's so disgusting because you have these crazies that are in Canada too, and they just let them right into the United States because nobody thinks of any threats coming from Canada normally. And so when it came to this one clown, he had committed a murder with a chainsaw, or several of them actually, and he had a bloody chainsaw, and he was walking towards the U.S. border, and they just thumbed him through. That was this has actually happened. It's not a story or some kind of anecdote, so I'm just appalled at what you went through. But that shows how protective the Canadians are as well when they're demanding that you have to go through all the processes. Or do you intend, come 2022, do you intend on doing that to try and see if you?
Yeah, I do because my wife really likes going out there, and we've taken plenty of family trips out there and done stuff, and so I'm gonna try. I'm gonna do it for her. I don't really don't give a fuck, but I'm gonna do it for her because that's something she enjoys doing, and seeing her grandma out there, and just showing the kids different places. But what's messed up too is that it wasn't just me that was pulled over that day. There were families in there, man. There was like, there was I don't know. I'm not sure on their nationality or their ethnicity. They could have been from like India or Fiji or or around that area there. And they were pulled over, and they were actually the guy had all his documents, everything. They had just sold their house in Dearborn, Michigan, and already had bought a house in Canada, and were literally leaving Michigan to move and start their life, in Canada, and already had everything set up, and which was crazy. And they were not going to let this guy's family go with him.
That's incredible.
Yeah, and they weren't even American citizens, but Canada was not going to let his wife. It was his wife, his son, and his daughter, and they were not going to. And they were just sitting there crying. They were there just as long as me.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and it was horrible. I mean, but they had a lot of people pulled over. It's crazy. It's crazy because I've dealt with like Mexico before, plenty of times.
Uh-huh. I've
driven down to down in Durango. I've drove down to the capital, the DF. You encounter, driving through the border, which you never have a problem crossing into the Mexican border. It's getting past the border. You'll have certain soldiers or, whatever, they'll see you and they'll, judging by your car or whatever, you'll bend that corner and you'll get down probably 20, 30 miles into the middle of a nowhere area. And all of a sudden headlights will turn on behind you and the lights are flashing. So they follow you for a good while. And then, then they tell you, hey, they call it a multa, which it's like a tax. Yeah. And they tell you, the traveler's tax, sometimes it'll be $30. In my case, in like 2004, I drove down with a 98 sedan DeVille Cadillac.
Oh,
and,
shit.
Yeah, those were my glory days, and I had like spinner rims on it and speakers and
my God,
like straight gangster down there, and they charged me $250.
Oh,
to be able to go, and everywhere, every little place I went, I had problems with it, with the soldiers and stuff down there. When I took that car down there, I had went from Durango over to this town called we were in this town called San Luis de Corderos, and then we drove to this town called Torreon. San Luis is like in the middle of the mountains. It's just like a little village,
Uh-huh. Yeah. But by the way, are you still there? Did he drop off? Let's check on everyone else who's with us.
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Go on.
Can you hear?
Yeah.
At that time, electricity had just was the big thing. They had just really got electricity through the whole town. And so anyway, I'm sorry, my phone started ringing. That's kind of what.
Oh, okay. No worries. Yeah.
So we drove from there to another town, which was called Torreon, and that's like where the big shopping place. It was like a big old mall, and that's the very first time, Douglas, that I've seen Asian people in Mexico, man. Like legitimate Asian people. And turns out down by like Acapulco and stuff, there's a whole town of Asian people down there. Like I don't know if they're Chinese or what, but there's Asian people and also Indian people. Because I found that out because of a doctor I had. But the mall itself, I was driving to the mall and I had the Cadillac. We got pulled over and they made me drive over like almost like when you go to the car garages and they drain your oil. And they dropped my oil pan and everything in my Cadillac, and they just did all this crazy stuff to my car, tore it completely apart, unscrewed shit.
Why? What?
They thought I was a drug dealer.
Oh shit.
Which I mean, it was a nail on the head, but I was down there on vacation and visiting family and stuff. But they tore it all apart, and then they tell you after they don't find anything, here's a screwdriver. Here you go. Go right over here, get your shit together. And
go.
Go.
Shit! Oh yeah. Fuck!
Yeah, so you're literally trying to get all your stuff together, but yeah, it's crazy. The difference, like the corruption down there, and then down there it's all about money. But clearly, Canada, they're like they're just judging you because they don't want to fuck with you.
Right, right. Oh my God. Well, definitely. It's. Thank you for sharing that. I mean, these cultural differences are so important, and honestly, I really appreciate your sharing them. North America is got these radically different cultures, North and South, and Pac-1 Morales has been exposed to both of them. So I'm really appreciative of that. But before I bring Selena Khan on, I just want to see if I can trigger, so to speak, some more in-depth discussion or talk from you, because I think it can't be overemphasized enough. First off, hospitals know what's coming, and the hospitals know
Yes.
that we are on an absolutely catastrophic path. And the problem is no one is listening to them. More people than ever are hospitalized with COVID-19, and healthcare workers cannot go on like this. So I'm wondering if you can tell us, exactly a little bit more about that, because I don't think we really appreciate it enough unless, like George Edward Knight, whose wife is also a nurse, and would have stories to tell across the Atlantic about what's going on in the national healthcare system. You're here with us, and we need you to tell us just about how in the months since March, Americans have just become too habituated to the horrors of the pandemic. I need you to kind of wake us up about why.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny because me and my wife were just talking about this. Last night when she got home, everything was being taken serious back in March and stuff like that when it first started, and then when they started slowly opening things up and letting people get a little bit more freedom and stuff, and then just the internet itself and just the mass influx of misinformation, what happened is that everybody kind of got laxed on it, thinking it's like a conspiracy theory or whatever, and it gave us all this time to keep spreading it. And then with the kids going back to school and everything, the super germ spreaders, they really also did a number two on everything. But the hospitals right now, they are, they know for a fact that this isn't even this. We're not even at what's it called? Right where it starts going downhill. We haven't even reached the spike yet.
Yes, we haven't even reached the peak. Yeah.
No, nowhere near it. Nowhere near it. They anticipate just I'm sorry, but just like a massacre,
Yeah.
It's going to be really, really bad before it gets better. And the scary part is that these nurses are already right now, as I said, my wife, it's only been about 3 weeks when they turned her floor into a COVID floor, and it initially started off with I think 2 patients, and then it was 6, and then it was 14, and now it's like the whole, like I was telling you, the whole floor, and it's not every room ain't full because it's like individuals or stuff like that, but they probably have about 20 something people on her floor, and she's like, they break them into east or west, the wings. So she's east, and they're overwhelmed with patients, and then they still have regular patients that they have to go to a whole different area and take care of now, and nobody's ready for it. These nurses are going to get burnt out. There's not a lot of nursing assistants. You have a lot of nurses who have allowed themselves to be fired or even quit, and put in their 2 weeks and have decided to sit on their nursing license and not be involved, not be on the front line with any of this because of how dangerous and how serious it is. So
it's just heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking, and when you talk about these nurses who have done that, that's something I would do. the ones who have literally just given up and say, "Fuck this! I'm just going to, sit this out." But it's like troops who have decided they're not going in the meat grinder, and they just sit down. And I'm so sorry. How does your wife feel about what you share with us?
So so she doesn't really mind as much. Just there's some things like there are some things that I can't share and I don't share because of her job. So I try to give the most I can without breaking her HIPAA basically, or whatever it is
Understood.
that they're but she actually, and it's funny because she now she'll whatever, she'll tell me something and be like, yeah, you can talk about that, or so I mean, she doesn't really mind, just as much as as long as I don't risk her job or anything with it.
Right, right. Definitely appreciate your sharing what you can, and do send her my love. And I know that it must have felt like 3 years the past 3 weeks, and I can't imagine what it's going to be like through the winter. And we definitely are going to maintain her in thought and prayer throughout the winter. Of course, I have something that I want to bring up later, which will be a shout out to Maria Michaela Grigorich and her dear friend who also needs prayer, who's in cancer, a stage of cancer where she needs all the prayer she can get. And so it's a woman whose name, if I remember, is let me see, Parr, Parr, and so Wendy Parr. And Wendy Parr, for those of you who need some visualization, looks a lot like Kathy Bates. Of course, that's the woman who starred in Misery, and she's nothing like that character. But the actress, Kathy Bates, is whom she resembles, and so Wendy Parr needs all your prayers. Her cancer came back with a vengeance. They've actually stopped treatment. They're just keeping her comfortable, but she's in extreme pain, and she's staying positive, nevertheless. And the power of prayer can perform miracles. Attitude is half the battle won, and even at the stage she's at. So everyone do maintain her in thought and prayer. And maybe without exposing anything concerning patient privacy, you can relate just how lethal this disease can be for people of all ages. That you can emphasize the fact that, don't think that just because you're young and healthy that this is something that's necessarily survivable. If you could tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, it's not. There are children. Personally, us as a family know family who their child, who is 2 years old, same age, because that's one of the things for us too. My son, he's 2. Well, he's going on 3, but he's 2. Lost their 2-year-old to it. The mother had it, and then the father didn't, and the son caught it, and wasn't too long. I mean, the children are very susceptible to it. They try to say that no, they have an immunity, or whatever. It's not true. It's not true. This is this. As soon as it gets in you, you're done, man. You're done. You won't know till it already hits you. And people who have it, they say that it's the worst. Like, literally, people lose their breath. People become to the point where they want to pass out just from trying to walk to the bathroom. From trying to walk, they'll get 2-3 steps and be completely out of breath. Have anxiety attacks, just the coughing fits, and like I've already said before, it's not always just coughing and stuff. It's extreme fatigue. There's other things that happen to you. Some people just have what seems like a migraine, for 2-3 weeks and turn out to be positive for COVID, and then that'll be it. It'll go away, But it's one of those things that there's no better way to be than safe. You have to wear a mask. You have to wash your hands. Now they're recommending that people wear goggles or wear a face shield or something because of the risk of someone potentially being in the same area as you or whatever, and coughing, and the parslets hitting your eyes, and then now you're infected.
Yeah.
There's just, unless you have. Of me, I go to the store, and it's been like this since quarantine started. I go to the store, whatever I'm wearing. I get home, I come in through the garage right where our laundry room is. I strip down, and I go straight in the shower and I take a shower. You know,
Thank you.
I'm constantly gargling with Listerine.
Right.
I smoke a lot of weed, and so like I cough, and that scares me. You know, like shit. You know, after I get done smoking, I'm like still kind of like like, oh man, time to gargle. You know,
Right.
just because I don't want to have that shit, and I don't want to be the reason my family has it either.
Right.
So it's a very dangerous, very dangerous time right now to be social, or thinking that it's your liberty and your freedom that are being taken away. No, asshole. These governors are doing this so that we can once again be people who can go out and go to the park and hang out at the bar, go play golf, or whatever. Like it's just a tiny sacrifice. People say it's being a sheep, or it's you're just you're one of those conspiracy theorists, or it's not real. I had a guy, this Mexican guy I know, and it's a shame because he's a small business owner himself. Well, actually, his small business is very successful. But this fucking guy sits there and tells me that, I watched these doctors and they said that it's not real, that it's not, and all these masks, and you don't need any of that. We're fine. We're me and my family. Well, he's still here, and his fucking family dipped down to Mexico to be away from all this shit up here.
Good for them. Good for them.
Yeah, they're like, we'll be back later. I have another friend. He's an artist, and he's legally blind, but he's like colorblind, or I don't know, but he does art. He does like airbrushing art, and he's from Cuba, and he left Flint in Michigan too. He's like, it's just getting crazy, just how much it's spreading. It's where our numbers here in Genesee County. But there's two things that are on the rise here in Genesee County: Corona and gonorrhea. Gonorrhea is up 44% in Genesee County, so it's like not very much social distancing going around in this motherfucker,
Oh God! I mean, they're rubbing up against each other. Yeah, they're deep inside each other. Holy shit! Yeah, that's and they get the bonus too. It's not just COVID. Yeah. Oh God. So so I thank you for that. At some point in the near future, for the sake of morbid entertainment, we'll bring up some of the experience you had in the past, where some of these people talking shit about me, you found out their source was Abdul Karim Haq, which I find funny as fucking hell. And we don't need to go into that tonight, because honestly, that stuff's just morbid entertainment. That has nothing to do with anything serious. But what is both morbidly entertaining and deadly serious are you're deep in red Republican territory. And I know that just recently there were people having parties and saying that, it's all bullshit. And it's like, hopefully you don't see those people tomorrow, and, they all relieve us of the burden of their sucking up valuable oxygen sometime in the next few months or during the winter. But honestly, these are probably the people who are going to get together for Turkey Day. And so is there a little bit of that you can share with us, that kind of bullshit, what you're seeing in terms of the parties and whatnot?
So oh my God, no. Let me tell you, Douglas, there's still titty bars open up out here.
Oh shit!
Yeah, there's still fucking titty. There's still and completely nude bars, like completely nude. Yeah, and it's like.
How is that? I believe you, but it's just it's unbelievable. But I know it's true. But go on.
Oh yeah. So what they did was they put a restriction on it. So now you can't have more than, I think, like 25 people in there. So what the strip club's doing now is they're renting out their strip club for private parties. So you pay for the party time. And then you also pay for your dancers, and then also your party will be tipping the dancers, So they're doing like this. It's just fucking ridiculous, because people are like, Flint is essentially a city of dope dealers, Like if it's not crack, it's heroin, which is like the #1 drug out here right now. Medical marijuana, like we have some of the best medical marijuana that is grown in Michigan here in Flint, and these are people who own buildings and houses that are just all grow operations, But
right.
these are the people that are flooding everything, that are pretty much, their money means more than their health and the well-being of everything else, you know.
Right.
And we still have nightclubs that were open. What they try to do is they try to say that, oh, you could only be open if you had like an outdoor place, which was fine for like summer, I guess, or whatever. But it's still just retarded, because these people were putting up tents, like literally like those big white tents that only have one way for airflow,
Right.
you know. So it's like constant air blowing this shit, like you're saying, it's just circulating the shit inside.
Right.
There was a bar down the road from my house. It's like a country karaoke bar.
Yeah.
And they fucking, one of my wife's friends was gonna go celebrate her birthday there, and she came. She was buying tamales. She's like, yeah, we're gonna. I was like, why the fuck would you do that? Like that's stupid. Like,
Thank you.
On your birthday, you're gonna go out. And she's like, well, that's the thing. She's like, her friends were trying to get her to come out, trying to pressure her into, come out. So she didn't do it. She didn't do shit,
God.
you know.
Yeah.
And turns out that that the night of her birthday, that week, one of the bartenders and the waitresses and someone else, a doorman or something, all had fucking COVID, dude.
Oh.
So like, yeah, so they just like shit on everybody with COVID, man. Like so many people got COVID from that shit, which was just like, like exactly what I'm talking about. What else? You still have people throwing private parties. A lot of it, because Flint also is filled. Well, I guess we're probably like a lot of other places. We're full of everybody's a drug dealer. Everybody wants to be a boss, but then everybody's also a rapper. So you still have people that are. You still people performing and doing shows and shit, and like all 30 other fans or whatever will come out and all hang around each other, and they'll smoke weed and drink together and whatever. In the midst of everything, back in June or July, I had sent everything. I was sending the shit to Derek Talley. There's this song. It's called Coochie Land or Coochie Man. I don't know. Yeah. So the guy actually, he's from Flint, and he went viral. Like that's all his songs are about: coochie this, coochie that, and he was throwing a big old video shoot at a plaza, like where there's like a Kroger's and it's just this huge plaza, man. I mean, just huge. It went like a quarter of a city block, and there were at least 2,000-3,000 people there, Douglas. All cars just all parked there, and there were girls dancing with the girls, and just guys and drinks, and everybody just partying and shit. And then I could only imagine how many people actually contracted COVID from that. There was no numbers given on it, only because 2 girls ended up getting in a fight, and amidst them fighting, one of their guy friends or whatever decided to shoot the other girl that was fighting, and then it just turned out to all out like Baghdad freaking shootout.
Oh
and,
shit!
Yeah, and you see the police and the videos of the shootings and shit. You see the police; they're running into their cars like fuck this, getting in their cars and taking off.
Oh man, I don't blame them.
Oh yeah, dude, and people out here, they have fucking anything they have, handgun, anything. That motherfucker got a drum on it. Motherfuckers are.
Yes.
We're a city full of drummer boys. Like everybody's shooting 500-600 shots out,
Yes.
nonstop, and that's all you hear. That's all you hear. There's one guy I sent Derek the video, and he's casually walking around like, "Yep, they're shooting," and you hear literally the gunshots going off right by him, and he's like, "These niggas don't even know. Look at them all running scared." Yeah, I'm a real one. I'm like, oh man, come on, bro, chill out, man. Like, but yeah, and the shot it started from right there, and it went throughout the whole city. There were shootings all night. All night there were shootings. People got shot. Like 16 people got shot that night. It all the way to the point where a lot of those people went to the hospital where my wife works, but she wasn't at work. She that was like third shift that all this happened. Dude, they got into a big shootout fight outside of the fucking hospital.
Oh fucking god! I mean, this is like it's
in the
like,
middle of a pandemic.
Yeah, this is like a Stephen King novel. It's literally, I know it happened, but it's unbelievable. It's you live in a lunatic asylum. The lunatics are running the asylum. It's look, do me a favor, and when you can go back to Canada, if you find out if you can go back, just relocate your family. Your wife will be better off in a socialized medicine environment. It's just, I know Canada is just as fucked up as America when it came to responding to COVID. They made some unbelievable mistakes as well. But still, it's the entire Western world has handled this very poorly. But America the worst. That goes without saying. And a lot of it is the politics. I mean, the politics that you've just brought up of economics trumping, to use a pun, all common sense. Just keep the economy going. And that karaoke bar. I mean, imagine the microphone. Imagine picking, that microphone gets passed around. Imagine that microphone and what it must look like under a microscope. I mean, it would be glowing purple and shit, purple and red and ultraviolet. It would just be neon in the dark. That fucking microphone, and then at any rate, I'm just aghast. I'm left. You've done it. You've really, you've left me without words. I'll be addressing a lot of this tonight, and I want to thank the lovely Jess Roger, and Jess Roger is the lovely Asian American lady who was involved with the Strange Tales Weekly, still may be for all I know, and a good friend of Joe Boyer, and she has donated $15, I believe, to the GoFundMe. I'm going to bring Selena Khan on to verify that, but a shout out right now, and I'll give a shout out again later, to the lovely Jess Roche and Stephen Myers, who also donated to the GoFundMe 15 United States dollars. I believe both of them donated 15 United States dollars each, $30 altogether. So both of them, in the case of Stephen Myers, he said, always with you, Douglas, always behind you. Definitely a black African-American brother from another mother who's he's in the hot zone. He's in the middle of New York's ultra-urban developed congestion, right as they're going into a dark winter along with the rest of us. And Manhattan, thank you. Yeah, well, Jameson Reese describes Manhattan as a small island full of hostile warring tribes. There you go. That's Manhattan in a nutshell. So, with that, do me a favor and conclude anything else you want to bring to our attention, and then switch the stage over to Jameson Reese. Says it's still better than Staten. Well, you feel like you're alive in Manhattan, right? Jameson Reese will verify that. Jameson, feel free to come on for a few seconds and tell us about that. Our man Peter Moon is with us. I will bring him on right after our man closes the Dear Mr. Pac-1 Morales. So do that, and let me.
All right. Yeah. So that's it for tonight. I'll stay on tonight. Actually, because I'm doing. I volunteered to do 100 dozen tamales for a Thanksgiving a food giveaway drive. They're doing at it's called the Latinx Community Center here in Flint, and it's basically a place that gives resources to Latin American people, or you don't have to just be Hispanic. You can be black or white or anything, and they have like computers and not as much now, but they would teach people how to do resumes, help them find jobs. If you needed translators for the doctors or court or whatever, and they'll do that. And there's also a food pantry place where every Wednesday they give away boxes of food, milk and meat, and they get a lot of good stuff. And every Wednesday they do the giveaways. So they are doing turkey dinner giveaways for 100 families. So I'm doing 100 dozen tamales to for them to add into all the dinners. So that's pretty much what I've been doing for the past couple of days.
Amazing.
Amazing. Yeah. So that's pretty much what I'm doing right now. In the process of making those tamales, and so I'll be on the phone all night. I've been staying up to probably about 2 a.m. every night working on these. So I'll be on here for sure all night tonight. So
good.
With that, yep, I'll thank you for letting me talk, and I'll pop back in on you later on, and so we'll pass it on down to JMO for a second.
Oh, and do me a favor. When you if you hear anything that you feel you can contribute to with any kind of insight or commentary, just break in, okay?
Okay,
If
awesome.
you so love you
Yeah.
dearly and share our
All right.
love with your family. And
All right, love you.
thank you. That was
Talk to
the
everyone later.
wonderful Mr. Pac-1 Morales. Before I bring Peter Moon on, Peter, please be patient. I'm going to actually bring Selena Khan on for a few minutes to just verify a bit about Just Roge and the GoFundMe. She's going to talk a bit about that, and she's going to have a little announcement to make about that. I believe we're going to change the photograph if we haven't already, which may explain why some more donations have actually come in. But she's going to tell us just a little bit about her day and pass it on to Mr. Moon after that. And we're going to bring on Derek Talley and Jameson Reese after that as we go deeper into the night, which is how Derek Talley and Jameson Reese and I usually work it anyway. We usually kind of come in force, the three of us, after Peter Moon kind of checks out for the night. We're going to ask him how his dinner went after Selena Khan tells us a little bit about her day. So go ahead, honey, and let us know what's going on with the GoFundMe, your day, and everything else, okay?
Yeah, oh my God. It was amazing what Pac-1 just, it was like a show in itself. He
Yes.
pretty much covered everything.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, his wife works in hospital. I have few friends. I think one of them quit her job pretty much. She decided not to continue because it was so, I mean, she was so impacted by the whole situation. So yeah, I mean, Pac-1's wife still working. I mean, just my prayers goes out to her and her Pac-1 and the children, everyone in the family. Just, but on the other hand, I don't know the real situation. What is happening pretty much Long Island and and the boroughs and all these five boroughs includes Manhattan. I have this agent that was in Florida, so she came back and then she went out to test and she was positive, and then that was like a month or so ago.
Oh.
So she was, quarantined at her home. It's right here, like 10 minutes from my house. It's not sure Tower. Peter might knows. So what happens is that she was ordered to stay home for 21 days. And then if she is out and then get caught, she will be penalized $10,000. So
Ooh.
for some reason, I would say that I think in New York, we all follow pretty much governor's order.
Mhm.
So like everywhere I go, I would wear gloves and cover my feet if I go to anyone's house, because my job is pretty much has to do with meeting people, talk to people, close enough, going inside people's homes. They have, older people, all kinds of people, but I'm always covered. Only one thing, and we do have to do a lot of paperwork, like as a real estate agent. We heard that one of the agents from a different office was, violated, and she was penalized. But other than that, I would say things are okay. I don't know how can I say, because I don't hear anything from anyone. I don't go to New York City, but people that I know in my network of people, none of them I heard, except for older people that one of the a person died and all this. But other than that, I don't know what is going on. But I'm fine. People that I see, agents and work people that I meet and talk to, they're all fine. No one has anything, but God knows what will happen a few months down the line. So yeah, that's what is happening. So other than that, work-wise, I wanted to share one little thing about, this is so interesting about what Pac-1 just mentioned about, crossing the border and going to, Canada or what. Like, I kind of like this funny that everybody has different experience. Like my sister, my oldest sister, she lives in Canada, Toronto. So
Wow.
we would like every summer, pretty much up until last year, when the last time we will meet up at Buffalo, and then we'll go past the border. Like there's this bridge that takes you to other side, Canadian side, right by the Niagara Falls. So we'll just walk down there back and forth and all this. They don't ask much. I don't know. Like this is, but I never experienced anything. We, drove down back and forth so many times. My sister has been there forever. So, yeah, it's very interesting what he shared, that he was interrogated in such manner. It's just very strange. Like what he shared and what I'm sharing. Like everything is fine. Nothing happens. So it's very interesting. People's experience.
Well, of course, you don't have a supermassive beard looking like a Taliban, and you aren't in a car that's all, tricked out to look like a fucking pimp and shit. So
I know, but why they would do such a thing, behave? I mean, I know what happened, but I'm just saying, like regular people, like we all work, we all, make a living, work, go visit bordering countries, either Mexico or Canada. I mean, but harassing innocent people, that is just, I think these are all kind of intentional. I don't know, who knows what, but I never experienced.
The image, Pac One gave us a wonderful photograph of himself with his cousin Luce. So, Pac One, is there something you want us to know specifically about the photograph with cousin Luce? I know that his spirit is still with us, and that's the beard. That's what he's trying to emphasize. He's showing us the beard, and he's got a military cap on, so he looks like fucking Fidel Castro. I'm surprised that Canada didn't welcome him with open arms, because I don't know how many people are aware of this, but Canada had an infamously cozy relationship with Cuba. So Cuba was almost like a Canadian satellite for a while. The Canadians loved to vacation in Cuba. So there you have that. But with that, we are going to ask Selena, before I go to Peter Moon, honey, was there anything about the GoFundMe you wanted to bring up in particular, just Rouge and...
yeah, Rouge, that was, yes, in fact, from GoFundMe, and you got another one. Let me see who that is. I will send it to you so you can acknowledge.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes, another donation. So let me look at it. So yes, and I will change the picture. Look, what I do basically, wherever I can see, I can add your picture. So I just pick up something from your YouTube videos from the past and all these. So just to get snapshots and it just crop down and then just add it. But yeah, I will change it if no one liked it, because I don't know. I like that picture.
Oh, I love that photograph, but I love the photograph for all the reasons that people...
And I understand.
Yeah,
I'll change it.
For all the reasons people don't respond to it positively when it comes to a charity. It just looks too fucking intimidating. I mean, it looks like, who wants to help this guy? I mean,
I don't think so, but I will change it.
Yeah. Thank you, honey. Yeah. And, well, I love you dearly. I'm going to switch...
Thank you. Oh, by the way, thank you so much for congratulations for your, book printing with Peter and publication, published and all this. That's amazing. I think I'm going to purchase some books, but so I have a few friends that I like to give it to them as a gift.
Oh, wonderful.
So, so I will purchase a few books from Peter. Well,
that'll be interesting to see how they respond to that. And so, honey, and aside from that, the other donor, I guess, sponsor, you'll let us know when you look that up.
I'll just send it to you. I'll take a snapshot and send it to you.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
And I reply them, so as in like you replied to them.
Wonderful. God bless you.
Other than that, everything's
I really appreciate that. Mwah. Love you dearly.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Good night, honey.
Be safe. Bye.
Yes. And with that, we're going to turn towards Peter Moon. And for everyone who's not familiar, he is essentially, for all intents and purposes, my official biographer at this point. He is the investigative editorial author and Project Montauk Maestro, and you can visit him at the timetraveleducationcenter.com, and you can pay your respects and friend him at facebook.com/peter.moon.566. He is, of course, the man who runs Sky Books at skybooks.usa.com, where he maintains every book that he's ever written in publication, in circulation. And so all of his books are in print. And now we have another book that he has been kind enough to provide his services as editor for. So that, of course, is the book Vampirology, and this is the vampire research paper that he's so wonderful. I mean, honestly, this is the greatest gift. He actually polished that for me and published it, and this is a man who was able to do, of course, what others could not, just make it palatable for public reading, and we had to do this immediately. So no need to go into why as right now. More important is to promote the book itself. But even before we get into that, I'm going to ask Peter Moon how his dinner went and tell us a bit about his experience outside. How was dining and where did you go? And tell us all about the experience, Peter, and how Paula enjoyed it or not.
Well, Paula was the one who set it up, and she was very dicey for this because, and this is more interesting than the dinner itself, she accrued a bad pain in her lower abdomen.
Oh, wow.
This was and she didn't mention it to me until yesterday. It was, or maybe it was the night before. I think it was yesterday. It was maybe before she went to bed on Thursday. She said it was bad, and she didn't know what it was. And I asked her if she'd been drinking her tea. She'd stopped drinking her tea, so that made me think maybe it's constipation.
Okay.
So, but anyway, what I did was I tested her, muscle tested her.
Right.
This is what doctors will use, and I looked up on the internet 4 symptoms. Yeah. Wrote them on Post-it notes, and then had her grip each one and test her muscle resistance. There was a descending order of where it could have been. The obvious one, according to the muscle testing, and you want to have cross-check, it was constipation, which I don't know if that was true or not. I don't know. But it still wasn't fixed. So, very busy day today. I played football in the morning, and then I got home and needed to.
This is the first time you've played football since a while, right?
No, I've been playing football every week.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm playing football every week, and I had to get a haircut from her, and blah, 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 I'll do this stuff, and then I said I'm going to give her energy facilitation. I was also very tired. I had to get a nap in as well before we had dinner at 4. But I did energy facilitation. Now it's hard to explain. This is a Qigong technique, energy facilitation. Basically what you're doing is you have a person in a chair and you're breathing in and out, and this is the only way I can describe it on audio, is you're stroking their energy field.
Mm-hmm.
You're stroking their energy field, because every physical ailment is in the electromagnetic aura or body. That's where it all takes place, and then it will manifest as all sorts of horrendous things, potentially in the physical body. So what you do is you do this procedure. Now, my teacher had told us to do it on each other every day, and we did for a period, and we haven't done it in years, since he passed away. And I said, I need to do this on her. So I did it on her. It must have taken about 15 or 20 minutes. She looked up at me like, yeah, you really care. You've been doing this for 15 minutes, but I didn't say anything. She didn't say anything.
Right.
And then, it ended. And when we got to dinner, I said, oh, by the way, because it was iffy for even to go to dinner because she didn't feel good. I said, how is it? She says, oh, it's totally gone.
Wow.
It was totally gone.
That's amazing.
And it made me realize the power of this stuff. Now, the previous day, Saturday, we went to the park and she filmed me on video doing Qigong for the mini course I'm putting together. So I was actually talking about Qigong and she was being subjected to what I was saying just because she was doing the camera work. Mm-hmm. And so I said, I'd say this to you and now you're the recipient of it, and it totally healed the thing, which was from just a standard day-to-day, it was a big problem. Mm-hmm. And I was rather surprised myself at how powerful it was, and it just reminds me that I need to do this. And on the way home from dinner, I said, we should have done this on Douglas when we were out in San Francisco. You would have loved it. We could do it together at the same time.
Right.
You would have liked it.
Yes. I'm sure I would have enjoyed it. And definitely, I appreciate your bringing that up. And I'm so glad it worked out so well for her. Honestly, it's one of these things that I think your Qigong is valuable for healing as well as self-defense. And a lot of people, they appreciate that. And it is...
it's mostly healing. Yeah. It's mostly healing.
Yeah.
The self-defense is really incidental. It should not be minimized. But many people will be turned off by the mere mention of a martial application. I met a very lovely lady for October 17th. It was my friend's birthday. And we had a double birthday party for some people out on Long Island. And I met this woman who she was a roommate of the person whose birthday it was. She was in the house, and I was introduced to her. She's a Qigong practitioner. And she'd been to China, Lao Tse's cave. And when I start talking to a Qigong practitioner about Qigong, they generally don't know what I'm talking about. There will be some commonalities, but I'm talking, it's like the difference between Chinese and Japanese.
Right.
There's some similarities, but a lot of difference.
Right.
Or at least Chinese and Japanese writing.
Right.
So it's like, but so her Qigong was nothing but softness, and that's okay. That's okay. I became very interested in her Qigong, and more interested in, there was an opportunity perhaps to visit Lao Tse's cave in Western China. This is the extreme Western China, which would have been Tibet at one time. Right. They don't call it Tibet anymore. And I became extraordinarily interested in actually visiting this place, which she kind of opened the door. I still need to write back to her. But it was so there's a lot of different teachers, and it's my prerogative to take interest in things that maybe I could be dismissive of. Mm-hmm. There are certain practitioners of Qigong and the martial arts I wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. I wouldn't want to go near them. I wouldn't want anybody else to go near them. for their own sake. Right. But as my teacher says, there's 3 types of Qigong. There's good, better, and best. It's not that you can't be screwed up by doing it. But anyway, it was just very powerful to watch what this did. As for the football, I've had severe problems in the last couple of years with a strained Achilles and just not being able to run. And I fixed that problem. The Achilles, I see the doctor every week. One of the football players, he treats us all for free, and he's been a godsend because he'll put stim on my heel. It's back to normal. And I do Qigong towel stretches every day. And just to get the idea of a towel stretch, when I learned the towel stretch, I was only in class for like a month or so, and the teacher was saying, he was showing some young guy. He says, "You're going to have to go down and touch your toes for this exercise." And I was sitting, a few feet back watching, and I said, "I can't touch my toes." And I said, "I'm too old." My teacher says, "That has nothing to do with it." He says, "Come here." He put me on a bench, which is the equivalent of putting your foot on a chair, putting a towel around the foot, and doing a stretch where you're mostly stretching your lower back, but you're stretching the full extension of your toes. You're doing it in a certain way. And after doing that for 10 minutes, I could touch my toes.
Wow.
It was that drastic. And then I was telling this story at lunch. I ran into a friend at lunch, and he had a friend with him. So we all sat together. And the person I didn't know, had just sold a dealership. It was a Mercedes or a BMW dealership. And you can imagine how much money he must have had in the bank. I wouldn't begin to even ask. And when he heard my story about this, he became super interested because he heard the magic. And I said, magic that was not magic, but he says, "Where is this guy?" I said, "He's in Brooklyn. It's about a 45-minute drive." And he goes, "Oh, God, if he was 10 or 15 minutes away." And this is the most ludicrous response. This guy did not have a job. He was retired. I mean, he had money up the kazoo.
Right.
Yet, and I take this drive. At that period, I blew my car out going many times a week. I was told to come as much as possible in the beginning, not by my teacher, but by his assistant. And I was good. And then it got to the point where I went once a week. And when I would drive to course in Brooklyn, there's two places we went in Brooklyn. One was 45 minutes or maybe a little longer. The other one was more like 35 minutes if there was no traffic in the indoor class. And I would be driving down the Long Island Expressway or whatever parkway I was riding on, and I would just feel all the wind against me of all the reasons not to go.
Right.
All the reasons not to go, because there's always something you can do. There's always some task to do, and you can make up reasons. And this is what I was actually successfully combating, was all the reasons not. And that was even 3 years into the class. After 3 years going to the class, I said, "Wow, 3 years passed fast. I didn't even think of stopping." So it was truly an experience for me to have a firsthand, quote unquote, miracle right in front of me, and by the person I love the most, to benefit her.
Yes.
So this was great, and I'm working on the course. I'm going to release it in as soon as I can. It's now if the video is okay, because I have to see it, I just need to go into iMovie and put everything together and assemble the course. So I'm hoping to do it by the end of the year. And
wonderful.
La-di-da-di-da. So we went to dinner and we met some friends who are very much involved in what's going on in Transylvania with my mother-in-law's school, and they've invested in some property there, which will be, there'll probably be some announcements in the future. And I was kind of laying out to them a whole scenario. There's a lot of interesting things happening in Transylvania involved with various people I know, which is creating a special dynamic there. And so I shared a lot of information with them. One of the people, she's pregnant. Her baby's due on Christmas, and we were having all sorts of discussions about how to pick the name. They're hemming and hawing over the name.
Right.
And it was just a very good dinner. So, and we figure it's the last dinner because on Wednesday they're shutting down all the restaurants in New York for 10 days.
Yeah. That's
For 10 days,
that's.
at least.
I was going to ask about that. I'm so glad that you were able to experience this before that went down. And so, honestly, you've been favored. Someone truly is watching over you. And I think that you make a lot of your own luck, of course, and you're ahead of the curve on that. But tell us about the dinner itself as well, what it was like. Now, did you eat indoors or outdoors?
It's indoor.
Okay.
Indoors at the Cheesecake Factory. The Cheesecake Factory is, and they actually had sugarless cheesecake for the first time. I've never had it before. Sugarless. I will not eat sugar cheesecake. I won't eat sugar anything.
Wow.
But we this is a trick I use in restaurants. It's a very good trick. I don't always go with a recommendation. I will ask the waitress. She was extraordinarily nice. I said, "What do you recommend?" And she said, "Well, this, that, and the other. What do you like?" And I said, "Well, what would you have if you were eating?" She recommended some chicken. I forget what she called it, but it was incredible. I always ask the waiter, "What would you eat?" And if I agree with it or like it, I'll have that. It's a great technique to use in restaurants.
Wonderful.
So
Yes.
everybody overate and was happy, and it was almost 4 hours.
Yeah.
And these are people that live in New Jersey, and we we'll connect up with them from time to time, and they're very deeply committed to the school in Transylvania,
Right.
in a very positive way, because we talked about people who are falling away. I mean, I'm not involved with the school personally, but certainly, people come and they attend anything, just like with Qigong. Several years before he passed, my teacher said, "Okay, a lot of you people aren't going to be around anymore. You're just gonna stop coming because it's going to get really intense,
Right.
and you're not going to be able to take the energy." And like clockwork, people stopped coming, and there was a small core of us that stayed. And boy, did we learn! Boy, did we learn! Boy, did I learn! I can't speak for everybody else,
Right.
but it was really neat. Got rid of people that were not there to learn. And he told them, and he never taught for money. I mean, he charged money, but he was notorious for turning down huge sums of money from some guy who came to him and said, I think he was an attorney, and he said, "I want you to teach me. I'll pay you, $50,000 in cash to teach me," because he could see what my teacher could do. And I said, "Why doesn't he just come to class, pay the $30 a class? Why doesn't he just come and pay this, and he'll learn it there. It's not going to cost him all that money." And he says, he doesn't want to be around the students.
Right.
Now, this is so stupid. This is how. and sometimes white people will be disparaged on critical omissions with just cause. And this is a prime example, because of course this guy was white, and I guess what you call upper class financially,
Right.
and virtually 95% of the students were black.
Right.
So it's kind of like, oh, I want to be right. Now that's not only is that he's not going to be comfortable around those people.
Right.
Number one, he's going to feel like Whitey or something. I don't know. I don't know what he's going to feel, and but the thing is, if he was smart, he's going to learn from these students.
Right.
Because they'll befriend him and they'll teach him in addition to my teacher.
Right.
We would help each other out. You could get great insights from my fellow students. And some of my fellow students were just out of this world, super martial artists. Rudy Curry, he'd never tell you this, but his reputation was the knockout artist growing up in Jamaica, Queens. And I would go to class with him on Wednesdays after class. We would, when we could, we would go to the Hare Krishna temple for lunch. They'd have really good vegetarian dishes. And we just sit there and talk, and it was like a second class. I'd have one class with my teacher and one class with Rudy, when it was more of a conversation. And Rudy was a fan of mine before I ever got involved in Qigong, you know. So when the teacher introduced us, he says, "I want you to meet this Tai Chi master. This is Peter Moon." He goes, he's like looking at me. He says, "Is this the Peter Moon?" You know, it's like, that was kind of neat, and we became friends. And he's like what's called a Soki or a Soji, a teacher of teachers. And but you know, he would come to class and just be as humble as ever. So it was a great opportunity to. So what I'm saying is, this guy is like, you know, his arrogance is blocking his, you know, what he could learn. He could come to class for a year, or even for 6 months if he did the full program, and he could have learned all those secrets. You know, spent less than $1,000, far less than $1,000, and been knowledgeable. But he doesn't see it that way.
No, but it's also fear. It's not just arrogance. I believe there's genuine fear there that prohibits his progression. That would be a way to put it in martial arts terms. And so thank you for sharing that as well. You tell us a bit about, there's been a lot going on lately, and I've had fun with you talking about the plumber, for instance, and whatnot. Is there anything you want to vent about concerning that? What's been going on lately with the just the perils of home ownership that that you know any homeowner has to deal with?
I told you I'm doing my living room and stuff, and which will lead to doing the floor, and I was going to save the bathroom for all that. And the bathroom was going to complete its renovation, so I finished my shower, and it's called the diverter on the tub spout broke. So now I have to immediate attention to that, and immediate attention doesn't come immediately from plumbers on Long Island. Right. Aside from being extraordinarily expensive, they don't show. They're not ready to show up. They're too busy. Right. So I'm learning step by step of what I need to do on that. My friend tonight gave me a few pointers, because he's you know, heating and air conditioning guy as well, and he knows pretty much about anything. He was even educating me on a new water system that he got. You know, he's very, very smart guy, very skilled in all areas of life, and is also skilled in spirituality, and he just has a very deep connection. So I have another thing is back to Transylvania. Yeah. When I went into the Choclavina Cave, which is very important because David Anderson said that is the most significant site for time travel or time phenomena, by far the most on the planet. And he said that not all the information has been released on it yet. And I've been to the cave 4 times, was able to enter last summer, 2019, and go in a mile deep into the cave. And I do believe I was very close to where the area he said was the time-sensitive place. But what after going into the cave, I got a message from the cave, and that was to set up a ham radio station nearby the cave, at a camp near the cave. And so I met with you could call him the father of ham radio in Romania. I met with him north of Bucharest on the way down with my friend, who translated for me. And of course they greeted us with typical Romanian hospitality, who was bringing us tea and cakes and wine and all this. And I basically he told me how much money I would need to he would get me a used transmitter that would be good, an antenna, and he knew the people could install it. So, of course, I was interested in the ham radio program that David Anderson runs for young people.
Right.
And so I said, oh, well, I'm going to raise the money for this, for my newsletter. So I said to 4 people, I said, I need 4 people to donate $700 to World Genesis Foundation. World Genesis Foundation, which is a nonprofit organization which helps sponsor Atlanticron in Romania and also does work with UNICEF and helps young people have a hope for the future. Now, and this is an approved project from them. I get the money donated to them, and then we will arrange to have it built and, get the antenna built. Now, I collected all the money, or had the money collected by World Genesis Foundation. I have 4 people that are going to accompany me to Romania next year. Mm-hmm. We will share the expenses for transport and accommodations, whatever we're going to do. I will take them to the cave. I can't promise them they will get in the cave. I'm not capable of promising that. If possible, we will. I want to enter what's called the dry cave, where friends of mine, Romanian friends, have gone in 3 or 4 kilometers into a dry cave where they found giant bones of giant humans.
Wow.
And whatnot. Mm-hmm. I have some photographs of, not photographs, but videos of them. Mm-hmm. It's actually a video of a video. Right. But you can't really, doesn't prove that they're human bones. He said there's also bare bones. The person who identified the giant bones is a naturopath, a doctor, a doctor of naturopathy. Mm-hmm. So he knows something about the physiology of bones. And I said, did you take any samples to test them? He says, no, I won't disturb it. It's a cemetery. I'm not going to disturb it. Uh-huh. So that was reasonable. And I would hope to go in that cave, number one, because I haven't seen it. And right. I've been told it's the more interesting of the caves. But I know he hasn't been in the wet one. That's a much more wet journey. So anyway, I've had other people asking me, I want to come too, and I said, well, we have to hold on. I've got the 4 people that I need. So I'm thinking of if other people want to come, I'm thinking if I can possibly accommodate them, and what would those funds go to, if they're because I can't have other people coming who didn't donate. That's not fair to the people who did donate. Right. I'm going to give them my specialized attention. Very excited about one of the guys. He's a doctor on the front lines of COVID. Right. He's a Romanian national living in the United States, mm-hmm. and he's a lung specialist, a pulmonary specialist. I can't wait to talk to him about Qigong and how the breath works in the body. Get more details of the lungs.
Right. That's so important, and it's. I have a question about the school that you deal with. When I've brought it up with certain people, they made some casual comparisons or references, inescapably, of course, to the Sholomantya, or the Skolamants, the Solomonari, the fabled school of black magic in Transylvania. That was
who said that was black magic?
This is the popular conception. The popular conception or misconception is that it was run by the devil. This is according, of course, to what people believe are folkloric accounts, but are really more or less the writ of Bram Stoker. And when he wrote the novel Dracula, he presented that particular Sholomantya.
Did he use that term? Did he use the Solomon term?
He brought that up in the novel, yes. And
what an asshole!
Yes. So tell us a bit about the truth of it. The way he presented it.
He was a member of the secret society, Bram Stoker. Yeah. And in fact, there's I wish I could refer it. It wasn't once on the net, but there is a whole town on the eastern shore of England where the vampire ship you see in the movie Dracula, or not the vampire ship, the ship that was crashed, that the vampire overwhelmed, and Renfield comes out of the lower hold. with his famous laugh. That there was an actual ship that crashed in a town. It was a real situation in a town in England, and that's what that movie emulates. But I was told this. I can't prove this, but the person who sent me this, and I don't remember if it was in the article or not, that Bram Stoker did the Dracula novel to take the attention off of what was going on in England.
Interesting. Okay.
Yes. I could never, I've looked for it many times, and the person who conveyed it to me went quite mad. She went quite mad in her own right. That had nothing to do with the veracity of her information.
Right.
She went quite mad, had some severe problems.
So sad.
Was the type of person, as she described herself to me, that she would, go into a place in England and people, like a bookstore or something, and they would give her the eye because she looked too dark. Maybe she wore black. Maybe she, I don't think I ever saw her, but she was, she had the Elvira look, and I don't mean to compliment her looks, because I'm not to say she looked like Elvira. You know what I'm saying?
I was about to say Elvira has a reputation for sexiness, so
the darkness. It was the darkness.
Right.
She might have, and her features were probably reasonably appealing at worst. I don't really know, but the point is the darkness. The darkness could repel people. And anyway, she shared this story with me, but so my experience with the Solomonari, and I had not heard the term until I got back from Romania on my first trip, where my friend Pantra Bensko had sent me an article on them and said how when you come to Romania, the tradition is if you're approached by a beggar, you give them something, and they're testing your heart. But they are really a Solomonari disguised as a beggar. And they're testing your heart, and if you give them something, they will open the heart of Romania to you. So I had been approached by a beggar almost immediately at Palace Castle. He was a very strange man, and I didn't have any Romanian currency except the currency that was given to me to pay for the hotels that I was staying in with the two people I was with, Tantra and another guy. So I was not going to be giving away money, when it was assigned purpose,
Right.
So this guy was very strange. So I said, wow, I guess I didn't do the right thing. So when I finally went back to, I ended up, it was 2012. I went back with Jeanette Crowley, and she had sponsored me, and she took about 40 people on her tours. She does tours all over the world until COVID-19, and she said, so anyway, I went back to Palace Castle, which she had arranged for us to go there. It wasn't my idea. Very beautiful inside. Very beautiful. I only saw the outside of it before. It's quite something inside. But anyway, it was the retirement home for the king, or not the retirement, the summer home.
Right.
So I went in there, and I went and found myself a beggar, and he was blind, and I gave him some money, and he blessed me to heaven and back. It was just, he was so compassionate in his blessing of me, and so I got it in, and I have been approached by different people that were beggars or asking for money. And I had quite a time with people reacting, even Romanians reacting to me giving money to these people. How much am I giving them? The equivalent of $2, $3, $4. It's not very much money.
Right.
And I did it in front of a restaurant in Bucharest, and my daughter says, "Dad, you look like a tourist. That's why. You look like a tourist." That's why, because she, this gypsy girl, she says, I thought she had was wanting me to buy flowers. She was asking for money. She was by a flower stand, and then she says, no, for me, but she was not speaking English. I said, oh, for you. So I gave it to her, and she says, she thinks you're a tourist, Dad. And then 2 Romanian friends took issue with me, and I said, you don't understand. This is a
test.
I'm not stupid. I'm not giving. I said, you will not see anyone approach me on the rest of this trip for money. They're not going to do it.
Yeah.
Sure enough, they didn't.
Yeah.
They said, so everybody who comes up and asks you for money, you're going to give it to them.
Yeah.
I said, there will be no others. And I said, it's a right brain process.
Yeah.
The left brain is logical and analytical. I could be as skeptical of it as you, but the right brain is a process of creativity, faith, belief, anything you want to say it, or a postulate, thrusting out something. So you embrace the right brain and the left brain, not just one, and say, I'm a scientist. We can trace all the beggars and, et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't work.
Right.
But you have to say, when you go to the most sacred spot in Romania and you meet a woman who becomes your wife, I would say that I have been given the heart of Romania.
Yes.
In ways that is a very incredible story. And I've even been able to teach Romanians about their own culture, make them appreciate it, and have taken many Romanians to Sarmă-Săgetuza for the first time, which is the sacred spot. So the Solomonari, I was instructed, are beings from the inner earth, and they taught the patron saint of Romania, Zalmaxis, which is said to be the inspiration for Moses and the Judaic religion, the Christian religion, and the Zoroastrian religion, at least. So the Solomonari took Zalmaxis, who was a man. They took him into the underground for 4 years of initiation and education, where he transformed into a god. And then that's how he became. Zalmaxis translates as the leaping god. And that's who the Solomonari are. They will disguise themselves as sheep or shepherds. So when you meet a shepherd in Romania, now they might not be dressed like a shepherd from the Bible,
Right.
but that's what they are. There's a big connection between the sheep, the shepherds, and the Solomonari. They will disguise themselves and test you. Now, we had an instance where we were taken to a cave to meditate. This was on the trip, the same trip that I met Paula. She was not with us. And we were taken to a cave by our guide. And we were to do a meditation. And some shepherds came down with 2 of my friends. One was Japanese, and a young lady that I had brought there with me from Atlanticron, Maria. And Maria and Talk were kind of off on their own, which caused a lot of problems with the tour group leader. And when the shepherds were with them, I pointed to our tour leader and I said, look at, those are Solomonari. But she was too intent on being responsible to the group.
Right.
And she short-circuited everything, unfortunately.
Oh.
This is by the structure of being being a group leader. It was horrible. And she would fight with Maria because Maria was a free spirit. And Maria was never, we scholarshiped her to come on the trip. It was a whole story at Atlanticron. And Maria's like this vibrant, beautiful young lady, and she's calling her friends and bringing people along, and she doesn't really understand that she's supposed to be part of this closed group. And she was never explained to her. So they were like fighting with each other, like cats and dogs, and I get them to calm down, and 10 minutes later they'd be fighting again. So Maria and Talk the Japanese guy, they went off with these shepherds,
Mm-hmm.
and they were taken to 2 more caves. Exactly what was supposed to happen. That
Yes.
was the Solomonari in action.
Wow.
It created a lot of turmoil to the point where I think that Maria just said, "Okay, I'm leaving." She left the group,
Uh-huh. Oh, that's so awful.
right? But it made us like even closer friends than we were,
Right.
because she wasn't mad at me,
Right.
and it was just like, you know,
Right.
it's like she says, I'm Romanian. She says, nobody tells me what to do. I love you, and I'm Romanian. That means something, She hugs me.
Yes.
And what I did for her was, she asked me to get for a recommendation. She said I wrote such a glowing letter of recommendation to her that she was able to get in the theatrical school at Oxford.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, and she graduated. And she's not Oxford, but the Oxford Graduate School. I mean, the Oxford Theatrical School. Very hard to get in. And she's actually an actress in London who's not getting much work because because of COVID.
Right. So sad. Oh, God.
Yeah, but she will come to Broadway someday. She's a great actress, a great actress, and she had the chutzpah to just go to Romania and get a job as an actress. But this was before I met her. She when I met her, she spoke with an English accent, and the way I made friends with her, I complimented her performance, and it was like, wow, it meant the world to her. So we became friends, and but she could speak like an American. When she was around Americans, she could speak English like an American. She could speak if she's in England, she'll speak like a Brit.
Right.
And she's just an incredible mimic, and her father's a very famous actor in Romania. So it goes in the family. But she was like, the Solomonari took her to caves, took her and talked, and it was really a fascinating demonstration of who these characters are. And it was eventually an archaeologist who took me to the cave. I was explained, they'll take you to a cave, and then you will meditate by the cave. You can ask permission to go inside. You may go inside metaphysically, in a dream, or physically. It took me 4 years before I was able to go into Shaklavina Cave.
Right.
And I didn't even ask to go in.
Right.
I was taken in, and that's so that my hosts and the people of Romania, especially when you get into the valley, this is who they are.
Right.
They will live. They are the Solomonari. Now, there has been propaganda that was started by the church that went into this area and heard about the Solomonari, and the name was so similar to Solomon, they had to start making stuff up.
Right.
They said that no, the Solomonari this is a name that we called them because they were so magical, like Solomon's magic.
Right.
Which is bullshit. If you talk to the Romanians, and it comes from Sol, which is sun, and moon, Solomon, sun and moon.
Right.
This is the inspiration for them. So there have been stuff written about them that is propaganda to make it seem all dark and stupid. But there's been a lot of propaganda against Romania.
Well, speaking of that propaganda, from the kind of, I believe this source is from Bram Stoker himself, but the impression that people have in general, the urban legend kind of folklore, the popular folklore of the Western world, not of Romania, they have this impression that the school enrolls about 10 students to become the Solomonari, and that the courses taught include the speech of animals and magical spells, of course. So what can you do to give people just a bit more than you've already given in terms of some...
I don't know what course that is, but my mother-in-law teaches the ancient school of wisdom. And my mother-in-law is connected to inner earth.
Okay.
She works with the Solomonari. And I will give you an example of that. Now, she could ignite controversy. But the first time, I think she used to write to me via the man who would later be my brother-in-law, because he speaks English well. He would do the translation. But Tamarinda, there was a video of her doing a healing on a young girl out in a field. And right when she completes the healing, you see this light from the heavens come down and boom, boom, right into her body.
Wow.
It was unmistakable. And the first thing you say, well, did she fake that? Did she fake that? No, she didn't fake it. And then when she walks away, I love to imitate the way she walked away. She walks away with a, sort of a strut. She kind of struts like,
right.
I know what I did, I just...
Right. No, I get it. It's the kind of, it's how you see who's that man that everybody respects but really doesn't deserve the respect he gets? Oppenheimer, after the atomic bomb blew at Trinity site. You can see in the footage how he struts with that kind of accomplishment that, he's walking on top of the world, walking on water. I'm sure she was like that. But
she demonstrated competence.
Yeah.
She did that. And knowing her the way I do now, and yes, I know that she did that. What was very touching to me is that when she came to the hotel I was at and brought her class to hear me talk. They wanted to ask me questions, and I talked to them. And the little girl she had done that healing on was sitting right in the front row. She was like very young. I don't know if she was between 4 and 7. She listened to every word I said.
Wow.
And I was speaking English. Now, she might understand English because she might watch TV.
Is there much English spoken on the Romanian television?
Oh, yeah, cartoons.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they've watched all these shows like the Flintstones and stuff when they were kids, and they're subtitled, but they pick it up. One of my favorite moments was I was up by the Sphinx. I had met one of my friends, and she brought a lot of these metaphysical people. So I was talking to them, and the translator was this 10-year-old girl because she was the only one who spoke English.
Interesting, right? Oh, that reminds me so much of my late and sainted mother, my Cyrus. Yes, so go on. Young and
the 10-year-old did a good job.
Oh.
God, she did a good job.
Yeah, she
was intelligent, and she was my translator. I mean, it wasn't giving a whole talk, but there was a lot of talk going back and forth, and this young girl served as my translator. But back to Tamarinda, my mother-in-law. It's like she's known by her family, meaning my wife, to disappear for days.
Wow. Holy shit.
They don't know where she is.
Holy shit.
Yeah. I don't know if she does that anymore. And even her own kids, her own blood kids would, okay, she goes away. They don't know where she goes. They don't ask. They kind of know better than to ask. Right. And then what I saw was she had taken me to a place called Kostest Castle, and it's a walk from a hotel that I would stay at, and it's a good walk. And I got, she gave me this initiation, taking me to these ancient places, and then the next day or two, we took another lady there who would come to see me from London. She had some issues she wanted solved, and she signed up for Tamarinda's initiation. And she took her, and we all went with her. But the day I was doing it, it was sunny. The day this woman was doing it, it was rainy. It was different elements for different people.
Right.
When we got back to the car, we did the girl's initiation. We came back. Right as I was getting in the car, a crack of thunder like you would not believe, with lightning.
Incredible.
Unmistakable. And this is one of the characteristics of the Solomonari, is lightning. We get in the car and rain came down like you wouldn't believe it, right at the exact end of the initiation. Unmistakably connected to the elements. When I went to Choklavina Cave, my first visit, when I found out the significance, I told her I wanted to spend the night at Choklavina Caves, stay out there and spend the night. And my Romanian friend had a tent. He was willing to do that. And she told me, she says, if you do, you will be very severely tested by nature.
Wow.
So I said, nope,
Good for you.
I don't mind being tested by nature, but I'm not going to subject my friend to it.
Okay.
I wouldn't do it out of consideration for him. So what happened is, he came along, my other friends came, and I ended up, and this was during the day, we didn't spend the night, I ended up getting caught in the rain there and soaked beyond belief. Very, very worried that my two friends who had slipped into a vortex were lost and that we might not see them. I was with another lady friend of mine, and I said we might have to spend the night in the cave for protection and then walk back so many miles to the nearest town to get back, because we didn't have the keys to the car. We thought they might be lost, but they did come back, thank goodness. And we got back to the hotel and I got dry. But I got the severe test of nature, for sure. So she's very much understands the elements, and she's tied to the inner earth in what capacity. But it's like being tied to the inner earth is like being tied to the angels. They come and they go. It's not like something you're gonna sit down and subject them to medical examination. This is how people think. Right. In materialist, it just doesn't work that way. So the Solomonari is, of course, anybody could vilify it, and there is a lot of vilification of Romania, and people who resonate with the dark elements, which you have so much experience with.
Right.
People who like the dark to their own detriment, with all the stuff you've talked about with Peter Levenda and the Necronomicon and all of this, and I did find my copy of the Necronomicon. I was looking for some tiles, bathroom tiles, in case I have to, replace some of the wall. And I found my copy of the Necronomicon with the salt on it. It's still sitting there.
Cool.
I didn't pick.
Cool. And tell everybody. I thought you were going to say you lifted some tiles and it was hidden behind the tiles in a niche in the wall. Buried in salt.
No. Whenever I tile something, because I tiled my bathroom, I buy extra tiles in case I need to make repairs in the future.
Right.
So I was looking for those because I might need them, and I had to move a lot of stuff to it was in a cabinet, and I had put this copy of the Necronomicon, which somebody in maximum security prison had sent to me.
Tell us about that. Yes.
I mean, it was just somebody who used to read my books. I don't know what happened to her. She sent me a book that she wrote as well, but she sent me a copy of it.
Is she still in prison?
I don't know. She doesn't write anymore.
So sad.
People I haven't heard from her in 10 years.
Wow.
But as they say, she sent me a copy of this book, and I might have looked at it, but I certainly knew to, put it in a safe place in the what's it called, the knowledge part of the house, the knowledge corner, the feng shui, and I salted it.
Right. So important. Yes, heavy magic in terms of that salting. It's very important to keep it down, and like putting salt in the mouth of a zombie so it doesn't rise again. Yes, so that's wonderful. In terms of our book, it brings us back to our book that you were going to make an announcement that it would be nice if somebody purchased myself a hard copy. And
exactly. So we've sold about, the last time I looked, 10 ebooks and about I think 5 or 6 hard copies.
Right. But by the way, this is considering the fact that there is no advertising campaign behind this book. That's actually pretty impressive. Just to put this in perspective for people, because a lot of people just don't appreciate this kind of sales pace, and I'm pretty impressed by it myself. Considering basically what happened was that when it came to Clyde Lewis, who was this idiot who's like the nationally syndicated host of Ground Zero Radio. He's the guy who, of course, built his career on myself. I was there. He was the guy who credited myself with building up all the ratings that made him nationally syndicated. This is an individual who, after that, of course, want nothing to do with me because I'm too controversial. It's very similar to exactly what happened with John B. Wells. But this idiot, Mr. and Pac Juan Morales says, I'll buy you a hard copy and have it sent to you. So, God bless you, sir.
Thank you, because that's what we were going to suggest, because Douglas should have a hard copy of his own book.
Yeah.
And it can be sent to the Green Street address that is readily available.
Yes, God bless you, Pac Juan Morales. And anyone who was intending to do that, Pac Juan Morales has got this. But anyone else who was intending to do that, because we didn't expect anyone to leap on it so quickly, but Pac Juan Morales has got me. And but anyone else who was intending to do that, just feel free to donate money. I'll bring up a little speech about the GoFundMe later. And in terms of the Clyde Lewis, just to put this into perspective for everyone concerning book sales, he was an idiot who is an idiot who believes that Prince William is the Antichrist. And so he wrote a book about that. By the way, a co-authoress, and probably the person who did the actual writing, and I look forward to Crystal River giving us some input on this, was Tracy Twyman. As I understood it, she was the co-authoress and actually probably did all the writing, and he just was co-opted in as the co-author. But so you had this book on Prince William as the Antichrist. You just have to laugh. And so here we are. He's nationally syndicated. He's on for fucking 4 to 6 hours a fucking night. I'm talking at least 4 to 6 hours. Around 4 hours, and every time he has a break, he promoted his own book. So he was promoting this within a 4-hour period, easily at least 4 times, within a 6-hour period, at least that many times. So you're talking about something he was promoting nightly throughout his program. And I remember I was told by his gay lover, Olaf Phillips, who knew more than anyone the truth of the situation. I said, well, God, he's promoting it so aggressively, and he's on 6 nights a week, promoting his book 4 to 6 times a night. I said, how much has he sold? And this was after half a year. And Olaf Phillips said he sold 6 copies in as many months. So I'm talking about a nationally syndicated man pushing his own book multiple times a night, 6 nights a week. He sold half a dozen books in half a year. That was so this is how it can be. Well, but then again, you take a look at the individual in question, you take a look at the subject, Prince William as the Antichrist, but you roll your eyes, and
it's not a very attractive idea, because it sounds like, without any disrespect to even what he said, because I don't know, the title, or to describe it that way, is it sounds half-cocked, whether it is or not.
Thank you. And
it's just like calling your book "Son of Hitler." It's not a good title.
Thank you.
Because it's going to alienate people.
Yeah, and yes, thank you. I appreciate your input on that. I'm so sorry. Maria Michaela Grigorich says I should receive my copy tomorrow. There's so many people we know who have gone out of their way to purchase this book, and that includes Jess Roge. Shout out to her again, and I'll give her another shout out later tonight, and so many other people who I might forget at the moment. Forgive me. And I know they all went out of their way to purchase it. Pac Juan Morales, for one, and Selena Khan, another, and but everyone who knows me has gone out and purchased a copy. And I am just, I noticed that she sent me just a screenshot of one of the pages, and I noticed that the italics were kept in. So I was impressed by that. So Peter Moon kept in quite a bit of it. I'm like, honestly, I'm just so humbled by this. Honestly, Peter Moon as an editor, it's incredible. He got this out in such a short period of time. That
well, when you think about what these people did to not sell your book, it took me, like, I spent maybe, and a matter of couple hours, 3 at the most, because I the first part I had to break down so it wouldn't alienate the reader, because it had too much, what do you call it, Dietrichonics, or
just a lot of foreign words, just a lot of Russian.
yeah, it was too, it could alienate. So, but once you get past the first page, it's fine. It's fine. Like, if I were to work it over completely and utterly and make it completely reader friendly, that would take a long, long time. But it's still, the data's there. It's a research paper. It's not, it's not anything else but a research paper.
Thank you. And just the idea, I can't resist this. I'm sorry. Just the idea that someone like David J. West was trying to turn it into a love story is just, it's so counterintuitive. You must, upon reading it and editing it, you must laugh at the very idea, right? Yes.
Well, when people who are story writers, and I can't speak for David West, they will turn anything into a story. Yes. Because they need a background. If you go, what always fascinated me is reading about script writers of early TV days. They would have, and I was reading, one of my favorite shows as a kid was Ramar of the Jungle. Ramar of the Jungle, but they used the same scripts for Ramar of Jungle as they would for a Western, for a medieval movie. They just take the script and they change the characters. It was the same story.
Wow.
And the reason they did this is they didn't want to pay writers.
Jesus.
To take this story and turn it into a Western. Take this story and this Western and turn it into a jungle movie. And this is what they did. And you think about it, plots are pretty,
interchangeable.
You have a good plot. You just rearrange the characters, make it a little bit different, and it's an intriguing. You have Jane tied up in a bunch of natives, cooking a cannibal pot, and Tarzan comes and rescues her. I mean, or it's Indians, who have the guy laid out in a torture thing, and the cavalry comes and rescues them or something. It's this is the way Hollywood works, but because it's all illusion, and you're just sitting there being entertained, it can be pretty entertaining,
right?
If it's done well. But anyway, all it took was doing that and just transferring it from what you sent me to a Pages file, which I turned it into a Word document, and then took it into the Kindle Create, and it was boom, 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 simple. Yeah. It has no table of contents. It was very, it just took like I say, these people had to work hard at not publishing them.
Thank you. Oh my God. Yeah. It was like, talk about a conspiracy. It's the conspiracy to not publish it. And it was
conspiracy to be stupid in general.
Thank you.
And inattentive. But certainly one of the biggest problems with you, Douglas, is that people do not, regard or respect you.
Thank you. Yeah.
And that's, everybody should be regarded and possibly respected, because it's just, they say, okay, you've gone through all these weird experiences that are very pivotal to the current state of humanity.
Thank you.
And they just, just another speaker from the conspiracy car.
Yeah.
And you're not.
Thank you. Thank you. And that's the worst part when I'm interviewed by people who run these shows of their own. By the way, do you need to go and get some water or anything like that? If you need to,
Yeah, I'll get some water and I'll be back in about 10 seconds. I'll be able to hear you.
sure, take your time. Basically, one of the things that is probably the most frustrating is being a guest on programs where they assume I'm like other guests, and it just cannot. I can't work with that because everything is going to happen where the gang stalkers are going to attack, and you're going to have all of the people attacking on the thread. It's one of those things that is just. Unless they take that into account, it's not going to go anywhere. It's just going to be effectively another ambush, really, because in terms of what's done with the show itself, if there's no monitoring done of the thread that's underneath it, then the gang stalkers will simply overwhelm the narrative. And that, of course, is the intention of many of the hosts and hostesses, and that has been the case since I became a public informant. So it's the public informant status is something that people have no idea about because they've never run into a public informant before. When they're interviewing people like, say, for instance, Julian Assange or Edward Snowden, these are people who are like treated as celebrities, and these are really just promoted people. They're promoted agents. Both of them had their connection to Michael Aquino when he was alive. And now that he's dead, of course, his wife has been very aggressive, and she has inherited the family business, so to speak, and it's not like she just took over a cereal company. We're talking about something that has international reach in both Europe and in Asia, particularly the Philippines. But
Julian Assange is sure faded
thank
from
God.
the public scene at a time when you think, Trump really needs him.
Oh well, he's in basically he's in jail, right? I mean, he's basically going through what he's earned for himself. I mean, we're talking about somebody who did a lot of damage, and he like Edward Snowden, they were promoting a lot of misinformation as well as whatever information they released. In terms of, I don't think he could help him. He would probably hurt Trump more than help him at this point in history. He's just he's such damaged goods.
Trump endorsed him, but he certainly didn't pardon him.
No, he did not.
But he'd come out and say, "I like WikiLeaks."
Yes.
He would say, "I like WikiLeaks." Of course, he likes anything that might show him in a favorable light.
Yes.
And public informants, it's funny, they never get them off the hook, yet they'll talk about the Pentagon Papers, but when it comes to you, they're not even going to mention you.
No. Well, bear in mind, they weren't going to take Mr. He was he's Daniel Ellsberg. They weren't going to take Daniel Ellsberg was the man who released the Pentagon Papers. Essentially, what I'm dealing with, as Peter Moon knows, are the Pentagon Papers of World War II. And what Daniel Ellsberg was releasing was the Pentagon Papers of the Vietnam War. This is what turned, for many people who were otherwise conservative, their concept of Vietnam around. And hopefully our book will do that for World War II. And in Daniel Ellsberg's case, they were going to railroad him. He was going to jail for life. And he was very frightened, and he had every reason to be. And of course, one of the ways they were going to do that was by discrediting him. And he was a member of the United States Marine Corps, and the way they were going to discredit him was his psychiatric case files, because he was seeing a psychiatrist for post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, in those days, people may not remember how different the world was back then. Real men did not have post-traumatic stress disorder. That was a term that they were still developing, really.
Nor did they see psychiatrists.
That's right. And so this was considered just completely, just by exposing that, he was thoroughly discredited. I mean, today, in this day and age, I am proud that I seek help, and I encourage others to do so. And I also am trying to destigmatize mental illness, which, of course, post-traumatic stress disorder is not a mental illness. It is a psychological injury. But I also point out that mental illness is nothing to be ashamed of, that it's something that we should treat the way we treat physical illness as something that requires our understanding, not our abuse. The real danger is not from mentally ill people. They're usually endangered by quote-unquote sane people around them, more than they are a danger to so-called sane people who
I think people pretty much understand that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have elected a mentally ill person.
And in terms of the, in terms of where we're at now, maybe people understand that, or maybe they're coming to terms with it, but not really. They still try to use it to basically stigmatize or discredit people. And so this is what was being done with Daniel Ellsberg. This is certainly what they try to do to myself.
Excuse me, the Watergate break-in was to get at the papers of Daniel Ellsberg's psychiatrist, if I'm not mistaken.
Actually, that came later. That was because of the Watergate break-in was it was ancillary or collateral. It's been so long now, so I've forgotten all the details and chronology of the case. But Daniel Ellsberg released the Pentagon Papers. The Watergate came around the same time, and it was they were breaking into the Democratic headquarters. The Democratic National Committee, the DNC headquarters, and they were getting into the files there. Maybe it was getting at his files, but my understanding was they just broke right into his psychiatrist's office. It makes more sense because, well, now I'm beginning to cough. You know, you have to ask what would his psychiatric files be doing at the Democratic National Committee headquarters? That was what ultimately derailed the case against him, was because his files had been obtained illegally by a break-in. That's why the judge ultimately ruled in his favor and said we cannot accept this evidence concerning his mental condition because it was attained illegally. And that was brought in just at the last minute as the judge was about to sentence him. This was one of those literal movie, what you'd call the finish line finale, like you would see in a horse race. It was right down to the wire when his ass was rescued. And so I take a lot from his example. I take a lot of strength from his example. The problem is, of course, that he was recognized instantly worldwide. I don't get that recognition at all. What I get is derision because I'm not a promoted storyteller like Julian Assange or Edward Snowden. They were set up and established to be what they were, basically celebrity whistleblowers. And you never hear them use the term public informant. Neither one of them ever did. I'm the only person who has ever used that term. So it's not. I'm not saying it's not applicable to other people. Nobody's ever used it. And so with that, of course, we'll popularize that through the book with Peter Moon, most hopefully. And
here's what it says, Douglas. It says the White House, the judge threw out the case after agents of the White House broke into the office of Ellsberg's psychiatrist to steal records in hope of discrediting him. And after it surfaced that Ellsberg's phone had been tapped illegally, the judge released a memorandum saying Gordon Liddy and E. Howard Hunt, convicted Watergate conspirators, had burglarized the office of Ellsberg's psychiatrist. So the people that had conspired for Watergate had also burglarized Ellsberg's psychiatrist's office.
Right, that's right.
That's the connection to the Watergate, is that the Watergate, and I guess the evidence came out with the Watergate prosecutors.
Right, and by the way, those guys, G. Gordon Liddy, they went to jail, and so it was something that, in terms of the attacks against myself, you'll see someone like Richard K. Cole Jr., which is really ironic considering the fact that this individual is on 70% disability because of his psychiatric problems. Got out of the Marine Corps without serving a single day in combat and never serving his full hitch. And he's attacking myself by saying, oh, I'm this schizophrenic character. And of course, this is the first kind of attack that was promoted against me by Lena Shea as well. This is the kind of saying, quote unquote, I'm unstable because of my post-traumatic stress disorder. So this is the kind of attack that you're always going to get, is people saying it's just some pure crap based on the stigma we attach to conditions that people have. And in terms of schizophrenic, obviously I'm not schizophrenic, and there is no medical diagnosis of that. The medical diagnosis is strictly post-traumatic stress disorder. So you get an individual who's lying, whose obsession is with quote-unquote lying. And he picks up, of course, the greatest losers in the world to take his side, the chick drop-off from my rock band, so to speak. So this is the situation now where at least enough people know about the horror story for years behind that manuscript, and we may do some future tweaking on it. In the interim, now that it's available, Peter Moon does bring up the fact that you can get it through Amazon. Is there any details you can give to the people about?
Well, you just you can spell the word vampirology better than I can.
Mm-hmm.
VAMPH.
VAMPHYROLOGY. Vampirology. Just use VAMPHYR, vampire, and then ology, OLOGY. So vampirology, which might make it kind of hard to find, but at the same time should make it
go
easy.
to the Amazon website and type that in, and type the name Douglas Dietrich.
Yeah.
You'll come right to the sales page.
Wonderful.
And it will be, and you can order the Kindle edition for $9.99, or you can order the hardback version for $15.95. So either way, you can get the book.
Yes.
And that's all you have to do. It's going to be on Amazon, and it will be. It's not something I can sell through Sky Books as a hardback because Amazon prints it and gets it right out. I just have to refer. I will make mention of it in my newsletter. People interested in the subject. There's also the possibility that people don't want to read about vampires, either because the subject is too negative for their taste, or because they might feel that they've heard too much about vampires already from watching too many movies.
Right.
That's just a public perception. And its contextualization will become perhaps more relevant as time moves on and more of these books get done. I was listening to your tape this morning that you did a few months ago about the Process Church.
Oh, wow.
Very interesting.
How did you dig that up?
I was looking for other stuff, and it just came up. I saw it and I said, wow, I want to see what he says about the Process Church. It's called Douglas Dietrich Live, the Process Church, Anti-Gods and Metaphysical Entities. It was streamed live on 5 July 2019.
Oh, was that Strange Tales Weekly with our man Joe Boyer?
Was that Joe? Because you kept mentioning Joe Boyer, and you gave some very interesting stuff on the Process Church that I wasn't aware of by that guy. I forget his name, who produced who produced Dungeons and Dragons.
Right, Gary Gygax.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's sort of like, wow. I mean, I remember first hearing of Dungeons and Dragons when I was in Scientology, and Diana Hubbard, who was the public executive over the public divisions in Scientology, had written some order forbidding people to play the game.
Interesting.
Because it was negative. It stirred up shit it's not the word she used, but that's the first time I ever heard of it.
Right.
And then you hear of these kids playing it, and I guess what it was is young Scientologists, kid Scientologists were probably playing the game because they played it. Who instigated that, I don't know, but so it was very interesting to hear this guy sort of laying out the social network for setting people up to, be compromised citizens.
Yes, yeah, and that's I'm so glad that you're investigating that. Deeply appreciated that you go back in the archives like that.
Well,
And
I don't remember what I was looking for, but it popped up. I mean, it'll pop up if you know if you listen to a Beatles thing on YouTube, it'll start showing you Beatles stuff. So anything can pop up.
right.
Randomized cut up on YouTube. But anyway, I found it. I saw Process Church. I said, "Oh, that's interesting," because some people who are Satanists or leaning that way tend to disparage Maury Terry's book, The Ultimate Evil.
Right.
And you mentioned it, and it's true. You don't disparage him at all. He does speculate about the connections with Manson, but that's clearly speculation. What was the most telling of all that book that he wrote was how the prosecutor in Brooklyn had to stand down or be prosecuted himself because he was involved in pedophilia.
Right.
They kind of red-handed, and he was the one misdirecting everybody.
Incredible. I mean, and it's so. If they had put that into a film, nobody would accept it. They'd say that's just too pat. That's just too. It's just too. Nobody would buy it. They'd say that that's.
He also said that law enforcement and the politicians act so as to enable this stuff.
It's true.
Now, if you want to be generous, you can say that, well, they're not Satanists, but they, it's sort of like the Pontius Pilate syndrome. In other words, well, this is the way things are. We don't want to stir up too much shit.
Right.
We don't want to, we don't want to offend anybody.
Well, I think it's worse than Pontius Pilate, but I get your point.
Well, yeah, it's like they're not going to move out of the way of the status quo,
right?
To do anything, they're just going to, if you go against, and the police can be really tough. They can be really tough on their own if their own don't step out of line. If they do step out of line in terms of the boy code or the moral code.
Yeah, the code of silence, essentially. And I don't know if I'd call it a moral code, but it's what it is. They're protection of each other and covering each other's asses. By the way, Dennis Marshall, first I want to go into the chat room here and bring up some of the wonderful things that people are saying and sharing with us. Definitely a shout out to Acrolite78. He made the comment, if Scientology banned it, it must be good. He says, greetings Douglas, greeting to Acrolite78. He's referencing the D&D. Meeping Peem says, haha, Clyde went nuts on me. He's talking about Clyde Lewis, the man who, of course, couldn't sell his book to save his soul. And Dennis Marshall says, Peter, tell them how I gave you $2 bills to use in Romania, but you forgot to give one to the beggar. So that must be a story in and of itself.
Well, Dennis, Dennis would always, or often, if not always, would contribute to my trips.
Right.
Maybe with $100. I think one year he sent me about 10 $2 bills and said, use these, so, you tip this person or that person with a $2 bill. $2 bills, of course, are not that easy, not that common. So anyway, I had a bunch of $2 bills, and it was on this same trip I was talking about, trip when I met Paula. We're on the way home, and we're stopping in the beautiful city of Sibiu. Sibiu is in southern Transylvania, and it's just a quaint old town. There's a huge plaza, and I went and had lunch with my friend Catalina, who was my translator for the Spanish book El Proyecto Montauk Project in Mexico. She translated that for me eventually, not at that time, but she was a very good friend who had helped arrange the sacred journey that we took that year. And I took her out to a restaurant, and on the way back to the bus, it was just me and her. We went by this gypsy girl, very dark, and she had a baby in her hand. And I said, she wasn't begging. She was sitting there. She kind of had her bowl out, and I reached in and I gave her a $2 bill. I didn't have any Romanian currency, apparently. I would have given her that, but I said, I might have given her some. I said, this is, worth something. And then we went back to the bus, and I said, oh my goodness, I forgot. And I had a lunch there, a lunch that I was not going to eat. I'm not a fan of packed Romanian lunches. They will do that sometimes. You get on the bus and they'll pack it for you. And often, I don't know that it was this time, they make you a piece of bread with cheese and an egg. There'd be a cheese on one half of the bread and an egg on the other half of the bread. So I might say, here, look, I'll trade you an egg for a cheese. And that was perfectly acceptable with somebody else. I mean, this is a fried egg between two pieces of white bread, white Romanian bread. It just is not appealing to me. The cheese is more palatable than the egg to me. However, I had this sandwich. It might have been something else. And I said, whoa, I should have given this. So I ran back a couple blocks to the girl and I gave it to her. She immediately begins to devour it.
Oh my God.
And as soon as she devoured it, she took off.
Right.
She was that hungry.
Right.
I never saw anybody so hungry.
Wow, so sad.
And she had a baby she was taking care of.
Oh my God. No wonder.
You would have wanted to do more for her. It was just poverty. But she got her meal for the meal for the day.
Right.
But she didn't wait. I don't even know if she said thank you. It doesn't matter if she said thank you. Wow, what a you'd hate to think that she had the baby there as a prop, though.
Yeah.
She didn't have it as a prop, but that was the story. I guess I told Dennis what I used one of the $2 for.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. And Sarah Shields, shout out to her. Lovely lady, always joining us. And so definitely, I want to thank you for joining us tonight, Peter. Obviously, you've been out tonight. It's heading towards 10:30 p.m. at least, where you're at, I believe, or 11:30.
I'm very happy to sleep. I got a big day tomorrow.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff to do.
What exactly is going on? Will you share some of that with us?
I got books to get out. I got orders that have been lost. Distributor orders. FedEx has lost a bunch of books.
Holy shit! How?
That happens. It happens. I got the bathroom project. I got all sorts of things.
Okay.
And you know what? It's good to be busy at this time of year with COVID.
Yes.
It's like I don't have time to worry about COVID. We'll order out for Thanksgiving. They're closing all the restaurants.
Right.
So we'll probably order Indian food take-in, and we'll have a more quote unquote traditional turkey dinner. It'll be chicken on the weekend or something with the cranberry sauce and all that. But it's COVID. I don't have time to be occupied with COVID or the election. Can't help but watching the election. Just like I have the football game in the background now, I can kind of see what's going on. Sunday night football, it's just, when the election, you'll kind of see what's going on. Might get interesting, might not. But life goes on, and I'm really looking forward to putting my teeth back into the Roswell deception book, because what you gave me, I think will really, you sent me the information on MacArthur.
Yeah.
I think that'll really help catalyze and link some things.
And when I put the timestamps on that episode, you were able to review that as well, right? The episode I gave you.
Oh, excuse me. I don't know that I saw that. How long ago did you send that?
Let me go look in our messages. That was before a lot of stuff went down. So let's take a look. I'm going to scroll up a little bit, up our messages, and I'm scrolling up our messages. That sounds almost obscene. It's like, let's just put it this way. Here we are. So I sent that geopolitics article a while back, and it had the link to the episode on it along with the timestamp. So this was, let me take a look at the date on that. That was...
I did watch that. I watched that. That was very short stuff.
Yeah, November 13th.
There wasn't a whole lot of information there. There are some other ones you've done, I think, in the past.
That were much longer.
I have breaking news.
Yes.
Breaking occult news. Just because I went to your message, and this is posted by the former archivist of the OTO, who I know, and a Facebook friend. It's James Wasserman, born 1948, died on November 18, 2020. He was 72. It shows a picture of him. James Wasserman. Let me see here. James was a book designer, and a very good book designer. He was a skilled artist, book compiler. He wrote the book, what's that called? The Militia of Heaven. It's a book about the Templars and the Assassins.
Oh, okay. Yes.
I thought it was an absolutely horrible book. It looked nice. He has done some work on Egyptology, Egyptian books. They are produced he was an artist. And where I had met him, he was very much tied to the OTO. I had met him on the trip when I went to met Cameron in Anaheim Convention Center. I didn't meet her he was there with all the other OTO people. And he was, I've heard so much shit about him that, but he was a key person who stayed at Michael Aquino's house during the trial, which was between Marcelo Mata, who was from Brazil and who was the designated inheritor of the OTO from Carl Germer. And he fought with Grady McMurtry. And James Wasserman was the key linchpin that changed the whole court case, because he was a disciple of Mata. And he was sent by Mata to go investigate, but he turned sides.
Wow.
He turned sides, and he ended up getting the book work from the OTO, because what the OTO did, the Grady McMurtry OTO, basically started publishing Crowley's works, which wasn't being done. So from that perspective, they did a good job of publishing books. I would say that. But Wasserman changed sides, perhaps because of financial reasons. That's certainly what it looked like. But he had turncoated on Mata. The person who was the successor of Grady McMurtry, William Breeze, had been in Mata's order as well. So there was they went from Mata to Grady. Now, in my book, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, I described that court case. I learned about it first through this voodoo priest that I talked about, Luis Martin, who was selling pamphlets at the Starwood Festival,
Uh-huh.
and he was just selling them. I mean, he had a bunch of pamphlets, $2 or $3, and it tells you the history of the OTO nobody would tell you. But I began to see that there was a different side certainly to Wasserman, and it said that during and I read descriptions of this, but basically during the trial, because Wasserman was staying at Aquino's house, Aquino showed up at the trial in full military uniform, and it was said that his presence was intimidating.
Yes.
To the judge.
Yes.
It also went into, it said that it was describing sexual details of, I don't know whose penis it was, I don't remember if it was Mata's penis or Wasserman's. There was talking about a relationship between the two. Mm-hmm. Of course, when I met Wasserman, he was married. I met his wife more than I met him. And he appeared, the History Channel, he joined the Freemasons in the last 10 years or so. One wondered if he joined the Freemasons for some sort of legal protection.
Interesting. Yeah.
I don't know that, but they had him on, and they basically featured him on a History Channel show and talked about the OTO with a straight face as if it was just another organization.
Right.
And it was, and then I think that was the show where I saw Peter Levenda doing a ritual.
Yes.
With the OTO in a dance studio in Manhattan, or I don't know, it was some sort of, I think it was a studio of some sorts. I think it was a dance studio. But that was where I saw Peter Levenda. So James Wasserman has passed away. He wrote a book called, I think it was In the Center of the Fire, which talked about his experiences in the OTO, staying at Aquino's house. It was actually a pretty good book, because he's talking about this, that, and the other thing. It's my friend Buddha, who passed away, had nothing but scathing stuff to say about Wasserman that went deep into dark holes.
I bet.
I'm not even going to try and repeat.
Oh, shit. Oh, but it must be, that's the stuff people most want to hear. Come on.
Well, but I can't speak it accurately, but he was pivotal, the pivotal character in changing and the OTO getting its legal recognition, the current OTO. And he was, and I think on the day the court court decision came in, Grady McMurtry, who was the beneficiary, died of a heart attack. Mm-hmm. His health was failing anyway. Right. And then Israel Regardi, who was also a beneficiary, I think died shortly thereafter as well. Right. So Wasserman is gone. Mm-hmm.
And do you feel the world is a better place?
Well, it's like it's I mean, that's a knee-jerk reaction. Uh-huh. I just Aquino dies. Now he dies. I mean, he wasn't the person Aquino was.
Right.
But I do remember him, giving a blurb by Michael Aquino on one of his books.
Oh my God!
He said, "Why would you want this guy? Why would you want Aquino recommending your book?"
And did you ask him personally?
Under any circumstances.
Right. And did you ask him personally, or was this just kind of a rhetorical question that came up in your mind?
I didn't want to talk to him.
Okay.
He knew who I was because I talked about him in that book, Seventh Seal, and I had a dream of him, right. And he was leaping upstairs, and this is what Kenneth Grant called, there were leapers. Right. It was an 11th degree attainment. This means a homosexual degree of leapers, and they will leap in your dreams.
Interesting.
Leap. Yeah. And I saw them. I mean, he was leaping. I mean, I dreamt of him leaping. Doesn't mean he was an 11th degree leaper. Certainly implies it. But no, he was like I didn't want to have anything to do with it. It's just like you got to know when to turn the spigot off.
Thank you. That's so important. And a lot of people, they just don't get it. They call themselves investigators or researchers. And take a look at Tracy Twyman. I mean, oh my God, that's her life is an object lesson. And it's like I don't understand what these people are doing. They're like products of a program or something where they're just meant to expedite something. I mean, they're serving the very deep state they're investigating. There's no other conclusion to draw. Any sane or rational person, and certainly I shouldn't even speak of this without Crystal River here to defend Tracy Twyman. I know that Tracy Twyman, I've been mollified in terms of my stance towards her by Crystal River. So I'd best save it for when Crystal is here at some point in the near future, hopefully sometime soon. Probably.
I don't remember. Did Crystal know Tracy?
Essentially, yeah. She knew Tracy. She was like one of the few people speaking with Tracy before she died, and she, was a So I would dare say she knew her. I think it's a legitimate way to express it. It was like with Max Spears. It was it was not a relationship where they ever either one of them met each other physically. It was one of those very intense online and communicative relationships. With Max Spears, of course, it went way beyond being online. It was not only online; it was telephonic, and they were on the telephone all day long. With Tracy Twyman, it was more online, but it was very intense. Their exchanges with each other were they shared a lot. And so she knew Tracy Twyman, and like I said, most of what I had towards Tracy Twyman in terms of an attitude was a hostile kind of contempt, because she had a child and yet exposed herself and ultimately her child to danger, and her child is paying the price for it. Her son, and what she wrote before she died, even Crystal River says it's just porn. It's just basically gorno, a kind of a gore or sadistic pornography. So it's there you go with that. It's I'm
going to give you an example of Wasserman.
Yeah.
He this person who I've told you that I had to get out of my domain. I let her live in this house for a while. I was kind of getting her out of the OTL.
Right.
This
is what happens. You do a favor for people, and then you have to get rid of them because, anyhow, go on. I couldn't resist that.
She was doing a business. She was making aphrodisiacs.
Wow.
She said basically everybody in the OTO is in the sex trade.
Right.
She was no exception.
Of course.
Apparently. She hadn't been in it. But she was really trying to make this she made apparently a very good aphrodisiac product. She studied it. She knew something about nutrition and health. Mm-hmm. And I never even tried it. I never even thought about trying it. Mm-hmm. But she was trying to do I think it was a logo or something, or package for her company for what she was doing. And I basically offered to do it at cost. I would have my ex-wife do it. She wasn't my ex-wife at the time. The divorce was about to start, but it hadn't. And my wife would have done it for me. It would have, bum. And she just ignored my offer. Instead, she went to Wasserman, who was, Wasserman was the head of the Tahuti Lodge, but, which was headquartered out at Montauk. But she gives him X amount of money. I don't know, whatever it was too much. and or he took the money, or he gave it to somebody else, the money just disappeared, and there would be no work done on it. Not one. And you know, she, what happened? What happened? This is what happens in the world of magic. It's not supposed to happen, you know. It will just take things like, you know, you talk about a black hole. A black hole is not what scientists think it is. But this is a black hole, you know, sort of as they describe it. It'll suck everything up. It'll suck everything. It'll suck the life out of you. And he totally facilitated that loss of funds for her, which I don't care what was wrong with this person. She didn't deserve that. She didn't deserve it. Nobody deserves that sort of treatment. It was dishonest. It was theft. But something you can kind of get away with. So that's the type of person he was. And as I said, my friend Buddha, you said that with the lurid stuff, he got a bunch of money, and I think I don't know if it was the book stuff or whatever, but he used it to buy heroin. So I was like, oh, money! Oh wow, money! You know, instead of putting it into a CD or investing it elsewhere, oh, let's buy heroin. And he said that he had a very beautiful girlfriend. She was black, up in Washington Heights, and he said he was extremely abusive to her. I think he was abusive. That's what I remember being told. But you know, he was real. If you were to meet him in person, nice guy. He worked at Weiser's bookstore, which was the occult bookstore, and the premier occult bookstore in Manhattan, most famous. And when I was there, 24th in Lexington, or 23rd in Lexington, I think it was 24th in Lexington, and he was smiley, very, very personable. But that was one side of him.
Well, that's definitely like Michael Aquino, also someone who people consider quite charming, no matter what they say about him. Oftentimes when they meet him, they're charmed, and it's never like anyone attacked him in the street. So it's, you know, there you have that. It's not like Richard Spencer, the neo-Nazi who goes around, you know, chanting, the Jews will not replace us, etc., etc. People run up to him on the street and punch him in the face. But
I've only saw Aquino when he was on Oprah.
Yeah.
When he did the show with Sean Stone.
Yeah.
And he was very measured. He was very measured and very compartmentalized. He wasn't being charming. He wasn't trying to be charming.
Right.
He was trying to, you know, present himself in a way that was as unobjectionable as possible. He wasn't on ice. He was on ground where he was being challenged or acting that way, even if he wasn't directly being challenged.
Right, it's softball. Go on.
Yeah, like even with Sean Stone, who was not challenging him, he was kind of talking from a position where this is who and what I am, and it's complete bullshit. It wasn't even interesting.
Thank you.
It could have been an interesting show.
He never was. He never was. But go on. Whenever
he was interesting when he talked to you in private.
Yeah. Yes. Very different. Very different. Yeah. When he's in public, he made himself boring as possible. Actually, Jameson Reese might give us some insight as to Jameson. He wasn't always measured. Essentially, there were times when people brought my name up and he kind of broke down and just suddenly just kind of reflexively just started saying, I never knew him. I never knew him, before he started saying something. There was something else he said that was slightly contradictory after that. What was it, Jameson, that you noticed about his behavior in different interviews?
All right. So there's a video up where, you know, you see the pentagram in his face and and Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino. I think that was that what is it? That J character.
Oh, Dr. J. Andy Ilias. Yes, go on.
Yeah, and I don't know who brought you up, but he said I don't know. He said something like to the effect of, "I never met that person before. I don't know who that is."
Right.
And then on his most recent interview, it was probably him and his most emotional state, I would say, because that was probably one of the interviews he gave where he was being less objective, and more subjective.
And wasn't this almost like the last interview he did, maybe?
Yeah, this was the interview where he was being interviewed by Michael Deacon,
right.
And his guest was E.A. Koetting.
Right.
And E.A. Koetting was like, "What about that crazy dude who claims he's the son of Adolf Hitler?" And he was like, "Oh, that man and his bullshit. Yeah, he's just some nut job they let out." So it's like you go from so you went from being like someone he never met and never knew anything about, just all of a sudden some nut job, which tells quite a bit about it basically states that he's lying.
Right.
Because he's not giving a consistent, he's not giving his because when I used to watch his shit, I used to watch it because I was more interested in the magic and occult stuff, and I was like, all right, tell me something I could possibly use. And in those he was, I was used to him being more objective, so it was kind of strange the way he came across, on the last one, but actually it's not because it was sort of like the entire interview, there was something different about him.
Right. Well, I think he saw his death coming, and
yeah. And at that point, he was like, "Fuck it, I might as well let everything out the bag."
Right. And just did what he did and acted the way he acted. He's definitely he used to be more measured, but the thing that people should understand is that if he really didn't know me, I wouldn't have been worth discussing. He just simply wouldn't have been. I don't know that person, and that they would have moved on. And
you said Douglas who?
Yeah, it would have been that.
Just kept going.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing is, and there's a lot more interviews. I think there had to have been at least one other where he mentioned you. I don't know who was. I forget who was interviewing him. I've seen about all of them. And most of these were actually before I even heard of you.
Right.
But I think one of the reasons why I started to listen to you was because the first person I saw anything about you on was a video that where Michael Aquino was being interviewed, and somebody I think who hated Michael Aquino, he was saying, "Oh, he abused children," and Douglas Dietrich exposed this guy, and shutting down Presidio military base and all this stuff. And I'm like, who?
Right.
I'm like, because I was still under the impression that these are just a bunch of Christians, who are just slamming Satanists.
Right.
And but then that Duncan O'Finian guy says something about you, and I'm like, okay, I got to see who Douglas Dietrich is. It was pretty much seeing you just deconstruct what's his face. Oh God, who's that fuckhead who tries to come across as intellectual?
There's so many like that.
No. This guy tries to be like a hyper intellectual. Oh gosh, you basically that was the guy you were like, if you had watched my interview, you'd have understood, because he was the guy who was trying to attack you historically. The guy lives in New York. Glasses.
Oh Jesus, I forgot. Yeah.
His name's not worth it.
Okay. Yeah, we'll probably remember it later, and we'll have a good laugh, the both of us. But yeah, right now, no one's coming to mind.
Totally. Oh God, it just came up.
But what I'll say is that the interesting thing is that his interviews were generally not interesting. Did you notice that Michael Aquino's interviews were usually just turgid, and he would mostly not. Yeah.
It actually depends on what the subject was for me, because I personally, before what actually, I think one of the things that drew me to him before I found out about you and found out about the horrible shit that he did, was the fact that he did come across as cold, objective, and rational. Because that's sort of the thing that, me being someone who just wants facts, 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 facts. It's like, okay, I can sit through that. So, I think for me, I think more people would have been drawn to his later emotional shit, but I think it's the later emotional shit that, turned me off to it.
Right.
It was just like, no. Even if I were to entertain this for only the value of information as far as occult stuff is concerned, it's too much of his personal shit. I don't give a fuck who you think is, because you have to understand the mindset of an occultist is a little different. Yeah. So, whereas most people would want to hear who this person's sleeping with, it's like, dude, I don't give a fuck who you think should be president. I don't care what you think of that guy's wig. Tell me what I can use so I can, make such and such work. And it's more like a mechanical way of looking at shit. But I would say that for an average listener who's not learned on occult subjects, it would be a fucking bore. Yeah.
What's interesting is that Pac-Man Morales learned about myself in the same way you did, only in the sense that he heard from someone in the occult community not to go anywhere near myself. So I think that this...
Really?
Yes, ask Pac-Man Morales for the details. As a matter of fact, Pac-Man, if you're with us, Pac-Man, if you're still with us, please, by all means, come on and tell us who you were talking to, who was telling you don't go any... Yes, please, tell us the story, please.
Yeah. So I met this guy, I can't even remember how, I think, okay, so here's how I found this guy, because I used to watch Rex Bear, which, turned out to be a bunch of bullshit, but
right.
His name was Ra Castaldo. I don't know, does that ring a bell?
I've been on his show several times.
Okay, so he I had paid him to do a reading on me, and we were talking, and the first reading he didn't really he didn't finish. He said he had to analyze something. He never got back with me, and it was a while. So a while after that, I got a hold of him to see what was going on, and just trying to get, I was like, well, I'll just do a second reading with you, maybe to get some information out of him. And when he was talking to me, he kind of dropped Michael Aquino's name, and I kind of just shrugged it off or whatever. And then I told him that I was listening to Douglas, that I had started listening to Douglas. He's like, oh, watch out for that guy. He said his artist, because I guess he's part of a comic book or something. He's like, my artist said that he's into child porn. I was like, no, that don't make no sense. I was like, everything he talks about is going against the paleo how you say
pathocracy. Yes,
pathocracy. And he was like, oh no, he's like, my artist, he knows him on a personal level, and that guy's weird. He likes watching hentai porn, like weird hentai porn. I was like, okay, well, what does that have to do with child porn? What does that have?
Not only that, I didn't know there was any normal hentai porn. What differentiates weird from normal? Anyhow, go on.
Yeah. So at that point, that's when I stopped talking to him and actually removed him off my Facebook and stuff. I was like, man, this guy ain't about to be talking shit about someone that I know is always trying to expose people and has done as much as Douglas has done.
I appreciate that, but actually he said that he sourced all this information on me from, it turned out, he said it was from the artist of Dream Boy or Sleeper Boy, which is this comic book about
Kid Sleep.
Yeah, Kid Sleep, which is a comic book about a kid who goes to sleep and basically has really violent wet dreams where he's the superhero and goes out and does all kinds of weird shit, while he's, ejaculating in bed and shit. So the artist for that is Abdul Karim Haq. So that's who the guy said he had. Yes.
Oh, wow. That's it. Of all people.
Yeah. Yes.
And meanwhile, Abdul Karim Haq has a comic book about a kid jizzing in bed while he's fucking some superhero in his dreams.
Yes. Yes.
Wow. And he has the nerve.
Ha, ha, ha,
I
ha.
mean, are you? All right. Well, it actually now it all makes sense. So I guess he was just not only was he pretending to be a Muslim, but he was pretending he wasn't a Satanist.
Yeah, there we
And that said, you know, as someone who's personally drawn towards that side myself, I don't see anything wrong with Satanists, but I do see something wrong with people, Satanists who have to pretend they're Muslim and have to hide the fact that they're abusing their own children.
Yeah,
that's a problem.
yes. And by the way, and we use that term without any defamation of character. Abdul Karim Haq, I can legitimately say, is abusing his own children because his young girl, they were both going to this incredibly prestigious Muslim school for children. It was it was something like a Muslim kindergarten towards the first several grades of school. And it was in I forget what it is. It was a predominantly Muslim neighborhood in where he lives in Chicago. Was it? I don't remember now. I'm pretty sure it was. Oh, Detroit. And so when he took his children out of school. And this was well before COVID. We're talking like a year or 2 years before COVID. He took his children out of school to save $600 a month on automotive insurance and gas. So, and his girl was like in honors. She was like receiving honors even as a young student in the first or second grade at that point. She was getting honors for the how advanced she was, and they were putting her into a gifted school so they could help her progress even further. And he destroyed her future just for the sake of saving more money so he could buy more pot. And that was in his own words.
But the thing is, it's going to take money to get them homeschooled. Unless he's one of those assholes who's like, yeah, I'll homeschool. Oh,
yeah, that's what he's doing. He's homeschooling them, quote unquote. And I don't think... Yeah.
There's just something off with that, you know.
Thank you.
I would have to ask what he's doing, interacting with people in the magic community. Anyway.
Yes.
Since he's supposed to be a Muslim.
Yes. Well, he was totally apostate on that. I mean, he exposed that to me when he said, he said that Muhammad, I found out online, Muhammad was a child molester. And I'm like saying, fuck, if you believe everything you read online, and we can't judge people in the Middle Ages with our mentation processes today. You're talking about an age of constant warfare, and when he was campaigning, basically they would slaughter the families of these pagan dynasties, and then you'd be left with the kids. And half the time, what are you going to do? You're going to let these kids just fall into slavery, be without any parentage. We didn't have orphanages in those days. Basically, the only way you could care for a child would basically be say, I take this child as a bride. That would be basically the only way you could provide that child shelter legally, and everybody pretty much understood it as that. That doesn't mean you're even having sex with them or consummating it until they're maybe of age. It just simply meant that you were offering them a home, and which they otherwise would not have. So it's just like he's taking that kind of period of history and trying to judge it, but we all know he wasn't doing that. We know he was just rationalizing the fact that he wasn't a Muslim and that he's really just a piece of shit.
He proved it because, you know, I mean, most of the people who are like anti-Muslim, and it's kind of sad how many of them there are who are, I would hope that they're not proficient at what they do, but there's a lot of people who are drawn to the occult, who are part of that, who, you know, ride the alt-right dick, you know, and they're all part of the anti-Muslim, anti-Christian, anti-Jew, and it's like, dude, who fucking cares?
By the way, that is the most important thing to relay about Abdul Karim Haq. Again, no defamation of character, it's just a fact. He's a fucking black bigoted. He's probably the most bigoted black guy I've ever met. And it all came down to a head between he and I when I had finished writing a column that took me a lot of work to do, because there was a young lady who lived in San Francisco who had basically taken a lot of photographs for the younger GQ magazine. I forget what it was, a Teen Vogue. It was Teen Vogue. She worked with Teen Vogue, and Teen Vogue, this young Asian Indian photographeress, she took a bunch of pictures of the kids from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. And so the interesting thing about, people say they're like crisis actors, and just the insanity of that is, if they really wanted to give you crisis actors, the government would have given you people who were appealing to the general public. None of these kids at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High are popular kids. They're like bald lesbians. They're like, the young guy who spoke the most was like a gay twink guy. I mean, these are like guys who are the most annoying people on earth to the body politic. The body politic just reacts to them viscerally with rejection and hatred. So this young girl took photographs of him who I knew from State University, and so I had incorporated her history into the column as well as everything else. And then when I put up the link to the portfolio of photographs she had taken, then this asshole Abdul puts a ha-ha on it. And I said, why did you do that? And he says, oh, because they're all crisis actors, and it's all just to take our guns away. I mean, just all the right-wing bullshit, fed to them by a bunch of white guys.
How many? I mean, if you were to take all the police and all the soldiers and all the people in every government fucking agency, and multiply that by 10, you still wouldn't have enough people to take America's guns away.
Yeah, you're preaching to the converted here, and it's
just the absurdity of these people, and it's quite odd how these people are. I mean, they're all in the same network.
Beyond that,
so he must. How long was he in Aquino's network?
Thank you. I mean, it's along those lines, really. Even if he's not,
if he's in that network, then there's no way he cannot say he's not abusing his kids.
Thank you. Well, he's basically a useful idiot, even if he's not at that level, because he's someone I don't believe they'd even work with, other than as a useful idiot. He regurgitates like a parrot the ideology of the very people who would lynch him and burn him alive. I mean, that is stupid. I mean, that is, and the fact that this guy's got kids he's raising alone is beyond upsetting. And so you have this individual who just like the whole thing about the gun culture stuff in particular. He doesn't even have firearms. I told him, and he says, "Oh yes, I knew." Then he was bullshitting when he says, "Oh yeah, you don't know me. I got a lot you don't know about." It's like, come on, anybody who's an owner would just say, "Oh, I've got a bullpup. I've got a Magnum. No, not this bullshit. It's just he's so full of shit." And at that point, I severed with him, and also just his apostate status towards Islam. At least when he was professing the faith, there was something to him. But when he gave all that up on this quote unquote Muhammad is a child molester, it was just too much. But honestly, thank you very much, Pac One, for bringing that up. And honestly, the fact that the fact that the guy took your money and then sounds to me like he was just trying to take it without even giving you a reading, and then tries to politicize.
Yeah. Well, so check it out. Well, so check it out, because I've been down in Mexico. I went and seen there was this lady. Her name was Doña Tula, and she lived high up in the mountains. It was like a journey to get there, right?
Yeah.
And so you pull up to her house, and there's literally cars and cars and cars and cars and cars of families. Everyone just sitting around waiting to be called up to get a reading. And this lady, her house was just a little shack, just her husband and her family were right there, and you go in and you talk to her, and this lady did not accept money, Doug. Didn't accept any kind of money. She would only accept food or something that people would bring her, like appliances, that's the only way.
Wow.
That's all she would do, and she would do readings, and she was on with a lot of stuff. But yeah, he the thing with him too is that he when he mentioned Michael, when he mentioned Aquino,
and he did more than once, did he not? Yeah. He kept trying to drop his name. Go on, please.
He just he asked me if I knew who he was, and he had just started doing it on his show, which honestly, only two people I know that have ever spoke on Aquino or what Aquino is about or anything like that, and that is Douglas, and that was Max Spears.
Thank you.
Those are the only two people in the past 10 years that have ever brought up Michael Aquino.
Right.
So for me, it was almost because it was the second time around when he started bringing up Aquino. Like, it was just kind of odd that he was bringing up, and me and Douglas haven't talked until just the day before I came on the show for the first time.
Right.
So it was not like he was a friend of mine, or we had it just struck me really odd, and for someone that had never spoke on that or anything about that kind of stuff before, coming from him, it was weird for me. So
What
it just
context did he bring up Aquino in?
we're ex-military, and he kind of brought him up like in a sense of the whole child shit, and pretty much like that was probably it, like just how the kids with the child molestation shit, and
He was implying that he was implying, if not stating, that Aquino was guilty, right?
no, like almost like like he was guilty, but just like it was weird. It was weird. Like it wasn't necessarily the context that was alarming, man. It was like the way he said it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It just seemed it wasn't right.
Here's what he was doing. He was essentially dropping the name as if trying to imply that Michael Aquino is simply someone that is relevant, and he was trying to push him into someone Now, to bear in mind, he's supposed to be giving Pac-1 Morales a personal reading about his life. Michael Aquino being brought up in that context makes absolutely no sense, other than as some kind of subversive context to promote Michael Aquino, who was still alive at that time.
Well, and not only that, right after that was when you were brought up.
Right, and then suddenly brings myself up, and so it's not a reading, as Jameson Reese says. Jameson Reese has just entered a sentence here that bears reading. This was not a reading that was being conducted with Pac-1 Morales. It was prying for data. He was basically probing Pac-1 Morales. And which, of course, as Jameson Reese says, suggests that the dude he was talking to, consulting, really can't read anything. But aside from that, he was essentially trying to insert something into your mind, a suggestion. So then he began to try and essentially program you against myself. Now, if he could read something, he must have read somehow that you and I would wind up striking up an alliance of some sort, that we would wind up essentially being on the same team, and he was trying to prevent that. That's what that strikes me as. And the reason he brought up Aquino was probably because he was doing this on Aquino's behalf. That's what strikes me, is that he was more or less part of the Aquino network, which then fits in even more with the Abdul Qadim Haq connection. Yeah.
And at the time, he was going on with, what's her name, Christina Joanna Hart on Coast to Coast.
That's right.
And I had told him, because he had a Patreon. See, because me and him, we had talked previously on the phone. Like, we've talked. And so, and I told him, because, I was like, hey, man, Coast to Coast isn't a good spot for you to be on, man. I was like, especially with Christina and Joan Hart, Christina and Hart, and I said, those people are like, they're all like with some wrong shit, I didn't say no names. I didn't, draw anything out. And he was like, oh no, they're good people. It's all right, man. No, they're not like that. I was like, oh, okay,
But by the way, J. Andy Ilias, who Jameson Reese brought up, Dr. J. Andy Ilias he suffered this automobile accident where he was in a coma for a period of time. And notice that this is extraordinarily similar to what happened to Brandon Young, except the results were completely different, and they're very different people. But in the case of J. Andy Ilias, he came out of that coma with a very damaged hand, and he was going to lose his hand. And then he was approached by Michael Aquino. Now, this is the way it was described to us by Lori and Ann Fenton to Laura Lee Solomon and myself at the time, was Lori and Ann Fenton boasted that Dr. J. Andy Ilias had converted to Satanism, or rather to the Temple of Set, and had basically entered the trust of Michael Aquino, and Michael Aquino was rewarding him by providing him with access to a radical form of surgery in which they were going to replace the nervous tissue in his hand with nerves they were taking from cadavers. And so he kept his hand for a period of time, and after that, he was made the executive producer of the Art Bell show. And so this is separate from Coast to Coast AM. At that point, Art Bell had severed with Coast to Coast AM, was vociferous in his hatred of Coast to Coast AM, and very bitter about it. For whatever reason, I don't know, because he was a multi-millionaire. Who the fuck would care? But he still somehow had a burr up his ass about how he got severed from the name or the trademark of Coast to Coast AM, and he was doing his own bullshit after dark. And then, or whatever it was he was calling it, we worship...
Dark matter.
Dark matter, thank you. And then J. Andy Ilias became his executive producer, thanks to his connection with Michael Aquino. And this shows you how the whole incestuous alternative information community was manipulated by Michael Aquino, and how he had them all just basically in his socket, and which is something he had educated myself in years ago. It's all part of the Office of War Information. So this is far more important to their getting their views out than the conventional media. So that it shows you what context all of this was happening in. So PAC-1, obviously, for people who don't know, and I'm not going to go into it, it's suffice to say that PAC-1 Morales has had a very magical life. It puts Don Juan to shame. And by Don Juan, I'm not referencing the lover, I'm referencing the works of Carlos Castaneda. And Carlos Castaneda wrote a series of Mexican anthropology books, so to speak, in which were heavily influenced by peyote. And if you ever read through those, you'll get just a hint of PAC-1 Morales' life. So I'm certain that in the astral, Aquino encountered PAC-1 Morales at some point. He knew he was out there, and he was probably able to scry. This is what Jameson Reese said. Jameson Reese said, I wouldn't be surprised if Michael Aquino had scried and foreseen or even arranged the car accident of Dr. J. Andy Ilias, because out of him he got this willing asset who has just had his head so far up his ass he would suffocate every time Mike would pass wind. And so the end result was what it was. But in the case of PAC-1, obviously there was some kind of interception or interdiction going on. There's no rational reason outside of what I've just articulated that this dude would bring up Michael Aquino or myself to PAC-1 Morales. It just doesn't even make any sense. So there we have that. Michael Aquino was very much in the astral and would encounter many people there.
He might have also had time to. The guy who did the reading might have also did some advance. Looked up on advance at like PAC-1's Facebook or other social media to get more information.
Yeah, we were Facebook friends.
Yeah, so he would have probably definitely seen. He probably would have definitely looked up and seen. Douglas's. Picture as one of your friends, and he put two and two together, because it's definitely not, again, it's definitely, if you hire someone who has any skills at a reading, they'll usually have it done like right away.
Yeah,
I was about to say.
Well, and that was the thing. Like he would start I could break it down for you. Like he did, I guess like oracle reading and something else. And like he would tell me like the cards or whatever. But then, like, I don't know, like, he would start talking, but it was just one of those things where it'd get all the way sidetracked from what he was already supposed to be doing, And then he'd be like, oh, well, I gotta re-examine or whatever. I'll get with you in a day or two or, whatever. It would never, ever get a hold of me, So, one thing that kind of, I guess the second time too, when I told him I wanted a reading, it was just like on a, It was more or less like on a let me see what he's about to say now, because the very first time that he did do my reading, he told me that that September, which the reading was taking place like in like May or some shit like that, or April, he was telling me that September I was gonna die. And so and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, all right, He didn't ever respond to anything else after, like, I'd message him and shit, and be like, yo, what happened was I think I was talking to you, JMO, like when like one of the sleep paralysis. I don't know if I was on there when I talked about it or not that I had.
I remember that.
how like I told you, like there was like something transparent, like there were like transparent figures or whatever right there before, you know, it kicked in. And this happened to me back in like 2009, and I had talked to him about it. Because he called me. He had called me. This was before the reading, and we were talking and stuff. And he literally used my story on one of his shows. Because I used to watch his YouTube show. You know, you know, I don't want to promote it, but I used to watch his channel. You know, and yeah, and I put on there in the comments, like, I was like, this sounds just like what I told you the other night. You know,
So basically, so I can clarify this for our listeners, what this individual did was he basically took a life experience of Pac-1 Morales and related it as his own. And that is just it's so disgusting. That is so, I mean, it's so offensive. Truly, it's like rape. It's like rape. But Peter Moon, of course, it's almost 11:30. We'd best let him get to bed. Peter, do say goodnight to everyone. Remind them of where they can go to Skybooks USA and tell them a bit more about where to go on Amazon. Again, just look up Vampirology, which is spelled VAMPHYROLOGY, Vampirology. And that will take you right there. Vampirology Douglas Dietrich will get you there. And so if you look that up, you'll on Amazon, mind you, Vampirology Douglas Dietrich, and you'll get where you need to get. And our man Pac-1 Morales has got me covered for a hard copy, which he's already purchased and has sent to my address. But the rest of you who are considering doing that for me, believe me, just make a donation, and we'll give you a shout out. And go to skybooksusa.com. And the latest book that Mr. Moon has gotten out was one he originally intended to release simultaneously with the Roswell Deception. And that latest book is, Mr. Moon, please give the title.
The Etheric Crystal by Radu Sinamar. Yeah, well, it was great. I stayed extra because we had the occult breaking news of James Wasserman's death, and
Yes.
Everything that followed was of interest. So thank you guys for your contributions, and I will, talk to you soon.
We look forward to it. We love you dearly. Share our love with Paula.
Okay, good night.
Good night, Peter.
Good night.
That was wonderful. Thank you so much, Peter. And thank you, Pac-1. That was delightful. And like Selena Khan said, you've basically, in so many ways, helped to make this episode priceless. Honestly, definitely deeply appreciate it. And what we'll do now is we'll bring on Derek Talley. Since Jameson Reese is away for the moment, he will be back. And of course he's got 2 mutant cats that he has to feed or they devour him. And as for Pac-1 Morales, have you ever had pets? Or because with your occult background, one would almost expect that, but I don't get the impression you were ever much of a pet man.
Actually, I've had a lot of dogs in my day. I used to have one of my favorite dogs that really made me. I had a lot of dogs, I should say, like when I was younger, but I never really took care of them. You know, I was more like the average kid. You get a dog, and then your parents end up taking care of it and feeding it and shit. And so when I got older, I had got a Great Dane. It was gifted to me, and down in Texas, and I had ended up losing my job out there, and I had estranged myself from my family. I just moved away from everybody. I didn't, so it's one of those things where like I kind of fell down and out, like nothing, and so like I'm just one of those people, like I'll go through it, I'll face it, head on. So like me and this dog would literally only eat every other day, like, and I'd go get us like a burger. There'd be like a little roach coach, like a little trailer. They sold burgers and fries and hot dogs, and I would go and they would have $1 burger. I'd get it. Me and this dog would split it. Like we went through the struggle for real, and finally ended up coming back to Michigan, and I had the dog still, and it was solid black. His name was King.
Wow.
And he was my best friend. He was like my best friend, man. And he ran away one winter, and he was gone for days. And I was driving up and down the block trying to find, and I seen his ass. I seen him in the back of someone's yard.
Oh,
so
shit.
I went over And I was like, King, and he got all excited to see me, and so I go to this back door, like, man, fuck this. I'm knocking on the door, like, man, who's got my dog? And the lady opened up the door, I was like, hey, man, why's my dog in the yard? She's like, that's our dog. He came to us. We've been taking care of him. Like, no, that's my dog. And she's like, Momo, get in the house. She just called my dog, and my dog had a whole other name. So, believe it or not, that whole winter, this damn dog would run between that house and my house. And this is probably like 4 or 5 square blocks, away from each other. And he would run back and forth all winter to both of our houses. And then I ended up, something happened with me, so I ended up losing my house or something. And so I went to those people and I was like, you can have them, you can keep them, just take care of them and stuff, because I didn't have a home or anywhere to put them. And then I guess something happened, and he's on the run now. He lives in Florida with his new owner down in Florida on the run.
Holy shit! Oh my!
This dog. Yeah, so this dog helps everyone through the struggle, man.
Oh my God, that's incredible. That's incredible, and it's amazing you were even able to keep track of him. So is the owner who's on the run in Florida a different person from this woman then?
Yeah. It was her boyfriend.
Okay.
Yep, it was her boyfriend. Yep. And they were super attached, my dog and her boyfriend. But it was really weird because this dog had literally 2 families,
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I have I'm sorry.
Okay, go on. I was going to say that in Flint, Michigan, in the kind of environment that you're in, I would think that a very large dog, specifically a kind of attack dog, would be almost a necessity, like a part of every family, just to keep in, people from home invading. Like an alarm system. So please go on and say if that's
big.
Yeah.
Pit bulls are big here in Flint. Everybody has a pit bull. Everybody has a different, there's different breed types, but yeah. Now I kind of downgraded size of dogs. I've had numerous pit bulls too, and they are very excellent. People say that they're bad dogs and they have bad tempers. That's 100% lie.
Right.
My oldest daughter, my second oldest daughter, she's 10, and when she was a baby, I had a pit bull who didn't let anybody near the house, but around us, he's the biggest baby. My daughter could pull on his ears, tug on his face, and he'd just lay there. He was a good boy. Like, he was a good boy. Pit bulls are really good dogs. It's how you train them. It's the person that raises them. But now though, these days, I have a Jack Russell Terrier, so wow. I just got this little thing. She's this little thing.
That's cute. Yeah. That's adorable. Thank you for sharing that. Well, we love you dearly. You have a blessed night. Please come on anytime you feel you have something to offer. Just go ahead and break in, okay?
Okay, yep, I'm here. All right, love you, Doug.
Wonderful. Thank you. Our best to your family. And he has such a wonderful family. So Derek Talley, I was wondering if he was with us and we could bring him on, because I know he studied for tonight, as he put it. And let's see if he's with us. Mr. Talley. Yes. Did I hear him? I think I heard him.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you are. Yes, speak a little louder, please. Directly into the microphone, if you will. Now, we had the hardest time with your phone tonight, and we're writing on Jameson Reese's laptop. Jameson Reese's Pieces, his laptop. So we're going to, get back to Jameson, of course, because he's been dealing with the struggle, which is coming clean. And so definitely this could go on a while. That's just how these struggles are. But in the meantime, Derek Talley, tell us about how situational status report update, please. And then tell us a bit about what you were doing some research into. Take your time. There's no rush whatsoever.
Okay, well, haven't been doing too much different. The only thing I've really been concentrating on is getting my hazmat endorsement put back onto my license, which was unlawfully yanked off by the government just to fuck with me. So, and whenever I got to renew my license after the hazmat portion, I have to redo anyway. So I have other aspects, endorsements on my CDL that once I got them, I never have to do them again. For instance, I have tankers, and once I put tankers on my license, it's pretty much there for life. There's no reason to ever take it off, you know. But in order to get my license with the hazmat on it, every time I renew my license, I have to take the test all over again. And now they got this bogus test going around on the internet, and people are taking this test, this hazmat test, and they're passing. It's like two tests. It depends on your state. So whatever state you're in, there's like a hazmat 1 test and a hazmat 2 test, and everybody's taking these tests and learning to ace it, and then they're going to the DMV and failing because the questions that they studied on this bogus test that's on the internet is not the same test that's in the book. So if no matter what state you're in, if you're going to study for the hazmat test, I mean, you can look at these tests that are on the internet. I mean, if you put in hazmat tests for whatever state that you're going to do, they'll have these little practice tests, but go to the .gov of whatever state you live in. So if you're Tennessee, it's Tennessee.gov or TN.gov, or I imagine California would be CA.gov. Go to their actual website of the state and get the CDL book from that state and study that. Don't study these tests that go around on the internet saying, "Hey, if you can pass this test, well then you're good. You can go pass. You can go take your test and pass it." People have been failing every time. You have to actually study.
Wow.
So, yeah. And other than that, just business as usual on the weekends. I had a nice workout class this weekend in the pool. I'm still losing a lot of weight, and I'm feeling great, and I'm feeling a lot better. You know, instead of a lot of the complaints that I had are gone. You know what I'm saying? From the lymphedema, all that is disappearing. My weight is disappearing. I went and got some pain shot to my knees. You know, because I feel younger. So I feel good and I feel younger, and I'm ready to get back to work.
Wow, I really appreciate that. So this is the studying you were talking about.
The study that I was talking about, yes, is the actual book, the hazmat book. The hazmat portion of the CDL book, and I have to be able to answer. And it's about 20-something pages. It's about 21 pages of just questions that most of it don't have anything to pertain to my job. But you have to be able to answer all the questions in order to get the endorsement. So, you know, there's a lot there to study. So that's what I've been doing, and that's what I'm gonna do. So hopefully tomorrow sometime I'll go get that put on my license, and I'll be ready to get back to work. Go back to work when it's time.
Great. Really appreciate that. And when I heard you say you were studying, I had assumed that you meant that you were looking up some things to talk about on tonight's program. I mean, certainly that is something to talk about. I remember what Crystal River said. It was quite funny, really, that after you were shall we say, elucidating on the subject at one point. She felt that she knew more about nitroglycerin and various other noble gases after that exposition by our friend Derek Talley than she ever wanted to know in her life. About various inert or various different types of gases and their chemical interactions and the fires that they can cause and what it takes to put them out. Of course, this is something I found fascinating, and certainly I think it's more of a guy thing. In that sense, I can relate to guys at least on that level, and there's always an interest in such stuff. And Jameson Reese says, It is fascinating. So, aside from that, Derek, what else? It's our autism as men. Yes, well, that's the problem. This is what happens when you grow a penis, right? You become monofocal. You see everything through that third eye, the one between your legs, not the one in your forehead. It's a lower chakra. And there we have that. And,
Got me to cracking up earlier, but he said a lot of things that made a lot of sense about this border because the last time I was in Mexico, you didn't need a passport to go to Mexico. I was in Mexico back in 1989. It was just like all you had to do was just go past border control. Now, when I was a kid, I went to Canada because my dad was stationed in Grand Forks, North Dakota, and we used to go up to Bismarck, North Dakota. We used to go to Bismarck, and I remember one time my mom got so mad because they searched our car, and she used to pack us some lunch, and they made her throw away anything with seeds, oranges, fruits, apples, anything that had seeds in it had to get thrown away. We was left with only like cheese and chicken. Yeah, this was no border. This is border control, but there was no passports. They just randomly check people going across. But I didn't know this until I started hauling hydrogen, because in hydrogen we have, there's trips that we have to make from Chicago to New York, to Niagara Falls. But did you know that it's shorter distance to go from Chicago to Niagara Falls, drive through Canada, than it is to take I-90 and drive through Ohio? I didn't know that either. So I didn't have the passport at the time, but so they just being that with our particular branch, they just made us take the long way, and they paid us miles. But you have a company out there, Roadway, or CRY, Conway, Roadway, and Yellow. They consolidated. Well, when they take trips from Chicago to New York, they are expected to go through Canada because it's the shorter route. But even if you can get your passport, if you have any kind of domestic violence on your record, and that, because I know Pacron was talking about how they were combing through his record, and he said they was able to dig out everything about him, and they still can't figure out who killed Tupac, but they know everything. This trucking company, Conway, they'll make you drive. If you can't get through Canada because of any reason, they'll make you drive the long way, but they'll only pay you the short route.
Fuckers.
So.
Oh shit.
So I don't know what the difference is. I don't know whether it's 100 miles, 200, but whatever it is, you lose it. You know what I'm saying? So they expect you to be able to drive from Chicago to New York and take the short route, and if for some reason you can't get past the border, they'll say take the long route, but we're only going to pay you as if you drove the short route. So you're just pretty much giving away miles.
Oh God.
Yeah, and in our branch down there in Vancouver, Washington, before all this, protests and stuff happened there in Portland, I was thinking about, this may be a interesting place to relocate if I was to ever relocate someplace. But they won't hire you if you can't get into Canada. Yep, because you got to be, because we're there to service the state of Washington and the surrounding areas. So what's would be south of the state of Washington, which was Oregon, and north of the state of Washington up there, which is Canada. And they said if you can't get into Canada, they won't hire you at that branch.
Right. Yes. Thank you. Well, I want to let everyone know that I'm checking into the chat room. I see Veronica Barrera has joined us. She's dealing with lymphatic cancer. So everyone, maintain her in your thoughts and prayers. Hola to the lovely Senora Veronica Barrera. Mwah. Love you dearly, honey. And you are in our prayers. And Maria Gregorich has brought to my attention that True Jihadi has donated $4 in the chat room. Press that dollar sign. And so to True Jihadi, I say, Allah be praised. Thank you so much. Just deeply.
Hey, Veronica, I just want to say, Veronica, it gets better because I was so miserable, when I was going through my treatment and stuff, and the year's not even over yet, and I feel a lot better. I mean, your body recovers, and I just want to, I don't know what to say except for to try to give you some encouragement and tell you to stay strong.
No.
And I got.
Yeah, go on. Are you friends with Veronica on Facebook? I hope the two of you are friends so that you can maintain.
So.
Okay. I'd like the two of you to reach out to each other on Facebook, and that way we can have more of a... I'm sure she might want to ask you something personally concerning chemotherapy that you will be able to, provide her details about more than anyone else. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, great. So do reach out to her. Do you know how to spell her name? Or you know what? I'll go to her timeline. I'll provide a link inside of your private messages. So let me do that right now, and open up the Facebook.
Guitar Center is about to close. Well, not close, but they're about to file for bankruptcy, which probably means there'll be some closings. So that's sad to see.
Yeah, that's what brings that to mind. Where did that come up?
When I was doing some of my research to see what was out there and see what's happening in the world, I know actually most of the people on the show. I know Pacone, I know Jameson. They all have some kind of hand in music or doing something with music, some kind of way or another. And when I lived next to a Guitar Center, they were very convenient. What they have, I mean, they're the last place where you could just go in and just buy some turntables and a mixer. Anywhere else you'd have to go to a shop or a pawn shop. But, you can go to Guitar Center and buy you a brand new Pioneer turntable.
I spent a lot of time in my early days of doing music at Guitar Center, but it changed after years. You used to be able to go in there and mess with all the instruments and everything, but they had a lot. They never really try to help you. Like it was always about selling stuff for them, But yeah, that's unfortunate. I do have a lot of memories up there.
Well, the last time I was it was in Maryville, Indiana, just outside of Chicago, and these two dudes came in. One of them got an organ, and another one grabbed another instrument, and they just started playing. And these dudes were tough, man. I mean, they sounded bad. I mean, I was only going to be in there. I only went in there just to look, around. But then they started playing. I felt like I was at a concert. I didn't even want to leave. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to be rude, but I said, man, these guys are jamming. You know what I'm saying? And that's one thing about Guitar Center. You could just go in and just start playing shit. And if you sound good, they ain't gonna fuck with you. They just gonna let you keep playing.
There was talk about synchronicity. Shout out to Debbie Hewins. I don't know if she listens, but I was just because I'm trying to get on the Facebook to look up, the timeline of Derek Talley, so I can provide that to Our Lady Vero Reina Barrera. Then I ran across Debbie Hewins, and she had of these different stories that are showing up on Facebook, and one of them was it said, do you ever wonder what happened to the creepy kid in Deliverance, who was, of course, this extraordinarily talented autistic child in the movie Deliverance, who was playing the guitar with an uncanny talent, but was otherwise developmentally disabled, or obviously not just processing differently. And so then they showed that picture next to Joseph Biden, and who bears an uncanny resemblance to an adult version of that child, and said he went on to become president. So there you go with that. And anyhow, so looking at the Derek Talley timeline, and there we are. And let me send this to the miss.
I put up something like last week when we were talking with Jameson. I brought up all the benefits of watermelon, and that little post that I put up about the watermelon was a hit. So I said, okay, well let me see what I can do to get some nice likes and hits this time around. So then I put up the 10 incredible health benefits of ginger. So you want to know some health benefits of ginger. It helps relieve digestive issues. It relieves toothaches. It fights cold and flu. It's a natural anti-inflammatory. It promotes detoxification. It improves blood circulation. It lowers blood pressure. It relieves menstrual cramps. Helps to protect against cancer, and it speeds up your metabolism.
There we are. Thank you for sharing. That's delightful. And of course, ginger is an healing herb. It heals all it touches, and it's something that people should investigate just even when they have an upset stomach, honestly. And it does warm you up. It does heat you up, so it's good when it's cold. Of course, anything in smaller amounts or reasonable amounts. I remember when I was excited about nutmeg getting someone high, and so our lovely Selena Khan. But by the way, I did thank True Jihadi, who reminds me of Selena Khan because she was born in Bangladesh, of course. And in terms of what was I saying about I was talking about the nutmeg. Yes, she sent me nutmeg. So Selena Khan sent me a bunch of nutmeg. Now, I've had fairly pleasant experiences with it, but I've been very careful with it. And but I went onto YouTube, and there are some extraordinarily funny videos about nutmeg overdose. Do not take nutmeg lightly. This is something that can kill you. It sells right off the fucking shelf, and you can kill yourself with it. Do not.
I didn't know that. You know what? I've been trying to make my own eggnog type smoothie. So I'll put I got this little magic bullet thing that so I'll put in 3 eggs. I'll put in just a little bit of spinach just for the iron, but then I'll put in some cinnamon, some ground cloves, and some nutmeg, and some vanilla in there. Then I'll put in some half and half, and then and some berries, and I'll make myself kind of it tastes kind of like a smoothie eggnog a little bit. So I don't know. Maybe I didn't know what was going on with the nutmeg. I thought it was just a spice. So I figured maybe I need to bump it up a couple notches or something. What's up with the nutmeg?
I tried to smoke the nutmeg one time. I tried. And, I was all out of weed. I was like, man, I didn't have no roaches. I couldn't scrape my bowls, nothing. I was probably like 17. And I heard you could smoke nutmeg. And I think I put a whole bowl full in my little, weed bowl, and I was sitting there trying to smoke it. It was horrible. But I don't remember getting high.
No.
I must have been doing it all wrong.
Oh yeah, it's all wrong. You just drink it literally. You shave it off. You can put it in a cup and drink it. I mean, honestly,
you just buy. You could just buy the spice and just shovel maybe half the entire thing down your throat and drink it with some milk.
Don't do that.
Or something.
Yeah.
But you'll be tripping like you had a whole box of Benadryl.
He said, "Don't."
The only thing that sucks about it is that your eyes will get so fucking red, man.
Oh, my eyes are always red anyway.
No, but I mean, you'll look like.
I'm not in a rush to go do no nutmeg. I got plenty of weed.
Yes. No, let me.
Honestly,
yeah.
Personally, if I was still doing that kind of stuff, I would. Okay, let me shut the fuck up. What I said is I'd rather do Benadryl than do weed, but that's just because I'm a little crazy like that. I mean,
check it out. Where we used to go when I was younger, like in middle school, Hey, this is fucked up, but we used to drive down to Mexico. That's literally like a 3-day fucking drive, and it'd be like my whole family. We'd be like in a Ford F-150 extended cab, and so like me and my sisters and shit, we'd be fighting and whatever. My mom used to just keep the souped up on Benadryl and NyQuil the whole drive down through Mexico. Fucking fall asleep in Michigan and wake up literally in another country. Like, oh shit.
Wow. Oh, by the way, I do want to let people know something. I have a need for a prayer request. I'm going to make it formally right now while she's still awake. Vero Reina Barrera. Her full name is Veronica Reina Barrera. She is married. Senora Veronica Reina Barrera is going to the hospital tomorrow at 5:30 a.m. in the morning. They're removing her lymph node from her neck due to the lymphatic cancer. So let's all make certain now that that she knows that she has our prayers. You have my prayers, and you have the prayers of everyone with us tonight. And they come from all of us that are on Team Dietrich. But each one of these gentlemen with me will voice the fact that they will be praying for you.
Yes, because that's extremely rough. You have my prayers.
I'll continue praying. I literally just prayed just now for you, just asking that you be healed and that you overcome this. So yeah, definitely I'll continue to do that myself.
Yes.
Douglas, that was the one that I didn't want to get. Remember I told you they told me they could remove lymph nodes that was like between my face
Yes.
and my neck. There's a chance that I might come out deformed. And then, I ended up having the word compression, and that compression actually helped. But I'm not giving medical advice whatsoever. I mean, her doctor.
Right. And Selena Khan also says, oh my God, God bless her, my prayers. And so, yes, we are everyone on Team Dithrak who's with us now, and I'm certain many with us in spirit are saying their prayers. And as well, I'm certain they come from Maria Grigorich, as well as who I will make another mass prayer request for later in the night for her friend, as I've already have, Wendy Parr, and who's has what is some very serious cancer that that they've stopped treating her, but hopefully a miracle can happen, and they do, and prayer helps with that as well. We're definitely we're probably getting prayers as well from Sarah Shields, I'm sure, and everyone else who is in the chat room and everyone listening. Honestly, God bless you. And even Peter Moon has said that prayers are felt so interestingly enough, he also acknowledges the power of prayer. And so we love you dearly, Vero Reina Barrera. And, our prayers that you come out of this looking good and feeling much better. And just knowing that it's out of you should be an enormous relief. So she's writing something, and in the interim, I will read it when if she presents it in such a manner that it looks like something she's willing to share. I'll read it. Otherwise, of course, I'll keep it private. But she's writing something now, and we can return to Nutmeg for now. But just to show people the seriousness of the issue of Nutmeg, yes, Maria Michaela Grigorich says, thank you for the press. I do hope you heard earlier when I brought that up, and I'll bring it up again, honey, about Wendy Parr, and how she looked very similar to the lady who played in the movie Misery, although nowhere near the personality. In terms of, who kind of fit into that category, actually, the personality somewhat similar to the lady in Misery was Laura Lee Solomon. Oh my God. Not going to go too deep into that, but definitely in terms of the nutmeg, honestly, James...
It acts as an anticholinergic, which can cause all types of horrific symptoms like tachycardia, urinary retention, hallucinations. I think this has to do with the fact that I think it's called a muscarinic compound, something like that. Yeah. It's one of the active ingredients of it that makes it sort of psychotropic in high doses.
Yeah. Yeah, and definitely what I'm going to emphasize is that you know,
do
I mean, you can have nutmeg, obviously, in small amounts, and but in the case of our man Jameson Reese, do remember he is someone whose body is so, in medical terms, you know, they call it a tolerance. His body has built up a tolerance to so much that when he talks about what he does, like he's talking about, yeah, take half a chunk of this. Okay, with the rest of you out there, that will kill you. Someone like him, his tolerance is just at this point literally beyond the human scale. Okay, it's like don't. But Our Lady, Selena Khan, emphasizes she's been taking nutmeg 1 teaspoon a day forever. So she does trip with nutmeg, and that's a teaspoon, which for me is a lot. Okay, and she says it's medicinal, absolute health benefits. She's living proof. So Selena Khan, by the way, is living proof. Right? By the way, I'm not going to share what she went through. Someday she might share that with us. But Selena Khan had health issues at one point in her life, and she overcame them. And that's enough to say for now. But she does this with a deep distrust of the medical industrial complex because, let's face it, she's from Asia. And you know the story with Asians. They all have relatives who are doctors. So, like most Asians, she's from South Asia, Bangladesh, but she definitely, by the way, her and Salman Sheikh, they're really fellow countrymen, really country persons, because he's from Pakistan and she was from what was East Pakistan at one point. They used to be one nation, separated by fucking India, believe it or not. But Bangladesh had what basically amounted to a communist revolution with heavy Japanese influence from World War II. So their flag is the Japanese flag, except it's got a green background. It's on a green field. It's the mon, or that's the Japanese word for the rising sun, the mon, what Americans call the meatball. And it's on a green field to show they're Muslim. So it's a Japanese flag on a Muslim field, the green of Islam. And so that's the country that Selena Khan is from. And they were a country because the Japanese liberated them from the British in World War II. And so that's why they have the Japanese flag. So in terms of the her nation, that's the main cultural separation, heavy communist influence as well. And they are basically, anyhow, when her family moved to the United States, she she's saying something in the, I'm sorry, she's saying something in the private chat right now, the private messenger that's killing me. But in terms of her relations, are all MDs, okay? And they just overwhelmed her with all that shit, and she basically got to hate the medical industrial complex because her relations all work for it. And so everything she does is very organic, very holistic, very herbal oriented. So that helps put some perspective on Selena Khan's use of nutmeg, but she's built up a tolerance of her own, and that's why she can handle a teaspoon. So you would just take a little bit at the tip of a teaspoon, for your eggnog or something like that. She is. I'm sorry, Selena's making me laugh. I love you, Selena. And anyhow, let me give her a triple X here. So with that, I want to bring up one thing. There was this extraordinarily funny video on YouTube, and it was a gay guy. He didn't come out and say he was gay, but you look at him, and well, I live in San Francisco, okay, so I've got gaydar. So the guy's gay. And he was like telling about how pissed off he was that he had some gay Australian roommate, and this guy was like a model, and the guy was like saying something about nutmeg makes you high. And the guy just said, "Oh, you're so full of shit." The other gay guy said, "By the way, no one tells these stories funnier than a gay guy. It's just they're so bitchy about it. It was like, I was going to prove this fucker wrong so he could finally live the life of a good Christian woman and shit. And then so he took a bunch of nutmeg just to show this guy he's full of shit. And he almost fucking died. It was like, and the way he describes it, I'm sorry, it's so fucking funny because he's like, just, you know, just hallucinating. He's like sweating profusely. It's like this guy should have been in a hospital. And there were guests, you know, that were brought over so they could watch him while he was crawling around the flat and climbing the walls. And it was like, you know, he just brought up that, you know, don't ever do this. Don't take nutmeg lightly. He went to the store and he bought the actual like the nut, and was sheathing.
That was kind of what I done.
Yeah.
Honestly, I should be dead with all the shit I've done. I wouldn't do it again. But I will say that if you are going for a sort of anticholinergic trip, which I don't recommend, I would say that for some reason, music seems to sound incredible. And also, if you happen to have a partner who's trip-sitting you, who's attractive, also orgasm seems to be magnified by orders of magnitude.
By the way, so Vero Reina Borrera says that her trip tomorrow is only outpatient. She should be home tomorrow. They'll be sending the lymph node to a pathologist to analyze the cells. It'll be a few more days of waiting to see what cells are inside. Thank you, honey. Our prayers are with you. Personally, I don't understand what the hell they're doing. It doesn't. From what I know about, you know, medical science, it's you know, I'm sure they're doing the right thing, and certainly this is no time to protest. You've got to analyze that, but it sounds like they're taking out the lymph node so they can. It's like, can't they like just insert a needle and do a biopsy?
I think maybe it is a biopsy, because if they're sending something to the lab, that would be a biopsy.
But it sounds like she says they're removing the lymph node from her neck. This is apparently
rather than a part of it.
Yeah, this is what she says.
Well, there's hundreds of lymph nodes up there, so they're removing.
Okay,
they're removing one,
okay,
and then they're have it sent to the lab to see, you know, if what's all up with it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, my wife's had the same procedure done. Years ago.
Oh, really? Oh my God! So there you are. So Pack One, what do you remember of it that you can relate right now?
It was when she was younger. It was way before our time.
Okay, I see. Okay, so that's incredible. Is there any scar?
Yeah. It's like it's probably like as wide as a quarter.
Wow! Holy shit! Oh my God! So that's frightening. Oh my God, that's so frightening. But she should be fine. Your wife is fine. Hopefully, the same will be the case with Vero Reina Barrera. So, but definitely this can be overcome, and it can be cured. So. Definitely, honey. I'm sorry.
Remember earlier in the year when we were talking about all the missing soldiers at Fort Hood and the different things that were going on at these army bases, these unsolved mysteries?
Uh-huh.
Well, I've been shaping the brand new Law and Orders, and I've been having it to where after Law and Order goes off, that it goes like an extra 3 minutes, so I'll get like an extra 3 minutes of whatever comes on after Law and Order. Well, they'd had a date. I recorded the brand new Law and Order, and they had a Dateline NBC program that's called Voices for Vanessa, and I only got like not even 2 minutes of it because, you know, after Law and Order went off, they did some commercials. Then they started talking about the army base, you know. But so by the time I got it recorded, it had already been recorded for about 2 or 3 days, you know, and I'm here just now looking at. So I looked it up so that I could find it and watch the whole episode. This Voices for Vanessa on the Dateline NBC. You know, the U.S. Army had that taken down and you cannot find it anywhere.
I
It just by it was by the chance of luck I was able to get the 2 minutes I got of it.
I am not surprised. I am not surprised. Go on.
Yeah.
And,
But if anybody can find it, or if you can find like a bootleg episode or something for me, it's Dateline NBC, and it's called Voices for Vanessa. I wonder why.
right. Oh my God. So thank you for sharing that. That's so important. And just another example of how they revision history. And this is the kind of crap we deal with. And honestly, it is these kinds of people who dispatched the gang stalkers after myself, trying to assassinate my character. And believe me, it infects the weaker mind.
I imagine it didn't take a whole lot of coaxing. They just get a NBC gets a call and says, take that shit down. It's your patriotic duty. They probably didn't question shit, and they just took it down.
Absolutely. Well, as I said about the Office of War Information, it just went off the books, went totally black budget. But, you know, all of the channels, all of the, they essentially, unless they're pirate channels or something, they're essentially beholden to the Office of War Information, because we're still legally at war with the Third Reich. And therefore, they get the call that it's not they'll just say nothing about patriotic duty. They'll just say national security, or this is a war issue or something of that nature, and the management will shut down, you know, whatever it is. In terms of the alternative
Well, they
media,
could just say, if you don't scrub it, you remember that vacation you took with that young mistress last week?
oh yeah, I mean, it could, you know, but that's almost getting too nuanced. I mean, they don't need that. That's just a sheer threat. It's just they'll just do a threat with, you know, we'll step in and we'll just shut you down. It's more along those lines. And
All right, so to threaten your life or any, well,
yeah,
I mean,
they'll just shut. Yeah,
if they want to have fun.
yeah, yeah. In terms of the, what was I going to say now? It reminded me of the others. Oh yes, I'm disambiguating pirate radio or pirate communications from alternative, quote unquote. There's nothing alternative about alternative media. Alternative media is the deep state. That is the deep state. That's Alex Jones telling you to be afraid of the deep state. That's deep state. As deep as you can fucking get. And so the entire alternative media is controlled by these motherfuckers. And right now, it's like they're pushing for civil war. And that's all you see from the radicalized right at this point. Now, of course, what I'll do in Arc of Narrative starting relatively soon, well, you know, I hate doing this, is that I'll probably reluctantly have to go into the solicitation, which is a royal pain in the ass. And I gotta do it twice, but, you know, first when I start, and then towards the monologue, and then thereafter. But I'll be heading towards the monologue soon enough. But definitely, I wanted Jameson, of course, to tell us a bit about his struggle. So we've been doing the drug trip.
Yeah. Don't. Well, I'd say, you know, I really. Oh God.
Whatever you're comfortable sharing, of course.
Yeah. It's just, you know, I don't want to bore people with my problems. I rather appear to be that.
Well, I think drug addiction is a universal. Yeah, well, drug addiction is a universal problem. So I don't.
Well, yeah. Well, the hell of it is the withdrawals of coming off, and the fact that any uncertainties you're dealing with within your life at that, whatever you had uncertainties about when you were stoned, magnify it by 100 once that shit's out of your, not out of your system, but once you're dry. That's a better way of putting it, because DXM literally, actually, I found out is a long time ago, is actually fat soluble. So what it will do is it'll stay in your system, sort of like marijuana does, and your piss test will still show it. But it's not affecting the brain for that period of time. You know, so once that stops and you stop ingesting the shit, anything you have, any uncertainty, any insecurity is just magnified by 100. And you'll have days where you could be the most active person in the world, but you will have at least one day where you won't leave the house at all. And for me, that's damn near impossible. But I encountered that day like 2 days ago, and I was literally just if I wasn't in bed, I was eating something just to make up for that desire to feel the emptiness.
Okay. And
So I mean, that's it. I mean, there's so many people hooked on drugs, and yet I'm on a borough where it still seems to be fucking what do they call it? Oh, it's still to some degree a taboo out here. So people diss each other out, say, "Oh, you fucking you crackhead, you dope fiend, whatever." And it's like, that was not a fucking insult. If you lived in that person's life and you were in that person's mind for a day, you'd probably want to do the same fucking shit.
Right, right. But by the way, in terms of someone who's also going through a struggle, an update from Vero Reina Barrera that puts what they're doing into some context. She says they already extracted cells, but since those cells are abnormal and she's very weak, they need to remove the lymph node itself, which is another type of biopsy. So that will give them the hint as to whether it's spread further beyond that. So
they have to make sure it's not systemic.
Yes, or at least regional, or something which has gone further. Let's all hope for the best and envision this as limited as possible in its reach. So, but definitely our prayers are with her. And Maria Michaela Grigorich was talking about her friend Wendy Parr, whose surname is spelled P-A-R-R, and Wendy Parr, she said, is a saint, basically to let you know how amazing she is. Before she told Maria the news about her cancer, she wanted to make sure that Maria herself was okay enough to hear it, because Maria's been through a lot, and people know that. And with everything she's going through, she was worried about the effect on Maria. So that's definitely a saintly individual. But then again, you'll notice many people suffering cancer oftentimes are. They're very saintly people. It's these tribulations happen to some of the best among us, and it's, as I've mentioned before, one of these things that is just part of the cosmic ecology. And when you take a look at it in that context, then it becomes much more bearable, these tribulations. So, but in terms of your own tribulation, Jameson, just as you said, many people just they have a contempt for people who are addicted and feel that they're somehow weak. Yet these are the same people who are basically mostly alcoholics or chain smokers. It's incredible to me. We all have something. So go on.
Yeah, it's a part of the addiction's a part of the human condition. Well, I mean, ignore my cat in the background. She's trying to compete for my attention at this moment. But what I'll say is, damn, what was I going to say?
Oh, something about the part of the human condition, addiction.
Yeah. A lot of times they I think what I don't like about, and oftentimes I'm glad I'm with a program that doesn't do this, but oftentimes, especially people who are connected to like AA and NA, they'll flip it and they'll make addiction sound like, we slip up because we get weak. And I'm like, what does weakness have to do with any of it? So it's like the program decides to make you feel guilty about being an addict. It's absurd.
Mm-hmm.
Jameson, I gotta agree with that. I had a friend of mine who was real big into the AA, the NA, and I told him, I said, when I got out the Marines, I was drinking a 40 ounce of Old English a day. He goes, well, then you were an alcoholic. I said, no, I wasn't. He goes, yes, you were. You were an alcoholic. And he wanted, when I said no, I wasn't, he wanted to fight me.
Right.
I mean, it's like, they have their doctrine, and whatever their doctrine is about alcoholism, and once you're an addict, you're always an addict, and that you always need some the help. You said, you're an addict right now. I said, no, I'm not. I said, I don't even drink 40 ounces no more. Yeah, but you used to be an alcoholic, and once you're an alcoholic, you're always I said, I never was an alcoholic. He said, well, you used to drink a 40 ounce a day. I said, yeah, it was good. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right. No, no,
I'm tired of this.
yeah, I'll verify what you're saying. It's their doctrine is that that we all have the potential for this addiction, and that when someone manifests some kind of behavior that even it begins to remotely look like you're down the slippery slope towards addiction, then they basically will conclude you are addicted or will get to that point. And once you're in rehab, once you're in recovery, is the term for it, then you are you basically are forever sick. This is an illness. You're forever sick, and that you don't get cured. You're in remission. Now, in all fairness, if this is what helps the people who are part of those programs to prevent themselves from relapsing into the destructive behavior, then that's fine. But yes, then they look at the world through that filter. So they do. They look at the world through that filter. I mean, my father, for instance,
it becomes like a cult. And what I have to say is, and I could prove this. You know, I could prove this. If you're a human being on planet Earth, you're addicted. And the proof is that you're still alive. So you're addicted to life.
There we are. Yeah. And well, with my father, my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, he was an alcoholic, and he got over it. And it was an incredible story, because almost nobody can do that. But he did that. He just stopped. He went cold turkey, and he just stopped. And when he did stop, that was it. He never was relapsed. And it was incredible. I mean, that alone made him one of the most exceptional people on earth. But in terms of the way that, say, for instance, Judith Ager looked at him, who was a member of Alcoholics Anonymous, she would say, even though my father was no longer alive, she interpreted it as, well, he was in remission, and he stayed in remission until he died. Now, I didn't find that offensive. It's just the way she looks at the world. But I can understand it can get offensive if you're dealing with someone. Well, I didn't find it offensive the way she looked at me either, because, of course, I make a big thing about drugs and my addictions, like sex and porn. But when I was trying to get back in her good graces, she said to, have your psychologist. You claim you're seeing a psychologist, right? And I said, yeah. And she, of course, was so cynical. She felt I might even be making that up, which, yeah, I see no reason why anyone would do that. But at any rate, she said, get your psychologist to get you into a recovery program where I would be at something like St. Helena's. I don't know how familiar people are with that. That's like a facility in California where you would go.
Who the fuck is gonna have that kind of money?
It's like beyond that. It's like, conceivably, because I'm on Medicare and Medi-Cal, I would be insured enough where I probably could get in a program like that. But it may not be St. Helena's, which is more of an elite kind of facility, but it would be something similar. And but she was saying I should go into that for a period of at least 40 days or something, or maybe 4 months. It was like, but I'm not addicted. It's like what people don't understand. I may be addicted in a sense to porn and sex, but they don't have facilities for that. But it's like the facilities are for narcotics, that are substances. That's why they call it substance abuse. So that would be alcohol or even cigarettes, but definitely hard drugs as well, or even pharmaceutical drugs. But I don't need that because I'm not addicted to any of those elements. I go into these heavy drinking binges, but I'm not even your classical binge alcoholic, because alcoholic bingers, it's different. You notice I'm here on time, and, well, I may not always have my shit together, but I have enough of it together where I can pass off as having my shit together. And I'm here regularly. So it's obvious that I'm not a binger, because if I were a binge alcoholic, I would have blackouts to the point where I wouldn't be here. There would be days when I'm missing.
I remember those days. I was a binge alcoholic for a while. I would wind up I'd wind up in school, and then I'd wind up home, and I'd have no idea what the hell happened in between when I was going to college.
Cool.
You know something, Douglas?
Yeah.
Me and my wife, we drink a lot, you know, but we don't sit there and get like wasted. Like we drink, or you know, like have high tolerances, but you'd be surprised how many functioning people are out there that drink, you know, as parents, as you know, like my daughter plays sports and stuff, you know, you'd be surprised how many other parents or, you know, coaches, refs, people just, you know, sipping the whole time, you know.
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, God.
The whole world, you know, that's one thing that it almost seems like they try to make you feel guilty for, you know, enjoying the drink or, you know, whatever. Or, and you know, in no way, shape, or form going to condone, you know, heavy doping or anything like that. But, you know, there's people everywhere. There's shop workers that work for GM and everything. Those are the #1 crackheads, you know, like they seriously, like I'm not kidding, like, you know, and those are the people that they'll work all day putting together the parts for your cars and then go home and buy an 8-ball, and they're out fucking blowing a rock away all night long, partying and dancing and having fun in their bedroom, you know, and then next day going right back to work and do it all over again. Like that's just, people are functioning like these drugs that people take, you know, sometimes they use them as ailments for whatever is, you know, instead of going and getting diagnosed and getting pharmaceutical drugs or whatever. But, you know, unfortunately it does take over a lot of people. You do see people change, and you do see people who get desperate and will do anything for a fix, you know, but for the most part, a large part of this world is people who get high on a constant daily basis or drunk, you know.
Oh God, yeah.
What percentage of people? What percentage of people do you think would rather smoke weed, but they only smoke crack or cocaine because they think it can get their system faster in case they have to take?
It's not even the case. I'll give you an example. So there's this guy, and he's a mechanic, and he grew up around my family, you know, like around my uncles and my mom and them and shit. My great-grandparents pretty much, you know, took him in and stuff. And he's been smoking crack since the 80s now, you know, and this guy, he's 65, 66 years old, I don't know. He does crack to stay up all day, and then he does heroin and smokes weed at night to go to sleep. You know, and this guy will still wake up and change the whole engine and everything throughout the day, like function. He'll stop and be like, oh, gotta go see the dope man. Take off, go buy himself a 20 rock, come back, and you blast off, and he's back to work, like just focused, zoned out, like. And that's been his life. I mean, he looks like shit. The guy looks like bones and saggy leather, you know, wrinkly leather, but you know, that's him. You know, he's like shit. He's like, you know how many. I was like, what do you do with yourself, with your money and shit? You just smoke crack? He's like, hell yeah. He's like, I smoke crack and hookers. That's my life.
Oh,
you know, like, yeah.
So he can still get it up. He can still get it up. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Like a pension or something, unlimited amount of money coming in, or what?
No, he still works on cars. He's a crackhead. He works on everybody's shit. He's always working, doing something, cutting yards, something, man. You know, you got these people. They do anything. I'll tell you a quick story. There used to be the guy that used to do a lot of cocaine, and this guy he'd be push mowing lawns all day. I'd be like, man, I was like, aren't you afraid you're gonna fucking die, dude? It's like 80, 90 degrees outside right now, and you're pushing a lawnmower and raking up grass and all this other shit, man, and getting ooted away, bro. Like, what's wrong with you? You know? But people don't care.
Yeah, it's incredible. Yeah, go on.
Just the human body, just the way it is. I mean, shit. I won't lie. When my family, we had a restaurant, and shit, I'd be in that thing every day. So I mean, every other day or whatever, we'd get a bottle. I'd be in there drinking. There'd be times I'd be standing there like, holy shit, I'm kind of really buzzed. But orders come in, I'm knocking the orders out. Everything's looking good. Waitresses making good tips. People complimenting the food, you know. So I mean, there's people like that.
Amazing. Yeah, that's definitely. I would say the majority of us are like that, and that's why it's so easy to presume or assume about people. By the way, I wasn't adverse to turning myself into some rehab, even if it was for no reason, if it would just had satisfied Judith. But she disappeared off the island of Kauai now. Uh, she probably, I would guess, went to New Zealand to live with her grandchildren because her son Makana had married a Maori female, a one of the indigenous tribal peoples of New Zealand, and then they severed in a divorce, and so her grandchildren are there. They would come to visit fairly frequently to Hawaii, which is, by the way, people who don't know this, the Hawaiian Islands and New Zealand and Easter Island, and they're all Polynesian. These are all the same ethnos. They're all the same race. The other areas of Oceania are not of the same ethnicity as those islands, but a united Polynesia would cover up the majority of the Pacific. In a sense, it was all part of the same culture. She hasn't really moved per se in that sense, but either that or she went on a world cruise or did something wild. But just to update people on Judith Eggert, I believe she's in New Zealand, or rather I suspect that. I don't know. So she's disappeared. She's off the island of Kauai. And her son's birthday, Makana's birthday, and happy birthday to Jess Roger of the Roger Report. Now I'm going to give her another happy birthday after the solicitation, but Makana's birthday is like today or tomorrow, and he was, of course, the son that she oftentimes made the statement that he's everything that I'm not, and that I could never be like him, and she had this impression somehow that I was jealous of him or something, but it's not like that. He's everything I can never be, because he's this macho dude who's a survival type who shimmies up coconut trees and sleeps under the stars and swims with sharks, and that's basically a Polynesian acculturated combination of Yoel Gibbons and Grizzly Adams, and why on earth would I ever want to be that? But there you have that. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, the interview with myself with Judith Eggert, which you can find in the archives, it's literally on YouTube. You can look it up on YouTube. You'll know which one it is just by going through the videos because I've illustrated her. And if you check out that interview, that's where she literally describes how her son... by the way, I take no offense in this. She literally describes how her son would machete me to death and leave nothing for the animals by burying me in the taro field to feed the vegetables. So you can listen to that. She goes into that in loving detail about how he would dispatch with me. So we have that. Love is fascinatingly perverse. Moving right along. Anyone else have anything to say before I just out of,
Well, all I'll say is one thing. What the biggest hard thing to deal with about, not using is the fact that it feels like I lost something very intimate. Like, in a manner of speaking, when no one else is there, usually people are relatively alone, but when you have a drug in your system, you're not alone. So, I'm not experiencing the world by myself. I'm not, I could be alone, away from people and not feel lonely because, I have that drug in my system I'm experiencing shit with. Mm-hmm. It's interesting. It's great because it's like, I could see some dude smooching his girl trying to, look at me like whatever. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. Dude, I'm so fucking high that I would rather be stoned than be fucking your girl. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Once that's gone, it's like, I just want to destroy everything. Okay. Yeah. Well, there you go. And by the way, actually, I need all of you gentlemen, all three of you, to do me a favor. I'm going to, I have these tea eggs,
which I was explaining to our lady Selena Khan about. I gave, I guess somebody was asking me how it was made the other day, aside from Selena has asked this before. One more time, just so people, understand this. I drink tea out of what's essentially a crock to your average person. This is not a teacup in any conventional sense. It's a very large ceramic porcelain pottery, a large piece of pottery with a lid. So it's basically what people would consider a crock. So this is the size of teacups as they used to make them in China, and it's better than drinking it out of a tea kettle, which some people have actually seen me do, the porcelain ones made in China, on some of the videos that are available on YouTube. But the tea is, of course, usually mixed with turmeric and the monotonic gold, which I'll need to tell our lady Selena Khan I'll need more of because we're getting to the bottom of that. But so that all goes into the tea eggs, which basically are hard-boiled eggs that are peeled, and the hard-boiled eggs that are peeled are then placed into the tea where they soak up all of the tea and the essence, and they're discolored by that. And this is an actual recipe that was used in Asia for many years. So people eat these tea eggs. I'm going to eat these tea eggs now, so I have calories to get through the rest of the evening. I'll count on all the gentlemen who are with me to take the stage while I chew. So I'm going to go mute. I'm going to leave these three gentlemen to do talking. And honestly, I think that this would be a great opportunity for Paco Morales and our man Jameson Reese to talk something occult, which I'm sure both of them have certain experiences that they could share in that regard, where they could bounce off each other into a experience that can be shared with us all. So I'll leave all of you gentlemen to that, and I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm here, but I'll be mute, but I'll be eating. Okay. Don't all jump on the stage at once. Okay.
Just jump into some stories or stuff, or I don't know.
Pack one, come on, Pack one, come on, start it off, Derek. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
I did post one story about how bacon and toilet paper shortages erupts as Americans panic hoard ahead of COVID winter. So people are hunkering down. We're gonna get short on toilet paper again, and looks like bacon also.
Bacon.
Oh, God.
I bet you. I bet you Trump bought all the toilet paper so he could wipe his.
Yep, America is forming into a nation of preppers as COVID winter sets in. We outlined weeks ago to see here round two of the panic hoarding is well underway, and it was for toilet paper and non-perishable food and ammunition. So the price of ammunition has been going up, but people have been hoarding the hell out of it.
I can't help but wonder if these aren't controlled scarcities. Because for fuck's sake, for the last few weeks, for the last month, we've been past where we've ever been as far as COVID deaths were concerned, and people just now want to buy this shit up now. They could have bought this shit up weeks ago.
Well, what's funny is the ammo. The ammo, there's been a shortage on it. Because I've been trying to find 9mm ammo for the longest, and it's hard to come by. It's hard to come by. Like the people at the gun range stores, they tell you, oh well, go get you can go to this website, but it's always you get put on the list, and then when something's available,
it seems so off because there's so many manufacturers. It's not funny. What's the likelihood? We're legitimate that. It
would be the military putting in increased orders too. That would cause a shortage.
Well, let's just get our own 3D printing machine and print out our own motherfucking weapons and bullets.
That's what I would do. Fuck it. What do you have to then? I mean, if it were up to me, I'd be using lasers on motherfuckers. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, that's
But
just crazy.
toilet paper, I mean, granted, what we know for a fact that we're not planting as many trees as we cut down. But the fact that, I mean, do they give information as to whether this has been going on over a period of time or whether it's just something abrupt like this
No,
month?
it was abrupt. It literally was like this past week or two the shortages started happening because it's here too, and for the fact too that like Clorox wipes, Lysol wipes, disinfectant sprays, all that shit just came just through this whole thing since everything started just came back onto the counters onto shelves here in Flint area, just got restocked probably last month, and now it's starting to get sold all out again. And literally, the whole since April, you couldn't find anything. You couldn't find Lysol, disinfectant wipes, no spray. All you could get was Clorox bleach, and that was kind of hit or miss. But there literally just wasn't any disinfectant cleaners, and they just came back. And now this happened. Now this started back up, and everything's being pulled off shelves again. It's just hoarders, and luckily we stocked up right before. We had just bought a big pack of toilet paper right before all this stuff happened, so we should be good for a while. We don't use that much, so
Okay.
Who's
So-
the
so
biggest
understand-
seller of paper towels and the toilet paper?
Well-
It's the Koch brothers.
yeah, that's what I was saying. You'd have to look at the mother companies, because it's essentially like two companies or whatever that own, like the difference between P&G and all those other ones. So
Okay, that explains everything. Then they're just fucking with people.
yeah,
Um,
dude, it's literally Coke and Pepsi are two big companies that own a lot of everything, and they're owned by the same people. So
Well, I mean, yeah, they are saying here they're trying to qualify it by saying paper towel consumption is related to increased cleaning situations as consumers are cleaning more frequently. This is America. Nobody cleans. Honestly-
well,
Yeah, I'm just being facetious there. But what I'm saying is, we're at a point where if we go to countries like Japan, they have toilet bowls that have water jets that spray and clean your ass and dry your
good
ass.
days.
Why the fuck are we still using toilets that don't do that in the United
No, why
States?
are we still just wiping shit into our skin? It's like
Exactly.
you're like if you were wiping your ass and you got shit on your finger, you're just gonna wipe it with paper and carry on out your day. Like no, wash my hands. Well, why don't you wash your ass? You just walk around with fucking shit in your ass all day. I hit my shit with the wipey. I won't lie. Shit.
Yeah, I
real
use big
quick.
wipes.
Yeah, hell yeah. If
mean,
you ain't on the wipes, you're fucking your life up, man.
One of the nicest truck stops I've ever seen has a TV and a sink inside each toilet.
That's cool. I did an
Sink
event
inside.
last summer with
Yeah.
with my taco truck in one of the Porter Johns,
Yeah.
like you step into it, it was like literally like a fancy bathroom, and it had a TV in it, and it had music playing, and it had the little lights going. It was actually kind of cool. It was like, dang, hey guys, the party outside or in here, man? What's going on?
Okay, nice to have bathroom talk on. This is why I took the earbuds off, was because I had the let's just say the foresight where I knew it would come to that. It started off with toilet paper and then it went to bathrooms. I knew this was something I just didn't need to hear while I was eating. I am going to grab, because I did hear the word bacon, going to grab some Canadian bacon out of the fridge, and I'll gnaw on that before I return. I'll be back in about 10 minutes approximately, so I'll count on you gentlemen to hold that. I trust you can do better than what you've done so far, but I'm sure you
I
can.
see our potty humor doesn't really hold up. Huh?
Yes, I'm
Wait,
sure.
I want to talk to Pacon about getting on the actual food channel.
Okay,
What we gotta do?
I'll be back. You guys do that.
What do we got to do to get you featured? I'll give them a call. I'll say, hey, you guys. I went through Flint, Michigan, and I had some of the best Mexican food. You guys got to get over there and check them out. I'll send them over your way so you can, because they're always doing food trucks, and they're always in San Francisco, Portland, Oregon, and different stuff. They need to get over. They need to get on over there to Michigan and do some of your, because that one guy's from Michigan. Well, you got a couple of people from Michigan that are on the food channel, and a couple of guys that are from Ohio. The main guy, the one who's on the TV show, I forget his name. Burgers, Brews, and Coup.
Oh, yeah, guy, isn't it? No. Damn, what is his name? I don't know. I think you just nominate someone. You just go on there and nominate them. I'm not sure. I've thought about it, and I've had people talk to me about it, but I was so busy, man. And then I don't know. It's just crazy. I don't think I'm a TV guy. I don't know.
Yeah,
but,
I can't TV either. There's this. Well, I don't own a TV, but shit.
Well, no, I watch TV, but like I'm just saying, like to be on TV and stuff like that. I don't know, man. It'd be weird for me. Yeah, it'd be too weird for me. I don't know. Just the whole food thing. I like being, just not watched, I guess.
Are you like from one location to where if you were to get like advertised on TV, everybody would be able to flock and know exactly where?
Yep. So like Taco Tuesdays, I have a regular spot on Taco Tuesdays, and then on Thursdays I'm at a dispensary. So it's like pretty much the dispensary. What they do is they advertise that if someone comes in and spends $100 in a dispensary, they'll give them a $5 voucher to come use at my truck, and so then I make $5 off of every $100 that the dispensary makes, and so that's pretty cool. And then it's like right next to a shop, so like the workers will come over, and buy food. I had one guy show up one day like at 10:45 in the morning. I wasn't gonna open till 11. I was all heated up and stuff, and he's banging. He's like, I gotta go back to work. I'm trying to get lunch for me and all my people. And I was gonna tell him no. I was gonna wait till 11, and I was like, you know what? All right, what do you need? He was like, I need 60 hard shell tacos. I was like, oh my gosh. All right, got you, coming up, man. So I banged that out real quick, but it was cool. It was cool. I don't know about being on camera and stuff like that. It's weird. It's weird. I don't know. It's good exposure though.
All right.
Yeah, you can do rap videos. You can do that. You ought to do a commercial for yourself. Or let me do a commercial.
I had one time. I had a radio commercial for our restaurant one time, and I did the whole voiceover deal for it. I recorded it, did everything for it, but yeah, that's pretty cool.
All right. So I found an interesting article. Supposedly scientists can turn normal red bricks into electricity, storing supercapacitors. Bricks are, let's see, they modified a common red brick so that it could power a green LED light. This is actually a pretty good idea, because this means that with time, if we start to continue to work on stuff like this, we don't have to destroy the fucking planet. Which is
that's really cool.
Now,
have you ever seen?
Oh, go ahead.
No. I mean, just that's just one. It's interesting how they would store the power in a brick, but in the same aspect of that, have you ever seen they have these panels that they would put on the roads, and they had like LED lights or whatever in them, so like the road would light up for you, and so like instead of having to always paint it, or if there's a hole or something's broke, they just replace the panel instead of everything else, instead of digging up and pouring concrete and stuff like that.
Wow, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah,
that's a hell of a lot better than all the amount of work wasted on concrete and all the potential environmental hazards that come with that.
Yeah, because it's like every year, especially out here, they're either working on a main part of the expressway or, some other road, and it's always an inconvenience. Like, man, just to replace those panels, that would be cool.
I think a lot of times they do like a lot of times they do what I guess many people would consider unnecessary work due to contracts and contractors and shit. I think they come up with they get into these what do you call it? They get into these contracts with certain people, and I think it's all to fill the money, the pockets of someone who knows someone's
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Well, look, like the one contractor here in Flint that got the contract to replace all the pipes, and he only replaced like a handful. They found a whole bunch of supplies and everything that wasn't used and shit just stored and tucked away, so like he got shit and didn't finish the job and got off clean with all the money.
That people do that stuff.
Yeah, well, and he was like our ex-mayor's friend. That's the game of politics, man. Yeah, it's the game of politics. It's everything, man. The ex-mayor, like she was always more concerned with she would always just come out on TV or make news reports like, oh, we're gonna throw a benefit concert for Flint and such is coming out, and be like wrapped up in all these big names, and it's just like, that's not helping us none. You literally, if you know anything, you have to pay an artist to come out, and you have their per diem too, which is like they come out, you have to pay for their hotel, you have to pay for their food, you have to pay for their travel. If they want just something stupid like all green M&Ms, you're gonna have to pay to get all green M&Ms, by the bulk, however many they need, or just dumb stuff like that. And it was never really. There was also a fund diversion where like things were being donated by the public, money, and those funds were being diverted into another bank account that had nothing to do with the city, and just dumb shit, man.
That mayor Kwame just got out of jail over the mayor of Detroit not too long ago.
Detroit. Yeah.
So what's going on with me? And how come you got so many crooked people in that state trying to run stuff?
It's just
in every state trying to run stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I tell you right now,
what's extra special about Michigan?
Well, shit. What's it? Hoffa had a lot of stuff going on out here in Michigan, man. No, you got old time gangsters that were in Michigan doing stuff, and a lot of people, and a lot of the old school is there was only. It's funny because there's so many people now, but back in the day there weren't that many people, so you knew who the who's were, and those people never really ever lost power. They just they got more quiet. They didn't have to be in public eye. They didn't so they still kept running shit. I think still run like that. It's still a structure, man. There's still you still do the have do's and have nots, in the game, man. And that's politics. Look at Joe Kennedy. Look at just everybody that had anything to do with any kind of politics from some point back in the 40s, 50s, 60s. They were all tied to people like that.
That's the name of the game.
That's blue collar gangsters or white collar gangsters,
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that once someone decides to go into politics, these people from the shadows let you know who they are, and they let you know they want a cut. Which is why I would not want to be a politician. Sure.
Well, it's the favor for favor, I can get you here and rub you up against with this person, but when you get in, I'm gonna need you to go ahead and pass this for me, or I got this project I'm trying to get, like it's always something like that. That's the name of the game with everything, even I know, because we had for a couple of years, we had a concrete company, I used to finish cement and do stamp concrete and stuff, and one of the friends of my stepfather, who was running the company. He was this Italian guy, and he was a mover and getter, man. This guy had Ferraris and Porsches and all sorts of stuff, and he was a partier, he was just a real but he was like a douchebag, he was like, I don't know, just one of those type of people that you just always full of himself. But this guy, he got himself in so much shit with people and loaning money or borrowing money from the wrong people. They broke his legs and all this other stuff, and they were like, you're gonna make this right or whatever. And that's when right around when Katrina hit, and this dude organized, it's not funny, but he organized this whole thing. He had semis. They loaded up semis full of all sorts of stuff for up from furniture to clothes. Everything was brand new, and this dude took all those semis and all the money that was like donated and stuff to help the Katrina victims. It was supposed to be like 6 semis or something like that. Everything disappeared. Everything. This guy, and then and no one could find this guy, and all this money invested, and he never did his part. Like, he literally hijacked everything. And so a couple years later, they found that guy floating, down in the river or whatever. But just tied in with the wrong people,
This time was coming.
Yeah. Yes, they caught up with him.
And his name was Vinny. His name was Vinny. Of all names, just the real. You already knew something was gonna happen to him.
Oh my God! Yes. Now, by the way, one of these days, maybe privately or something, the thing that I think would be interesting to share with there's so many stories you have that I think would be particularly interesting to share with Jameson in terms of your occult experiences. But I certainly was thinking the other day of the guy who ultimately contracted that disease that made it feel like his lungs were on fire with every breath he took, and just the fact that he went impotent after the second vasectomy. Oh my God, these stories! I mean, Pac One Morales' stories. There's nothing that does them justice. But these are apparently many people who are overtly, openly practicing magic. These are magical practitioners, and you can see all the good it does them. I'm being facetious. It's quite sarcastic.
Wow. So wait a minute. You got to tell me this one.
I got time. I got time for it right now. I can do it real quick. Hang on. So we used to have a with the restaurant we used to own. There was this lady and her brother.
I don't know if "lady" is the correct term.
Or her son. Yeah, this. Oh, yeah, she wasn't late. But it was her son. I'm sorry, not her brother, but her son. And they had money, and like they would come in, and she was the way she introduced herself was like one, they were private investigators, and they would always come into the restaurant. They would always know things about certain people in the city that were doing things, mainly Hispanic people or Asian people, and they pretty much prided on knowing who owned what restaurants and what their issues were and what and so apparently
by the way, for white people to know what's going on in ethnically enclave communities is absolutely bizarre, even for private investigators. So it was almost like they were remote viewing using magic. But go on. Yes, please.
Well, and so one of the things she had introduced herself as was she was back in the early years, she was part of a government program. Like, she was part of the government remote viewing program and stuff like that, and she would train people and in chanting or whatever. I don't know, like they could slow down machines, they could stop, they could literally mess with electricity through chants or whatever. And she would just, they would come in, and one of the days that was really unsettling was they came in and they were bragging and boasting about how did you want to order some fresh meat? We got fresh Mexican in 14 or whatever the age was. It's real tender type deal. And I was like, what the fuck, and
basically human trafficking in children. Go on. Yeah.
Yes, and so but it was always one of those things where they'd come in and they'd just always they'd hang around forever, and it'd always be conversations. They'd always be talking, and so one of the days
they knew
we were
everybody's
talking,
dirt. They knew everybody's dirt. You know,
they knew everybody's dirt, and so we started talking, and she was kind of giving me like a rundown. Like they had money, like they were paid, and so like the way their family came into money was her father or her grandfather and her uncles, they literally went into bootlegging. They came up nickel and dimes, like they pressed their own nickel and dimes, U.S. currency nickel and dimes,
right,
and trade and made millions. And she's passed away now. She ended up she
in other words, they were minting coins. They were minting their own coinage in legal United States currency, or at least something that could pass as such, and that's how they ultimately minted their way into a fortune. But see, go on. I'm sorry.
So before she passed away, well, she already knew she was dying, and she told her son that in order for her to leave everything to him, that he had to have a vasectomy. He had, and mind you, this guy was like all of 5'4", 5'5", and probably like 350, 400 pounds. I don't know, like just not the type of guy who was gonna go out and knock someone up anyway. And so he got the vasectomy, and after weeks, of healing or whatever, and they tested him. He was still, shooting seeds. So they did it a second time. He had to go in and redo it. And the second time they fucked him up, and like, so he pretty much was done. Like his shit was dead. And he used to tell me things, like, oh, you really want to see some trippy shit, man? 2-3 o'clock in the morning, you need to cut out, pretty much scrying, but sit in a chair with no legs in it, just sit it on the ground in front of a mirror and stare in the mirror in the middle of the night, and just he was really off anyway.
But it was at a certain angle, and then you would in the mirror see the phenomenon begin to manifest. So
yeah, and he'd be pretty much like put it at an angle at the ceiling and the wall, and so you'd sit up. You sit down and stare into it up into the whatever, and so he was really always off, anyway, man. He was, I don't know, I can't. These people, they were interesting conversationalists, as far as she knew a lot of things and a lot of people, and and it was I guess for me it was like, oh, here they come, let me, ain't nothing else going on, let me sit down and be entertained, or,
or revolted. It was like watching.
Yeah, revolted.
Yeah.
It's just like one of those things, like, you don't, they're not your friends, they're not your enemy, but it was like, what are they going to say, That's always how I looked at it, like, yeah, sure, they would say some shit that pissed me off, and, but they would talk,
when they were offering the children, weren't they also offering Asian meat, like Chinese or something?
Yeah, it was Asian. It was Asian and Mexican. Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. It was Asian. Asian was the first one they said, and then Mexican was the second one. Yeah. And so, I don't know. These people were just so. Nonetheless, I ran into. She ran off. The mother, she went and died somewhere. She was done. She couldn't. She went and pretty much went somewhere and died. That's like a dog.
Yeah.
And so the son, I ran into him this past summer at a store, and I was walking out, and I noticed because he has like a ponytail. He has the horseshoe bald head deal, with like the like the weird comb over that doesn't. You can still see it's bald, and then it's long in the back like a ponytail. He's holding onto it. So like I recognized him, and so I was like, I screamed his name, and he turned around, and I was like, man, I was like, holy shit. I was like, how you been? He's like, I'm waiting to die. He's like, I just want to fucking die. And he said that he had like some disease in his lungs, and every breath felt like fire, and he, like he was miserable, and he's like, I just want to die. Like, I'm tired. It's like, it's almost like was like, oh shit, well, why don't you just kill yourself?
Yeah,
man?
well,
Like,
his
you're
lungs,
suffering,
his
but-
lungs were basically disintegrating. They were devouring themselves. It was like someone.
Yes, yeah, that's what he said. They're eating themselves. He had like some, I don't know, a disease or bacteria that his lungs are eating themselves. And mind you, he wasn't a smoker. Wasn't a smoker. Him and his mom ate at my restaurant for years.
Could it be
You know,
something autoimmune?
who knows? Who knows? They were. Who knows? They were definitely into some shit, man. Like,
Oh, I guess one of those goes around, comes around kind of things, huh?
it definitely seems to be,
They're really, if they were seriously, if they weren't joking about selling children and shit, they got off relatively light.
They did a lot of shit, man. And like I said, for them to know, I guess for them to know people's business, especially like there were some people that I knew and they knew specifics about them and their operations and shit, which to me was really fucking scary, because it's like, what person from Flint out in the streets or whatever is literally talking to people like this? Like, it goes in hand with like you just never know, because especially like in the Mexican community, like you have a lot of witchcraft and shit like that these families put on each other, and it's almost like, man, who could really be giving these people this kind of information? Like, because these aren't the kind of people that are gonna chase you and shake you down type shit. This is like this type of people that, and definitely these. I'm sorry, because I'm not racist, but like these pasty ass, they were pasty, like super pasty, like no sunlight type people. Like, they're not gonna be in the hood, parked in their car, trying to listen in to, they're gonna be spotted. People are gonna, saying
Well, maybe they had informants. I mean, people like that would have informants.
saying what kind of people talk to these people,
Right,
though,
right.
they
I
were, like I
think
said,
that- I
and
think
they're
it
not
was-
police, they're not
right.
anything, but they knew shit. Like,
Yeah.
they knew
I
things.
think it was
specific.
like-
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Is someone like that? One of their informants could be someone who's running the operation, and that person could be someone who might have bought services.
Oh
from
no,
these-
I think it's possible.
That's what I'm getting at.
It's possible, but
Yeah.
it's possible, but I really interpreted their intelligence, not that they were smart people, but rather their the information they had gathered. It was actually done by a kind of astral projection of themselves into various areas, are calling upon demons, as Michael Aquino did. So this was something.
A demon in your ear can tell you whatever you need to hear at that given time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
because well, she's practiced. That's one of the things she practiced was remote viewing. One of the, and because like I said, I entertained a lot of her shit, and I'm, like I've said before, I'm a reader, and one of the books that she had me read was the Holographic Universe, and it's just about the holographic theory, of course, but it goes hand in hand with like a lot of things she said in practice, and like this lady carried she had a ring, like a big finger ring that was old, but it was like a coffin. It was like a coffin, and she said that's where, she said, one of the things, one of the days we were talking, she's like, she didn't open it, but she was like, that's where I keep all my souls, or some shit like that. Like, which is weird, I don't believe like people can steal people's souls type shit, but I do know that some people can take people's gifts from them, because we all have like what you considered, I guess, what you would consider like a not an archangel, but like like a spiritual guide, or whatever. And sometimes we're more in tune with that, and we pick up whatever, but that can be taken from you. And I've heard stories from other people who've one lady who used to do the she was a curandera, she had her spirit, whatever it was, taken from her, which is just crazy things like that, man. Thinking about occult shit. Yeah, thank you, Douglas, for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Thanks for the story. I mean, things like that entertain me. They're very entertaining.
Yes, it's definitely entertaining, especially the mother wanting her son to be sterile. That in itself was a form of child sacrifice, wanting her son to be sterilized.
Well, yeah, that was probably part of
It-
a pact that she made with something.
Yeah, well, and mind you, like this dude was like 50 something fucking years old, just getting a vasectomy. Like I don't.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's beyond crazy. And of course, the next time they operate on him, they fuck it up even worse. And but bear in mind, a man, of course, can produce children until he's, if he's still able to get it up at all, he can produce children until he's in his 70s, 80s, right? I mean, quite theoretically. So it's not.
Even into his 90s, there's a guy in India who was 94, had sired hundreds of kids.
Oh, yeah,
still
yeah.
siring them. So,
Oh yeah, right.
when you think about it, sperm is still a legitimate sacrifice.
Yeah.
So, especially considering that's the potential to make millions of lives.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. Yes, theoretically. One man could fertilize millions of women just to make certain each one of his spermatozoa reach an egg. So yeah, it's definitely. I appreciate what you're saying. Now, what's interesting here is that while I still have all of you on, I take it that Derek Talley is with us, and so what I'm going to.
Still here.
Okay, good. I'm just going to start venting. Just going to bitch about this before I go into solicitation, because it's just some. It's one of those things that how would I say it? You don't know where people are coming from sometimes. But in terms of one of the things that brought that to mind, well, I guess I won't bring that up because I don't want to sound hypercritical. But so I'll dismiss one of the thoughts that came to my mind. But there's another idiot right here in the episode prior to tonight's. So the episode prior to tonight's was the International Transgender Awareness Week, pre-Transgender Day of Remembrance. And the image is, of course, of myself in drag with blades. And, of course, Peter Moon and I were talking about my training in ninjutsu by my mother and how easy it is to kill men just by having them assume you're a woman. And so this image is entirely relevant to content. If someone is not listening to the totality of the content, then, well, that's on them. But a dude named Taylor Pavlik, who I am going to probably block, wrote, "I've been a subscriber of yours for years. A hidden gem of knowledge. I must say, as my opinion only, your 10-hour videos with thumbnails of no relevance turn me off. And I would assume others. I want the world to hear you. I want channels like UAMN and Zohar Stargate." He's got to promote other fucking channels, of course, while he's here. "To steal some of your lectures so these people from these channels with hundreds of thousands of subscribers can discover your wisdom. Constructive criticism. You may want to insert some constructed 2 to 3 hour lectures with a relative thumbnail and title. Keep your long streams for the diehards and alternate some palatable info for entry level." What is palatable for entry level? What would that be? It's like, everything I do is you can either take it or you can't, right? "I love you, man," he says. "The world needs you. May all the goodness and love of the eternal universe bless you." This to me is just, as far as I'm concerned, it's all just snide. But in terms of the stupidity of his quote-unquote point, if you find my thumbnails somehow repulsive, that's because you're innately phobic. It's triggering something in yourself where you're probably turned on, and you're like saying, "Oh man, this is really dangerous for me because I want to sit here and jack off, but I know Dietrich's a guy with a really deep smoker's voice, and it's just like it's kind of like jerking off to Dr. Girlfriend on the villain series from the Cartoon Channel." So they get. I'm sorry, what was that? Oh, that's it. What are the Venture Brothers? Yes, Venture Brothers. That's it. Yes. and so they get all like insecure, and then they blame me for it. It's like that. It's really just projection. And so in
the
terms
guy
of
has like guy has like 3 videos on his channel of just some dude trying to skateboard.
there we are. Thank you.
It's him. It's him.
Yes.
The video's him.
Yeah, it's truly him. So the one thing we know, he's got a real channel, and it's genuinely a real person. So we know that much. I might let him
So
skate.
are you supposed to like?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go on.
Are you supposed to start your videos off? Are you supposed to start your videos off every time like? This video may possibly be about Illuminati. There may be some Freemason talk. There are witches among us and Satanists. Stay tuned this hour. Man, shut the fuck up.
Is that how those assholes start their shows? UAMN?
Yeah, and then you gotta like flash like all the little symbolism and shit. Just grab random symbols and just like flash it on the screen real quick. That's what they want to see.
There we are. They want to see subliminals. They want to be programmed. I mean, this is like... and by the way, those people have tens of thousands of subscribers because they are literally promoted, and they have, like, obviously professional-grade studios and shit, or people working on their staff where they can provide all these visuals that, you know, all I'm stuck with is photographing myself. So if that somehow you just, you know, find yourself in insecure territory because of that, that just shows how vulnerable you are to the assassination techniques my mother taught me. So you've proven the point. And in terms of all of these people, like, how is this not irrelevant when I say it's Transgender Day of Remembrance, and Peter Moon and I are talking about this kind of basically assuming the identity of the opposite sex for the sake of expediting assassination. I mean, it's all quite relevant.
Actually, we don't have to qualify this individual as worth keeping their comment. They have Robert Anton Wilson on as one of their favorites.
So, shit. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That says it all. That says it all. For those of you who don't know, Robert Anton Wilson was a propagandist hired by, quote-unquote, the Illuminati to propagandize against the, basically, the German people. And so he was presenting, of course, this typical bullshit about the Illuminati are connected to the Reich and they're all trying to raise Cthulhu. Okay, this is all the kind of, dare I say it, I mean, our dear friend of Salman Sheikh is a Mason, but let's just put it this way. There's been an ongoing war with the Masons, and the Bavarian Illuminati descended Schutzstaffel, or secret services of the Third Reich, for 200 years. The SS of Adolf Hitler got its origins in the Bavarian Illuminati, which is why they're relentlessly propagandized against by your media. And the person who is propagandizing against them, Robert Anton Wilson, took his name from Anton Zandor LaVey, who was his magus, his master in Satanism. So you're talking about a Satanist propagandizing against the Bavarian Illuminati, who are actually the good guys, which is why you're taught to hate them, and you're meant to think that the Illuminati are the people running the show when they're the enemies thereof. So this is how convoluted everything is for Westerners, and this guy just exemplifies that. You're right. I mean, I might as well just...
I'm just like, holy shit, I called it, and I didn't even look this asshole up.
Yes, thank you.
It wasn't that hard.
Yes.
All right, so I'll just delete this comment. He's not worth...
Thank you. Oh, and there's some weird shit he's got about home workout. That's what he jerks off to. The beefcake in the home workout. That's what he's about. And he doesn't like myself because it's just too feminine for him. That's the point.
Yeah, he likes likes the macho nachos.
Yes, that's right. He likes the beefcake, the bulk, and so there we have it. And so I thank you very much, Jameson, for handling that for me. And you know, I'll join you in that in a removal thereof, because I've already cut and pasted it just for the sake of future records, in case I have to, you know, run across this guy again. Then I'll know who he is that I ran across. But there you have that. That's like one of those useless comments made by people. I mean, it's fun to piss all over it, though, so I'm actually happy he gave us that. It's one of those It's one of those examples of the stupidity of people at work. It's like, honest to God, all of my thumbnails are quite relevant, and I don't see how people find them not to be relevant. So there you go. And by the way, George Edward Knight and Nathan Brooks are both in the chat. Shout out to them. And shout out as well to the lovely Chloe M, who was hidden by Maria Grigorich. Shout out to Chloe M. And she was just making jokes about cracking hookers because she was inspired by our man Pac-1 Morales. So she said it sounded like a good name for a cereal, cracking hookers. And Maria thought that was irreverent. And Maria is now slumbering. Le Rene Encounter says, let's make our own food channel. So that's a good idea, I suppose. Then Jameson Reese could get involved with it, and he could add all of the nutmeg and various other elements that would make you high, along with Brendan Zogit. Yeah, no, Brendan Zogit would do that. How was the blue honey pack one?
It's still being processed because apparently it takes up to 4 months. So I guess I have to wait 4 months. I just mix it every day. I go down there and I mix it up. I'm like, one day, my baby. It's not blue yet, so.
Cool. I mean, I didn't even know it took that long a process. Holy shit! What is it? It's mixed with what? The honey and what?
Psilocybin, mushroom, and honey.
Oh shit!
So it's like yeah. So I mixed 12 grams with what cup or 12 grams with 10 cup and a half. I don't know, some shit like that. It's essentially I follow the recipe, so it's essentially like per teaspoon you eat or whatever, it's supposed to be 1 gram of psilocybin. So,
but
God damn.
But
I'm super microdose it. I want to play with it. I've never done it.
Microdosing might be a good idea for that. I would not want to try psilocybin. I never ever.
Oh, dude, I've rolled out on God doses before, man, and that shit's intense.
I don't want to do it. Sorry. If I can't dissociate from the pain induced by the hallucinations, there is no fucking point.
Well, let me tell you something, man. Usually about like trips, man. It's like it takes whatever's inside, it takes it and it brings it outside. So like it's literally like you are interacting with the world and people, but it's more or less influenced by what's inside, man. Hey, and trust me, and it's good for you in the sense that it hurts like hell when you're going through it, and sometimes you can go into bad places or whatever, but it's something that you need because it shows you things that you'll take the next 6 months, 8 months just reflecting and pondering and trying to like psychoanalyze every moment, because I mean, believe it or not, man, I've been on trips where telepathically been able to talk to someone and literally been able to, the next day when we're not tripping, tell each other what the conversation was about, and just weird shit like that, man, that you wouldn't think is real, man, but it literally, like, to me, what it always feels like is like there's a receptor block, like there's like our brains have like some receptor that's picking up something that keeps us from being able to be in tune or be able to further, like how they say you use 10% of your brain, which I know is impossible for just 10% of your brain, but because you use all sorts of parts of your brain, but saying that it stops you from having these restrictions, something lifts up because you understand
the sensor that separates your conscious mind from your unconscious mind.
Yeah, and there's always something, man. Like there's always something that I pick up and I learn either about myself or other people when I'm like that. But I'm not like one of those people that just does it as recreational. Like I'll fast all day, or I'll take a week or two to get my body right. Drinking water and thinking about what it is that one I may potentially come across or what I'm trying to focus on or whatever, man. And it helps, man. It's just not something you're like, oh, I'm just gonna get fucked up right now.
I see. For you, it's something spiritual then.
Yeah, it definitely is. I definitely have to be in the right place with myself before before I embarked, because the one time I ate, like, it was like 6 grams of mushrooms, man. And I initially intended on staying in an all dark room, you know, and like it went all bad, man. And once I came out of that room and I didn't face whatever it was I was supposed to face, like my walls looked like they were decaying. Like it was just it was horrible. Pretty much it ended like this. My trip ended like this. I was in the middle of a bed freaking bawling my eyes out. Not even like why am I crying? But one of the effects of mushrooms is like it'll make you yawn and your eyes tear a lot, you know. And so like I just kind of like shut down, you know, and I was like, yeah, never taking that much again. I'm gonna take this next one easy, you know. But it's definitely not nothing to play with. Like,
well, yeah. I mean, with psychedelics, you don't have as much control as you would with dissociatives. So that's one of the reasons why I don't ever want to even go near them.
Yeah,
Because with
psychedelics.
dissociatives, you could sort of dose yourself up to a point where you realize you're suitably numb enough to still be yourself, and you might actually be even better than you are. But the idea of that filter being lifted for a person like me is I've had glimpses of what should be kept within, and that thing will be kept within till the day I die. Thank you very much. Because I could see myself winding up in a very, very bad place if that thing gets out.
oh yeah, it's easy. It's easy to be frustrated, especially like if you're around people that aren't tripping with you, or you know, that are tripping with you on our bad wavelengths and shit, man. It'll definitely throw you off. And like I've reached frustration with people just, you know, stepping into the zone and not being, you know, being on anything, you know, and then just they're talking or, you know, whatever. It just seems like more like intrusive than anything too. So like definitely not something you just like go and say, hey, I'm gonna go out tonight, let me eat some freaking psilocybin and trip balls while I'm out at the club.
No, that's not something.
Though my first King show, the first show I went to go see my boys perform at, I was tripping balls because my cousin who's also in a black metal band from Detroit, he was like, man, these dudes King are performing tonight, and I was like, oh, those are my boys, man. He's like, oh man, I want to meet them, you know what? I was like, man, it's like I'm kind of like tripping on these shrooms right now, man, but fuck it, let's go. And like it was the most intense thing ever, because like their first shows, when they first used to do shows, man, they'd bring out like this thing where they would like heat up kerosene, so like the whole club, wherever their venue was would smell like kerosene, and they had like this smoke box with the fucking strobe light, and a woman dancing in it with a gas mask, and she was naked, and like it was crazy, man. Ooh. Yeah, and cool. Like there was moshing, and it was just so intense, and like it was the craziest trip ever, man. And then they had a screen, and they had like all this crazy shit going on in the screen. Like it was a dope show, man. But definitely one of the first times I stepped out like on a pretty high doses of mushrooms, and that shit was intense, man. So for the average person, I wouldn't recommend it, because I'm no professional, but I can control myself a little better than most.
Right.
I lose control even on a small dose of marijuana, and that's as close to psychedelic as I could get. Well, that's somewhat of a lie. But Salvia Divinorum's different. That's more of a dissociative. So.
I was about to ask about the Salvia and how our man Pac One had handled that, if he's tried it before, which I assume he has, based on everything else. You do know what we're speaking of, yes, Pac One?
Yeah, I've done the Salvia before, and that shit, I took a hit because it was like when it first started getting popular, like, you know, the little herbal stores and shit would sell it.
Yeah.
And so I was like, oh well, fuck it, you know, I'll try it. It's like weed or whatever, and you know.
Right, but by the way,
not like weed.
Yeah, there were no laws against it, so it was legal at the time. For a long time, people were using it as like a replacement, a weed surrogate, because the weed was illegal and salvia was not. And so, I saw a man literally take one big, well, a young man, he took one big hit of it and, like, inhaled deep and like a bong rip, and he collapsed. I'm talking about, yeah, oh,
Yeah, it
man.
drops you right
Dude,
away.
I took a hit, and it felt like my body, like, cause I was gonna pass out, and I like leaned up against the wall, and it felt like the wall and floor were like fighting over what was gonna suck my body into it first. Like I couldn't move, like I was stuck forever.
Yeah, there we have it. That's
That's what the bliss is about it, though. You do it before you lie down in bed, and you turn all the lights out, you turn everything out, and because you know that when you lie down, you ain't getting back up. It works on the cop. No, seriously, it's going to be a good 30 minutes before you get up, and even if you get up, you're going to be kind of woozy. But it works on the kappa opioid receptors, which seem to inhibit your movement.
Yeah, and as well as all of that,
It's a hell of a lot more pleasant than weed.
okay, it can be. It can be, is what you're trying to say. Is because each
Well, I
I
mean,
felt like
yeah.
I had
Well,
millions of
well, my
needles
first-
in my body.
yes, yeah, I was about to say, yeah.
well, the first trip I had was actually quite traumatic. So I actually thought that I had damaged something in my brain and I was going to be stuck that way.
Oh shit.
And yeah, I know the stuff's only supposed to last 30 minutes, but I couldn't understand why I felt like I had a raging headache for the next 12 hours.
Yeah, that's a pain in the ass.
That doesn't happen usually. That normally doesn't happen on that. Usually, whatever, you'll be cleared in 30 minutes.
Okay.
It's just that 30 minutes seems like 30 years.
Right. There we are. There we are. So, I mean, I could go on about this for hours, but I'm really delaying the inevitable. Still, we've got a few minutes to the bottom of the hour. We may as well take it to the bottom of the hour. I'm just curious, have you ever read the works of Carlos Castaneda, the Don Juan books, Pack 1? I'm just curious, because he was so famous in the 60s and 70s.
I'm familiar with the works, and I have briefly glanced at the books. Because I'm not, like, I buy books, but I guess I never really looked it up. And I had went to like Borders or something before and tried to find some books and couldn't. So like I've downloaded like PDF files, and read a little bit, but nothing too in depth. And what like is like he like went up onto the mountain with him or something, and like he like has all this like shit he says, like it's like deep wisdom ass shit.
Yeah.
Like yeah, it's like yeah. I've it's definitely some shit that'll stick with you that he says, and it's interesting. There are some interesting things on it. So, but no, I don't own a book, and I have read little pieces, but nothing that has stuck with me in my memory.
Yeah.
I can say.
Oh, I'm not recommending them. It's definitely. It's just for people who are like just want to vicariously experience the thrill of magic and substance, shall we say, experimentation, consciousness expansion through substance abuse, for lack of a better word, or recreational narcotics use. But definitely. All I can say is that, you aren't missing anything, really. I was just asking because I was curious. It definitely came to mind because, of course, your own heritage and because of the, the hit that it made in the 60s and 70s. Everybody thought that was the shit. And, but, when I tried reading through it, it was, I could understand some of the things that they were saying, where they were coming from, but at the same time, it's, I mean, you get most of that just by listening to us. So, all right then.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, my love to all of you gentlemen. Thank you so much for helping get me to this point. I'm glad you were all here so I could piss all over that poor guy. I've already forgotten his name for his stupid snide backhanded commentary about, oh, this is constructive. Constructive. I mean, he's not even hitting the mark. So aside from all of that, Derek, was there anything you wanted to say before we all kind of ask you gentlemen to kind of just come into the background for the remainder of the evening while I start to monologue. Is Derek there? Or did he drop off? If he dropped off, that's fine. And that's Derek. And hopefully everything is well with him, and that he just either went to the bathroom or went to sleep or something. But so both of you gentlemen, along with Derek, of course, love you all. And we anytime you wish, if you still happen to be up while I'm monologuing and you feel you can insert yourself, or you feel that the need to just kind of break in, go ahead and do so. And we still have many other occult stories to explore with Pac-1 Morales. He has more than you can imagine. And Jameson Reese, of course, is the perfect wall to bounce that off of. Derek Talley, of course, hope everything's going well with him. And my shout out on behalf of these gentlemen to everyone in the chat room. Shout out to Priester, who's got the fox, I believe, a kitsune, a fox as his icon, and he was saying several things he retracted, which is interesting. He was exchanging some remarks with Nathan, and of course, Leigh Renee says, "Wow, loved tonight's artwork, Douglas." Okay, that was the former episode. So I appreciate what she said. Of course, she's calling it artwork. She may think it's an illustration, but that's something I was speaking about before with Crystal River. Many of my photographs get confused with illustrations, and many of my illustrations get confused with photographs. And sometimes they're a combination of both when I do the overpainting. So aside from all of that, all right, again, everybody here, say goodnight to the audience, and I'll take it from here.
Good night, Douglas. Good night, everybody out there. Have a good night. I'll still be listening, brother.
Love you dearly. Thank you so much, Pac-1. And our man Jameson Reese will be here to take my place whenever there's a break, and he'll say goodnight now otherwise.
Good night, folks.
Wonderful. Yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
No. You'll probably hear from me at some point.
Yes, yes. And
Good morning. Good morning as well.
Yes, and I want to thank you for your courage in sharing your struggle with your addictions, and I'm glad we went in that direction. And there's still other drugs we'll talk about in the near future. We'll talk about. I know Jameson hasn't experimented with rapé, but maybe our man Pac-1 has. I would not be surprised. And if that's the case, he can tell us that either now or later. We've got years ahead of us. After all, the guy who was doing the reading on him said he was going to die in September or something of what was it, last year or 2 years ago, and that never came to pass. I mean, talk about you know, if you're really trying to make money from people from doing readings, that's not the kind of shit you want to tell them. It's like, you talk about self-sabotaging. I mean, it's... Well,
honestly, I would pay someone to know when I am legitimately going to die.
Oh, you don't want to know that.
Because that would just be morbidly interesting.
Oh, no. You don't want to know that. You don't want to know that. And aside from that, it's you would never be able to ascertain whether that's real or not anyway. Whether that
that's part of the grim amusement of it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Because I used to think every year on January 6th, right? I always used to keep having this thought that every new year I'm going to wind up dying because of something I saw a long time ago, and it's like it never happens. It's like, okay. And so then my brain rewrites it, and it's like, yeah, actually it was like 100 years ago that was supposed to happen. My brain constantly fucks with me and rewrites it so that, it really said this year coming, and it's
weird.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah,
I'm just really fucked up.
No worries. No. I don't mean that in a negative sense. I'm just saying, I have similar things that go on in my life. We all do, really, believe it or not, where we have something that just is kind of like a, repetitive, kind of compulsive brain lock concerning some concept that comes up again and again in our lives. We all have that, and it manifests in different ways, but you know, don't ever think that what you've experienced is somehow dysfunctional necessarily. But it's definitely, I get what you're saying. Honestly,
It's certainly compulsive.
it can be considered such, but yeah, kind of like that. Kind of the brain lock was the term that was used for obsessive compulsive, but that's not obsessive compulsive. It's just something that you know, has been a recurring thought. That's all. And so with that, we are at the bottom of the hour. I'd best get started. And love all my brothers dearly. Wonderful men, and stand shoulder to shoulder with them proudly in the struggle. And it's been a struggle to get to this point where I was willing to do the solicitation and move on with the monologue for the night. I won't say I'm going to be too ambitious. I'll cover basically things that I feel people need to have the straight dope on, the real information on, which is the COVID-19, the presidential elections, because these are both areas that are impacting us. And I may go a bit into the philosophical, kind of explore some of what Jameson Reese has been talking about concerning the potential for human extinction. In terms of some reading I've been doing, exactly where we can go from here, because obviously this has been an existential election. This election has been dealing with the existence of the human race itself, and in terms of the struggle to express that, to educate people in the gravity of the situation, that has been Mein Kampf, my struggle. And my struggle be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we ask it of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington. Friend and follow he via his Facebook Incorporated timeline at facebook.com/John.War, and subscribe to his YouTube Maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. And he, of course, is the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. Were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So, if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page, and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com, and you can PayPal him at paypal.me/Magator, again spelled MAGGOTAUR. After all, he is the man who, of his own initiative, downloaded the majority of what I produced and published onto YouTube into his own personal hard drives, enabling us to reconstruct my legacy anew in cyberspace each time that it was scrubbed from the data matrix in toto, and that renders him a bridge between the Akashic records and the material world of the cyberspatial data matrix in which I interact with you as a virtual personality, thereby rendering John Warrington, in a sense, my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Not of my legacy from the internet, which has happened no less than thrice, 3 times, but against the annihilation of all life on Earth, which be the ultimate objective of the cults of the kings of Edom and their chaos cultists. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there a footnote on my bio, sire, which be on the homepage of showsdd.com. And there you'll find out the meaning of my biological father's name, the name what made the man, and after that education, you can go forth and enlighten others and inform them about the fact that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, is alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. And if at all possible, while enlightening these others, make certain to encourage them to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. For people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Amaza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card via the red donate button. And you can simply go to DouglasDietrich.com and click the yellow donate button to donate via PayPal. PayPal always takes its cut, so if you want to avoid PayPal taking its cut, use a straight debit or credit card via the red button. And through that red button, you'll also find the keys to the kingdom itself, the ability to log in and register in the archives of DouglasDietrich.com so that you can reward yourself for your contribution, your sponsorship, because all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011 year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin-Sujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath Sanju Ichi Senseme, the 3/11 terror attack against Fukushima Daiichi, the Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities located on site, the 7,000 isles of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saves, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which be spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. And, of course, optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manageress, Selena Khan, and his webmistress, Lena Shea, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Drax, Dietrich's or Dragons, heavyweight lifting, keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight, whom you can friend and follow at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7. Subscribe to his channel, of course, at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD. He being mine own personal hero, who hast substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Also on his Bizarre HD channel you will find trailered his video in production, The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, subtitled The Third Reich's Flügelrad and Hannibal Technology. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulliviers, the son of Dietrich, or son of the dragons, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, is still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click the notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if ye be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To re-emphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and tune in thereafter at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time on the other side of the continent here on the left west coast. On Wednesdays and Sundays, well, every Sunday and Wednesday night, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com and donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. In terms of shout-outs, shout out to Stephen Myers, black African-American brother from another mother of Asian heritage as well, a man who lives in Manhattan Island, who's donated 10 United States dollars as of late, 15 beforehand earlier, and of course, a shout out to Birthday Girl, recently had her solar return, Jess Roger. This is her personal new year that's just begun some 48 hours ago, and she donated 15 United States dollars. Bless her heart. And happy birthday, young lady. A happy personal new year. And Eric Laystick, our man, the poet, who is a wonderful human being. He contributed, as he does monthly, his 25 United States dollars via money order. We also have a mass prayer request for, aside from Vera Reina Barrera, due to her current suffering from lymphomic cancer, which we will pray that she heals from, recovers from completely. a mass prayer request for Maria Grigorich's best friend, or one of her best friends, Wendy Parr, whose surname is spelled P-A-R-R. So she said, "Hi Douglas, hope you're doing well. Can I please request prayers for tomorrow's transmission? I'm devastated. Wendy Parr is my dearest friend, and her cancer came back with a vengeance. They have stopped treatment and are keeping her comfortable. She's in extreme pain. She's staying positive nevertheless, and sometimes the power of prayer can perform miracles. Attitude is half the battle won, even at the stage she's at. Thank you." And of course, if you want to visualize the wonderful Wendy Parr, just remember that she's almost identical in appearance to that actress who played in the movie Misery, Kathy Bates. A resemblance that's almost eerie. She's nothing like the character, of course, that was portrayed by Kathy Bates. But that should help with your visualization during prayer. And this brings me into the education I need to provide, which is, of course, relevant to the image in thumbnail of live stream of myself and my surrogate son. You should be able to tell which is which, but honestly, from back at the time when my son was a girl, and indeed the escort that I regularly had intimate relations with, I pumped so much nanosperm into her that her looks very much came to reflect mine own. And that is definitely a conclusion that we reached, is that the nanoplasma impacts my sperm as well. We know that from the tests that were conducted at the Letterman Army Medical Center under the surveillance of Dr. John Henry Hagman, a medical criminal whose license was revoked and yet who still practices in the military, dealing as he did the last time I checked with the Arizona National Guard. And he was rendezvoused with by Donald Trump, who was interested in his researches into immortality, which, or at least life extension. At any rate, he replaced, without my permission, the permission of my parents, who thought I would otherwise die, based on a lie that was told them by the U.S. Army at Letterman Army Medical Center, where 25%, or fully a quarter of all Army doctors, were trained at the time that it was operational. That was, of course, where I was experimented on illegally and inhumanly, and I died clinically and reanimated within 24 to 48 hours, and basically was impacted the rest of my life by the fact that all of the blood had been drained out of my body and replaced with experimental plasma, which at the time, the excuse, quite legitimate in its own right, in the sense that we were out of blood stock the world over. The world blood market had crashed at that time because they used to take blood from all kinds of homeless people who would literally donate a pint of blood for $10 and a donut. And they would line up in front of the blood bank, all these homeless people and prostitutes. And of course, that plus they had blood drives in prisons where everybody was fucking each other and giving each other every disease imaginable. The world blood market crashed because of AIDS in particular, and not to mention every other disease imaginable, impacting people who suffered transfusions of this kind of just wretched blood quality. And because the world blood market had collapsed and there was no supply of blood, my parents were told that I was bleeding out with a bleeding duodenal ulcer, which it turned out was not the case. I was bleeding out pretty severely, but not necessarily enough to die. Certainly nothing to justify what they did. but my parents thought it was justified based on the misinformation they were given, and they were told that I would bleed out, and there was no blood to replace my blood with, so would they give permission for an experimental transfusion? And they gave permission for that, and basically I was filled with, the term they used was nanoplasma. And that was before anyone ever heard of it, before any books were ever published on the technology. And it's impacted my life ever since, and the lives of those around me. In the case of my surrogate son, after years of physical relations, she, when he was a girl, gradually began to look more as myself, and to the point where we very much reflect each other physiologically. Or to put it brutally, the way Laura Lee Solomon expressed it, it's like I'm fucking myself. So there you go with that. That's, something she would say. I'm not physically intimate with my surrogate son at this point in our lives since his sex change, but he allows me, of course, to drink his blood as I do with some of the other young lads who are young men who are in the community of the man he married, the multi-billionaire who, like many people in Silicon Valley, maintains a bevy of blood boys, or what they call transfusion associates, that help maintain their physical youth through blood transfusions. Though, of course, I'm a drinker myself, straight, because of my vampiric background, which you can find out more about by ordering the book Vampirology. VAMPHYROLOGY. Vampirology on Amazon by Douglas Dietrich. Now, as I said, we recently had the Transgender Day of Remembrance. And into this weekend, we transfer from the Transgender Day of Remembrance to the weekend of resistance and resilience. Now, for trans people worldwide, the last year was one of the deadliest on record. This last year. But the community has a long history of resilience. Now, I've spoken to many people in the community, and of course San Francisco is a mecca for alternative lifestyles. And of course, I don't necessarily speak to people just here in San Francisco. Thanks to the incredible reach of the man who married my son, I'm able to use their communications in terms of basically, how would I describe this? Of course, I talk to many people out of my own home, the Crypt, here in San Francisco. But when I'm on the estate of the man my son is married, I have even more access using the clout of the name of his corporation to contact people who otherwise wouldn't speak to me at all. That's not the case with people in the transgender community. They're not like academics. They don't have some sense of self-importance. But they are people who were very happy to share their stories. This year's Transgender Day of Remembrance is into this weekend, where we go from resistance, more honored on Saturday because the Day of Remembrance was Friday, to today, which was more the Day of Resiliency. It was all about imagining futures for the transgender and gender diverse community, as much as it is about mourning and remembering lives that have been lost. The day was first observed circa 1999, the year that was technically the dawn of the third Christian millennium, launched by transgender advocate Gwendolyn Ann Smith to honor the memory of Rita Hester, a black trans woman who was murdered in Massachusetts the previous year under horrifying conditions. It took her a week to die, and she spent all week being tortured to death in her own home by so-called heterosexual home invaders who raped and tortured her to death, strangled her on a daily basis, cutting off blood and oxygen to her brain with each strangulation, until ultimately, after a week of this, she died. And, of course, the day honored, and still does, other trans women who had lost their lives since Hester's death. And since then, it has become an annual tradition observed by the community and allies the world over. And so, one of the people that I spoke to is actually a Brazilian, where they're experiencing the most death. Did this by basically calling her from the estate, because I couldn't really do that from my home. I could have been maybe using Skype, but it was just easier to use so many of the resources they have. First for locating people, and then, of course, for contacting them. Now, Viviane Vigueiro Simakawa is obviously a multicultural individual as well as being transgendered. And G, to use the gender-neutral descriptive, is a trans feminist activist and researcher based in northeastern Brazil, and a program officer with the ITF, the International Trans Fund, which works to support trans-led groups and movements across the world. So, G said, I try to keep in mind that we do not forget each other, we care for each other, and we respect each other no matter how much the system might despise our trajectories. So the Day of Remembrance is also a means of recognizing, or means to recognizing, Transestry, as she calls it in Brazil. She is, that is, trans and gender diverse elders who help those from younger generations like herself to affirm their own identities. By the way, I think I can cease using the gender neutral. I try to do that out of respect to those who prefer that, but she's comfortable with she. Now, the idea of transestry, it's a profound observation in Brazil in particular, where 152 trans and gender diverse people were killed between October 1st of yesteryear and September 30th of this year. That's the most deaths reported in any country in the world through that time period. One of the many sobering statistics from the new report I referenced in our episode preceding tonight's, as released by the TMM project, TMM being acronyms for Transgender Murder Monitoring. This is all, of course, under the behest of the dictator of Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro, a right-wing piece of shit, who's just known as the Trump of the tropics. Now, overall, the data proves the second highest number of cases in a single year, and a 6% increase in reported murders from 2019. 97% of those murdered were trans women or trans feminine people. 62% were sex workers. Now, employment discrimination, lack of opportunities, barriers to legal recognition can force some people, well, some trans people, to turn to sex work, where they are at disproportionate risk of violence and police harassment. So, a joint statement issued from 25 social justice organizations from around the world, including the ILGA, the International Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Trans, and Intersex Association, and the TGEU, the Transgender Europe, which leads the TMM project, states, November 20th reminds us that violence towards one of us is violence towards all of us. It reminds us of the urgency and importance of building more self-aware, resilient, and connected trans movements. Now, since the 1st of January, in the 2008 year of our Lord, the TMM Project has monitored reports of transgender murders. Since then, the number of cases recorded, and by the way, that year that they started, that was the year of the great stock market crash. That was Black Monday. That was my birthday, October 20th. And it was, of course, 2008. And since then, the number of cases recorded by TMM as officially acknowledged has reached a total of 3,665 transgendered people murdered horribly in 750 countries, 75 nation states and territories worldwide. In the United States alone, 89% of those killed were trans or gender diverse people of color. The killings of black trans people, including Tony McDade, Nina Pop, Rhea Milton, and Dominique Remé-Fells, ignited national anguish amid the Black Lives Matter protests in the United States this year. In June, an estimated 15,000 people gathered for the Brooklyn Liberation March in New York, wearing white, the color of death in Asia, and paying tribute to black trans lives. Deeply appreciated as a cross-cultural symbiosis for social statement. On the 20th of November, but 48 hours ago, President-elect Joseph Biden released a statement promising to honor transgender lives and rights both in America and around the world. Biden wrote, and I quote as he, "From the moment I am sworn in as President of these United States, knowest that my administration will see you, listen to you, and fight for not only your safety, but also the dignity and justice you have been denied." The TMM Project names every single victim where possible, many of whose deaths are often not even covered in their own country's media, or investigated extensively, or completely ignored, such as 45-year-old Anel Valenzuela, who was killed at the beauty salon where she worked in 14, Mexico, or Mamta, who was killed in February by her partner in Ahmedabad, India. TMM's researchers have also noted that the number of murders is likely to be far, far higher than their report can even outline, due to challenges in and lack of data collection, as well as trans people being misgendered by their families, by the authorities, and by the media, who act in open conspiracy to deny transgenderism, to deny these people their chosen identities. Even at times after they've had the sexual affirmation surgery, the sex change that made them into the gender with which they identify. The data in this year's TMM report also comes in the context of the coronavirus pandemic, which has severely impacted the transgender community in particular worldwide. And so the woman I spoke to in Brazil, Simakawa, says that many of the trans-led groups the ITF works with have turned to emergency relief activities to meet basic needs, including providing food. And so, to quotist Simakawa, the pandemic has made survival more critical for many trans people. And definitely in our favelas, that's the black free towns, where freed slaves escaped to in the Amazon, establishing their own communities in Brazil. So she said, definitely in our favelas and marginalized communities, this has been an important issue. It's frustrating to see how underfunded we are as a community, or they're not funded at all under Bolsonaro, who has made no secret that he wants to exterminate all who are not cisgendered. That means people who identify as the sex they were born, which has got to be pretty hard if, as I've informed you, there are really 5 genders and people only acknowledge 2. The other genders being hermaphroditic in the medical term, transsexed. And of course, some are more male than others, some are more female, some are quite balanced. Those are the other 3 genders you never even knew existed. That's how massive the conspiracy is to deny you reality. Now, under Bolsonaro, he wants all such people exterminated. Simply because, as Lady Gaga would say, they were born that way. Now, Shamindra Weerawardana, a consultant on gender identity, whom I consulted, but not only gender identity, Shamindra Weerawardana is a consultant on expression and sex characteristics at ILGA as well. The acronym, of course, ILGA, just so people get more familiar with these organizations and perhaps even someday provide them some volunteer work or donations. That's the International Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Trans, and Intersex Association. Only it's in the Portuguese, I believe, and therefore the acronym comes out very differently than it would in the English. And so when I consulted with Shamindra, G added that trans communities have often had to form support networks for each other amid crises, particularly those in indigenous communities in the global south, who may be affected by climate change and displacement, and others who rely on a daily wage simply to survive. But such tight-knit grassroots networks and community-building initiatives are also affording many trans people the opportunity to cultivate authentic leadership and activist positions. In Brazil, Simakawa has demonstrated to myself that trans and gender-diverse communities are becoming more autonomous and empowered, particularly in supporting the lives of those within the trans community where federal and state institutions have failed to do so. And she pointed out to myself the work of the ANTRA, A-N-T-R-A, again a Portuguese acronym, but in English that would stand for National Association of Travestis and Transsexuals. The travestis being a particular term that might require a little bit of explanation. It's a gender identity used in Latin American countries, especially South American, to designate people who have been assigned male sex at birth but develop a gender identity according to different expressions of femininity. So a travesti would be in theater a performance while wearing clothes of the opposite sex. Just basically transvestiture. But if you take it as an actual identity, well, in some cultures, especially in South America, where a travesti is a person who is biologically male, they may simply have a feminine, trans-feminine, or femme gender identity, and it's connected to a local socio-political identity. So travestis have been described as a third gender, but not all see themselves this way. Some people might try and pigeonhole myself into that identity matrix. I never thought of myself as such because in North America, transvestiture or cross-dressing is not a gender identity. It's simply a practice. It's not a sexual identity like being gay or lesbian is. It's just something that's done. For most people, it would be entertainment or a hobby. Obviously, mine is affiliated with a far more ancient tradition, which I've articulated in various episodes of this ongoing program. So, I would, let me see if I can come up with anything else that might add some enlightenment in that direction. Basically, I would say that if you wanted some more identifiers, travestis are males who, often beginning at ages as young as 10, adopt female names, clothing styles, hairstyles, and linguistic pronouns. I mean, there's things they do more dramatically as well. I would say that, let me see, I would say they ingest massive doses of female hormones and inject up to 20 liters of industrial silicone into their bodies to create breasts, wide hips, and large thighs and buttocks. Now, despite such irreversible physiological changes, virtually no travesti identifies herself as a woman. Moreover, travestis regard any male who does so as mentally disturbed. So obviously, by that I would hope you would realize I cannot at all fit into that category. So, since it's heavily bodily modified, very different from what I do. The closest that I would come to that would be the ancient ninjutsu skill that's also taught to sumo wrestlers, that my mother taught myself about, withdrawing the testicles to protect myself during search, so I would not be identified as a male during body searches, or when in drag, of course, or during combat. Now, according to, well, let's see now, Antra, when I was speaking to Simakawa, she was speaking of the work of the National Association of Travestis and Transsexuals, which in the Portuguese acronym, because in Brazil they speak the Portuguese language, it basically spells out ANTRA, A-N-T-R-A. That's a national organization which is responsible for collecting data for the TMM project, among other goals, and has been vital to the trans-led resistance against persecution and gendercide. According to ANTRA's figures, 281 trans people ran for local political posts in Brazil in this month's elections. The first where trans candidates were able to run under the chosen names, and the first elections since those in 2018, which ushered in a win for the country's far-right president, Jair Bolsonaro, the Trump of the tropics, and a total piece of shit. Transgender candidates Aurica Hilton and Femi Miranda were both elected to the city council in Sao Paulo, Brazil's largest metropolis, this week, along with a number of other candidates who won seats to their local councils. While a majority in Brazil's Supreme Court yesteryear voted in favor of criminalizing homophobia and transphobia, the legal gender recognition is possible for transgender people without medical criteria. There are still frequent attacks on the broader lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer community from the reactionary Roman Catholic Church in Brazil, so-called conservatives who are really just bigoted reactionaries, and President Bolsonaro himself, who's just a subhuman piece of shit. In this context, Simakawa is hoping that the greater involvement of trans people in institutional politics, as well as sustainable support for grassroots organizations, could help push for greater equity in issues beyond gender identity, including housing policy and environmentalism. For the Asian Indian descended Wira Wardana, Transgender Day of Remembrance is a day to acknowledge the systemic issues that contribute to the levels of violence while recognizing the vast diversity of experiences within the transgender community. So, when I spraketh with Wira Wardana, thanks to her introduction to myself by Simikawa, G said, "It is a day of remembrance of those who have passed and those who have faced violence and survived. And it is also a day to acknowledge the resilience of trans communities, people who try to protect each other, look after each other, and celebrate each other and live their lives." Now, in terms of our addressing an epidemic of violence against trans and non-binary peoples up here in the north, there needs to be more than simply remembrance, resistance, and resilience. There needs to be response. And on Trans Day of Remembrance and into its weekend of resistance and resiliency, we should honor those who have been killed and dismantle the structures that cause anti-trans violence. Just remember to spread the word and educate others that each year, on the 20th of November, the Trans Day of Remembrance gives us an opportunity to remember and honor those trans and non-binary people who have been killed at the hands of transphobic and trans-misogynistic violence. In this year alone, the 2020th year of our Lord on the Christian calendar, over 350 trans and non-binary people have been killed around the world that we know of, as officially acknowledged by their states, the large majority of whom were trans women and trans feminine people. But within these United States, there have been at least 28 documented cases of trans and non-binary people who have been murdered this year alone, with TVT, the Trans Respect versus Transphobia Worldwide organization, reporting that almost 80% of those people killed in these United States were of color. And while the Trans Day of Remembrance largely focuses on those we have lost to murder, it is also important to recognize trans and non-binary people who have died because of medical neglect, lack of access to shelter, suicide, and other preventable causes. This increasing and alarming rate of death has been labeled a pandemic all its own and continues to impact trans and non-binary communities, especially black trans and non-binary communities, in every corner of these United States. In addition to high murder rates, trans and non-binary people also face widespread physical and sexual violence, especially from law enforcement. There is a long history of trans and non-binary people being targeted by the police and the criminal legal system as a whole. As Maya Fino, a black non-binary abolitionist and cultural worker, has reminded us, well, to quote as G, the United States criminal legal system was absolutely designed to warehouse, to use her quote, referencing her identity, to warehouse us, to surveil us, to police us, specifically those of us who are black, immigrants, queer, trans, etc. Research conducted by the New York City Anti-Violence Project concluded that trans and non-binary people are 7 times more likely to experience physical police violence as compared to cisgender people, which means people who are comfortable with the physical sex into which they were born, or as many people would view it in this day and age, the postmodern age, the gender role which they were assigned. Now, black, trans, and non-binary people continue to experience the highest rates of police brutality and incarceration in the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer community, and are even criminalized for defending themselves against anti-black, transphobic, and transmisogynistic attacks. Across trans and non-binary communities, law enforcement officers have often abused their power to violently enforce the gender binary and punish gender nonconformity. This often leads to police criminalizing trans and non-binary people for non-illegal activity, such as using public restrooms or simply standing on street corners. If trans and non-binary people are not killed or harmed by police officers, then they are arrested or incarcerated for quote-unquote crimes like false personation, suspicion of sex work, or disorderly conduct, simply for being who they are. And once incarcerated, trans and non-binary people are often forced into facilities that do not align with their gender, denied access to gender-affirming health care, and sexually harassed and assaulted at disproportionate rates. The American Civil Liberties Unions, the ACLU's, legal and policy work on rights for trans and non-binary people and sex work decriminalization demonstrates how anti-trans violence can be fought at a structural level and has resulted in tangible change for trans and non-binary people, I am happy to say. In the face of so much violence and death, trans and non-binary people on the ground continue to mobilize to support and protect their own communities. This includes actions such as rallies, like the March for Black Trans Lives held this past summer in Brooklyn, and the creation of mutual aids funds and networks, which assist trans and non-binary people in assessing necessary resources. Trans and non-binary people also continue to be vocal about their needs and the conditions required to survive and thrive in a world filled with transphobic and transmisogynistic violence. The Trans Agenda for Liberation's Black Trans Woman and Black Trans Feminist Leading and Living Fiercely publication envisions concrete solutions to combat the discrimination and violence that black trans women and black trans feminine people experience. And projects like the Trans Day of Resilience provide space for community empowerment and connection among trans and non-binary people of color. So, it's essential for us to celebrate, support, and care for the trans and non-binary people who are still living as we mourn and honor those who have passed. Now, some concrete actions would include policy. Educate yourself about the decriminalization of sex work and how decriminalization would impact the lives of trans and non-binary people. Get involved in decriminalization efforts in your area. Or, if there are none, work with the local community organizers to bring this issue to their attention. As well, know your rights, your own, if you feel you may fall into this category. Research your rights for interacting with law enforcement and learn ways to safely de-escalate situations in which police are verbally or physically harassing trans and non-binary people. If you're some straight, cisgendered individual, you can do this too. You can, yes, intervene when you see this happening. You can learn how to de-escalate by letting police know simply that you're watching and filming. And of course, there's mutual aid. Find mutual aid networks in your city and state if you identify as transgendered or transfeminine. Plug into the needs that trans and non-binary have named as priorities for their communities. You can also contribute to mutual aid funds for trans and non-binary people to ensure that your money will directly benefit their survival. And donate to bail funds for trans and non-binary people who cannot afford cash bail. So on this Trans Day of Remembrance weekend, I will read from a list provided to me by my son, wherein we can honor the following trans and non-binary people. May they not simply rest in peace, may they rest in power. And so there's about 30 names on this list I'm going to go through. Ariane Burnett of Independence, Missouri. Aja Raquel Ron Spears of Portland, Oregon. Alexa Nuliza Luciano Ruiz of Toa Baja, Puerto Rico. Angel Haynes of Memphis, Tennessee. Ashley Moore of Newark, New Jersey. Brayla Stone of Sherwood, Arizona. Bray Nuke Black of Pompano Beach, Florida. Brian Egypt Powers of Akron, Ohio. Dominique Reme Fells of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Drya McCarty of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Dustin Parker, McAllister, Oklahoma. Felcia Harris of August, Georgia. Helge Oregon of San Antonio, Texas. Jane Thompson of Mesa County, Colorado. Johanna Metzger of Baltimore, Maryland. Kesam of Lafayette, Louisiana. Leila Pale Sanchez of Puerto Rico. Lexi of New York, New York. Marilyn Cazares of Brawley, California. Merce Mack of Dallas, Texas. Maya Green of West Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Michelin Ramos Vargas of San Germain, Puerto Rico. Monica Diamond of Charlotte, North Carolina. Nina Pop of Sikeston, Missouri. Penelope Diaz Ramirez of Bayamon, Puerto Rico. Keisha D. Hardy of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Raya Milton of Liberty Township, Ohio. Sarah Blackwood of Indianapolis, Indiana. Selena Reyes Hernandez of Chicago, Illinois. Serena Angelique Valequez Ramos of Puerto Rico. Shaki Peters of Amite City, Louisiana. Summer Taylor of Seattle, Washington. Tatiana Hall of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Tiffany Harris of the Bronx in New York. Tony McDade of Tallahassee, Florida. Yampi Mendez Oroco Moca, Puerto Rico, and Unieski Herrera of Miami, Florida, and the other 330 trans and non-binary people murdered around the world. Now, my ultimate nightmare would be for my son to be on this list. It's a list that my primary gang stalker, Richard K. Cole Jr., has sworn to put him on. This man, because he's a white male supremacist terrorist, is given every privilege in the world. He can do no wrong. This is what it's like to live in this society of white supremacy. And whenever I've put that in the face, even casually without confrontation, of white trash pieces of shit like David J. West, he bristled and said how hard it is for white men. Well, maybe it's hard for David J. West because he was born short, fat, ugly, and bald. But for him, a father of multiple children, many of whom are not his own because they were brought into his family by marrying a wife who had children of her own, as well as the children of the wife for whom he has no sympathy with in death, who would have testified against him had he gone ahead and published my work, which was his intention in claiming that it had never been published before, when he damn well knew it was, and censored and destroyed. This is the same kind of satanic son of a bitch that has been threatening my son all his life. Report these people to the FBI for openly disseminating feloniously forged federal and veterans military documentation, altered federal and veterans military documentation, and false federal military and veterans documentation illegally writ on government letterhead to defraud the American public. Report such to the United States Federal Bureau of Investigation at 1-855-TEL-FBI. That's 1-855-835-5324. And submit your complaint on the web at ic3.gov, ic3.gov. Remember to tell them that Richard K. Cole Jr. lives in Prattsburg, New York. Prattsburgh. As well, report his partnership with David J. West and John McKenzie, two white trash piece of shit faggots disguising themselves as heterosexuals in league with another faggot who got out of the Marine Corps for his own sexual identity issues. As a matter of fact, that piece of shit was given 21 days non-pay on service on his service record, time taken out to seek sex reassignment surgery, which no one was willing to perform on him, because in the United States, they wouldn't do to him what the transvesti do to themselves in Brazil. That's the kind of son of a bitch who's jealous of myself, because I can pull it off and he never can. Now, he's a plague on humanity that needs to be taken down, and unless you all participate, it's never going to happen. Believe me, I can't find justice in a white man's world. Because when I've approached the FBI, I was just told I'm a queer whore who deserves everything he gets from a decent white male. Then you wonder why I expose white supremacy on this program. Unless you're a person in my position, especially if you're a white male, and the majority of white females, You have no idea what it's like to exist as a human being in a sick society in which you dominate. All of that is changing, thank the gods of my ancestors. But the best way to hasten the pace of that change is to take down people like this and report them for what they are. Now, the coronavirus pandemic across the nation is turning from bad to worse so fast that an influential academic modeling group raised the deaths forecast to 471,000 by March. The Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation officially stated that hospital systems in most states will be under severe stress during December and January, even in their reference scenario. Increasing mask use to 95% can save 65,000 lives by the 1st of March. More than 2,000 deaths were reported just yesterday, the highest number since May. The US CDC, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, has urged Americans not to travel for Thanksgiving and scale back on traditional gatherings to slow the spread. I went into this in depth in our latest transmission proceeding tonight's. It is definitely something you do not want to do, is travel and expose yourself, if nothing else, though I would hope you would think of others along the way when it comes to Thanksgiving. Basically, this is very much a time to stay at home and prevent yourself from being part of the cause, instead seeking to make yourself part of the cure. The cure, of course, would be to basically go into sequestration and keep yourself and others out of trouble. Make yourself at home, rather than someplace else where everyone will pay the price. This is no time for planes, trains, and automobiles. Public health officials want Americans to skip traditional gatherings for their most fabled holiday, Thanksgiving. As COVID-19 infections spike, the US CDC is worried that big turkey dinners, where the wine flows and families assemble, will be super spreader events that will overwhelm hospitals across the country. It's already happened in Canada, which saw a spike in COVID-19 infections after its own Thanksgiving holiday in October. Now, Thanksgiving in America is as big as Christmas elsewhere in the West. Like the Chinese, who return home to celebrate Asian Lunar New Year festival. Many Americans make their only trek of the year to see family in late November. While it has colonial Christian roots, Thanksgiving has long been a party that unites diverse cultures and religions, and hopefully will transcend its roots to become what it must be recognized as, ultimately, Native American Holocaust Memorial Day. Aside from that, it might be the only thing pro- and anti-Trump voters have in common this year. Though a Thanksgiving blackout might avoid some awkward dinner table conversations. The CDC appeal is already too late. Airlines are expecting their busiest time since the travel industry fell off the map in March, and have laid on hundreds of extra flights. The American Automobile Association has attested that 55 million people are planning to take trips of half a hundred or more miles in the coming days. It expects the second biggest Thanksgiving exodus since it started tracking such statistics in the year 2000. A nightmare scenario since it's likely to spread the virus from hotspots to new areas. Dr. Liana Wen, a Chinese American who happens to be an emergency room physician and former Baltimore health commissioner, says it might be best to wait until next summer, after a vaccine is available, to share turkey, stuffing, and pumpkin pie. Thanksgiving in July, you might say? It'll be heresy to most Americans, but could make the title of another great road movie. Now, aside from all that, medical staff have not been spared either any more than you have, with about 900 staff members contracting coronavirus at the Mayo Clinic in the Midwest over a 2-week period. States like mine own Golden, California, Arkansas, and Ohio are reimposing strict measures that include curfews for residents and businesses in the hardest hit areas. And yet, the end of the pandemic is now in sight. This week brought another round of not just urgent pandemic updates, but, well, it was all pandemic updates, but they were both catastrophic and spectacular. So tonight, I'm going to try to help you, as an individual myself with a medical degree, in this case, the credit equivalent of a master's degree in medical journalism. I will help you process the good and the bad per the COVID-19 outbreak. Understanding the pandemic this week requires grasping two thoughts at once. First, the United States has never been closer to defeating the pandemic. Second, some of the American empire's most agonizing days still lie ahead. The end of the pandemic is in sight. The most tenuous moment is over. The scientific uncertainty at the heart of COVID-19 vaccines is resolved. So, yes, you can spread the word with confidence. The end of the pandemic is now in sight. It's so important, I'm repeating it for effect. A year of scientific uncertainty is over. 2 vaccines look like they will work, and more should follow. For all that scientists have done to tame the biological world, there are still things that lie outside the realm of human knowledge. The coronavirus was one such alarming reminder when it emerged with murky origins in late 2019 and found naive, unwitting hosts in the human body. Even as science began to unravel many of the virus's mysteries, how it spreads, how it tricks its way into cells, how it kills, a fundamental unknown about vaccines hung over the pandemic and our collective human fate. Vaccines can stop many, but not all viruses. Could they stop this one? The answer, we now know, is yes. A resounding yes. Pfizer and Moderna have separately released preliminary data that suggests their vaccines are both more than 90% effective, far more than any scientists ever expected. Neither company has publicly shared the full scope of their data, but independent clinical trial monitoring boards have reviewed the results, and the FDA will soon scrutinize the vaccines for emergency use authorization. Unless the data takes an unexpected turn, initial doses should be available in December. The tasks that lie ahead: manufacturing vaccines at scale, distributing them via a cold or even ultra-cold chain of supply, and persuading wary Americans programmed by the motherfucking Russians to even take them, are not trivial. But they are all within the realm of human knowledge, if not our ability to act. The most tenuous moment is over. The scientific uncertainty at the heart of COVID-19 vaccines is resolved. Vaccines work. And for that, we can all breathe a collective sigh of relief. It makes it now clear that vaccines will be our way out of this pandemic. Now, as a medical journalist, I have taken advantage of my father-in-law, my son's husband, to consult various professionals, including Kanta Subarao, a Japanese-American virologist at the Doherty Institute who has studied emerging viruses. And what I've been able to learn is that the invention of vaccines against a virus identified only 10 months ago is an extraordinary scientific achievement. We have managed to accomplish the impossible. These are the fastest vaccines ever developed by a margin of years. From virtually the day communist Chinese scientists shared the genetic sequence of a new coronavirus in January of this year, researchers began designing vaccines that might train the immune system to recognize this still unnamed virus, unnamed at that time. They needed to identify a suitable piece of the virus to turn into a vaccine, and one promising target was the spike-shaped proteins that decorate the new virus's outer shell, giving it the name coronavirus, or virus of the crown. Pfizer and Moderna's vaccines both rely on the spike protein, as do many vaccine candidates still in development. These initial successes suggest this strategy works. Several more COVID-19 vaccines may soon cross the finish line. To vaccinate billions of people across the globe and bring this pandemic to a timely end, we will need all the vaccines we can get. But it is no accident or surprise that Moderna and Pfizer are first out the gate. They both bet on a new and hitherto unproven idea of using mRNA, which is, of course, RNA for the ribonucleic acid, the single-strand DNA that comprises archaeoviruses like AIDS. But with the engineering at the genetic level, microbiological engineering, as we used to call it back in the day before genetics was the term, messenger RNA is a single-stranded ribonucleic acid molecule that is complementary to one of the DNA strands of a gene. The mRNA is an RNA version of the gene that leaves the cell nucleus and moves to the cytoplasm where the proteins are made. Now, I probably lost you right there. Let's just say that by using mRNA, this fulfilled the long-promised advantage of speed. And this idea has now survived a trial by pandemic and emerged likely triumphant. If mRNA vaccines help end the pandemic and restore normal life, they may also usher in a new era for vaccine development in toto. The human immunosystem is awesome in its power, but an untrained one does not know how to aim its fire. That's where the vaccines come in. They present a harmless snapshot of a pathogen, a wanted poster, if you will, that primes the immunosystem to recognize the real virus when it comes along. Traditionally, this snapshot could be in the form of a weakened virus or an inactivated virus or a particularly distinctive viral molecule. But those approaches require vaccine makers to manufacture viruses and their molecules, which takes time and expertise. Both are lacking during a pandemic caused by a novel virus. mRNA vaccines offer a clever shortcut. We humans don't need to intellectually work out how to make viruses. Our bodies are already very, very good at incubating them. When the coronavirus infects us, it hijacks our cellular machinery, turning our cells into miniature factories that churn out infectious viruses. The mRNA vaccine makes this vulnerability into a strength. What if we can trick our own cells into making just one individually harmless, though very recognizable, viral protein? The coronavirus's spike protein fits this description, and the instructions for making it can be encoded into genetic material called mRNA. Both vaccines, from Moderna and from Pfizer's collaboration with the smaller German company BioNTech, package slightly modified spike protein mRNA inside a tiny protective bubble of fat. Human cells take up this bubble and simply follow the directions to manufacture spike protein. The cells then display these spike proteins, presenting them as strange baubles to the immunosystem. Recognizing these viral proteins as foreign, the immunosystem begins building an arsenal to prepare for the moment a virus bearing this spike protein appears. This overall process mimics the steps of infection better than some traditional vaccines, which suggests that mRNA vaccines may provoke a better immunoresponse for certain diseases. When you inject vaccines made of inactivated viruses or viral pieces, they can't get inside the cell, and the cell cannot present those viral pieces to the immunosystem. Those vaccines can still elicit proteins called antibodies, which neutralize the virus, but they have a harder time stimulating T cells, which make up another important part of the immunoresponse. Weakened viruses, which, used in vaccines, can get inside cells but risk causing an actual infection if something goes awry. mRNA vaccines cannot cause infection because they do not contain the entire virus. Moreover, inactivated viruses or viral pieces tend to disappear from the body within a day, but mRNA vaccines can continue to produce spike protein for 2 weeks. I confirmed such with Drew Weissman, an immunologist at the University of Pennsylvania, whose mRNA vaccine research has been licensed by both BioNTech and Moderna. The longer the spike protein is around, the better for an immunoresponse. All of this is how mRNA vaccines should work in theory. But no one on Earth, until last week, knew whether mRNA vaccines actually do work in humans for COVID-19. Although scientists had prototyped other mRNA vaccines before the pandemic, the technology was still new. None had been put through the paces of a large clinical trial. And the human immunosystem is notoriously complicated and unpredictable. Immunology is, well, as I learned in my courses on medical journalism, where intuition goes to die. Vaccines can even make diseases more severe rather than less. The data from these large clinical trials from Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna are the first real-world proof that mRNA vaccines protect against disease as expected. The hope in the many years when mRNA vaccine research flew under the radar was that the technology would deliver results quickly in a pandemic, and now it has. So Barney Graham, a virologist at the National Institutes of Health, who helped design the spike protein for the Moderna vaccine, has gone on record to simply say, what a relief. You can make thousands of decisions, and thousands of things have to go right for this to actually come out and work. You're just worried that you have made some wrong turns along the way. For Graham, this vaccine is a culmination of years of such decisions, long predating the discovery of the coronavirus that causes COVID-19. He and his collaborators had homed in on the importance of spike protein in another virus called respiratory syncytial is what it's spelled, SYNCYTIAL. It's RSV, respiratory syncytial virus. And Barney Graham figured out how to make the protein more stable and thus suitable for vaccines. Because that virus, the respiratory syncytial virus, had a spike protein all its own to use as a grappling hook to get into your cells. This modification appears in both the Pfizer and BioNTech's and Moderna's vaccines, as well as other leading vaccine candidates. The spectacular efficacy of these vaccines, should the preliminary data hold, likely has to do with the choice of spike protein as a vaccine target. On one hand, scientists were prepared for the spike protein thanks to research like Barney Graham's. On the other hand, coronavirus spike protein offered an opening. 3 separate components of the immunosystem, antibodies, helper cells, and killer T cells, all respond to the spike protein, which isn't the case with most viruses. In this, we were lucky. Alessandro Sette, who works with Shane Crotty, his fellow immunologist at the La Jolla Institute in California. Easy to contact in my case. Zete found that COVID-19 patients whose immunosystems can marshal all 3 punches, all 3 responses against the spike protein, tend to fare the best. He's the guy who said it's the 3 punches to describe all 3 responses. The fact that most people can recover from COVID-19 was always encouraging news. It meant a vaccine simply needed to jumpstart the immunosystem, which could then take on the virus itself. But no definitive piece of evidence existed that proved COVID-19 vaccines would be a slam dunk. Sete's co-worker, Shane Crotty, said, "There's nothing like a phase 3 clinical trial. You don't know what's going to happen with the vaccine until it happens, because the virus is complicated and the immunosystem is complicated." Experts anticipate that the ongoing trials will clarify still unanswered questions about the COVID-19 vaccines. Exempli Greciae, Ruth Caron, the directoress of the Center for Immunization Research at Johns Hopkins University, asks, "Does the vaccine prevent only a patient's symptoms? Or does it keep them from spreading the virus? How long will immunity last? How well does it protect the elderly, many of whom have a weaker response to the flu vaccine?" So far, Pfizer has noted that its vaccine seems to protect the elderly just as well, which is good news because they are especially vulnerable to COVID-19. Several more vaccines using the spike protein are in clinical trials also. They rely on a suite of different vaccine technologies, including weakened viruses, inactivated viruses, viral proteins, and another fairly new concept called DNA, or the deoxyribonucleic acid vaccines. Never before have companies tested so many different types of vaccines against the same virus, which might end up revealing something new about vaccines in general. You now have the same spike protein delivered in many different ways. How will the vaccines behave differently? Will they each stimulate different parts of the immunosystem? And which parts are best for protecting against the coronavirus? The pandemic is an opportunity to compare different types of vaccines head-on. If the two mRNA vaccines continue to be as good as they initially seem, their success will likely crack open a whole new world of mRNA vaccines. Scientists are already testing them against currently unvaccinable viruses such as Zika and the cytomegalovirus, and trying to make improved versions of existing vaccines such as for the flu. Another possibility lies in personalized mRNA vaccines that can stimulate the immunosystem to fight cancer. But the next few months will be a test of one potential downside of mRNA vaccines: their extreme fragility. mRNA is an inherently unstable molecule, which is why it needs that protective bubble of fat called a lipid nanoparticle. But the lipid nanoparticle itself is exquisitely sensitive to temperature. For longer-term storage, Pfizer BioNTech's vaccine has to be stored at minus 70 degrees Celsius, 70 degrees below zero. And Moderna's at minus 20 degrees Celsius, 20 degrees below zero, though they can be kept at higher temperatures for a shorter amount of time. Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna have said they can collectively supply enough doses for 22.5 million people in these United States by the end of this year. Distributing the limited vaccines fairly and smoothly will be a massive political and logistical challenge, especially as it begins during a bitter transition of power in Washington. The vaccine is a scientific triumph, but the past 8 months have made clear how much pandemic preparedness is not only about scientific research. Ensuring adequate supplies of tests and personal protective equipment, or PPE, providing economic relief, and communicating the known risks of COVID-19 transmission are all well within the realm of human knowledge, yet the United States government has failed at all of that. Every step of the goddamn way. The vaccine by itself cannot slow the dangerous trajectory of COVID-19 hospitalizations this fall, or save the many people who will die by Christmas. But it can now give us hope that the pandemic will end. Every infection we prevent now through masking and social distancing is an infection that can eventually be prevented forever through vaccines. But how many Americans will die between now and then? With cases rising as fast as they are, the American empire will cross the threshold of 2,000 deaths a day, 2,000 daily deaths, within a month. How many Americans are about to die? A new analysis shows that the country is on track to pass spring's grimmest record. The United States has made huge advances in fighting coronavirus. The astonishingly high death rates the American empire saw during the spring have fallen, and Americans are much more likely now than they were then to survive a COVID-19 hospitalization. New treatments have, in some cases, helped speed recovery. President Donald Trump has trumpeted his own bout with the virus as proof there is a cure for the illness. There is not. These developments have given Americans the impression that no matter how high cases surge, deaths might not reach the heights of the spring. But the truth is much grimmer. The story people want to believe about how much treatments have improved in recent months does not hold up to any quantitative scrutiny. The United States healthcare system has not reduced the deadliness of the coronavirus since July, according to a new estimate by a prominent COVID-19 researcher, which accounts for the lags in public reporting of cases and deaths. Instead, the virus has, with ruthless regularity, killed at least 1.5% of all Americans diagnosed with COVID-19 over the past 4 months. Granted, this rate is a major improvement, down more than tenfold from the earliest days of the pandemic when deaths were high, and the extreme limits on coronavirus testing held down the number of diagnosable cases. But in this new phase of the pandemic, when testing is more widely available and a much higher proportion of cases are diagnosed to begin with, it is also terrible news. Because the case fatality rate has stayed fixed for so long, and there are now so many reported cases, predicting the virus's death toll in the near term has become a matter of brutal arithmetic. 150,000 cases a day times 1.5% will lead to 2,250 deaths a day. In the spring, the 7-day average of daily deaths rose to its highest point ever on the 21st of April when it reached 2,116 deaths. With cases rising as fast as they are now, the American empire will cross the threshold of 2,000 daily deaths within a month, without a miraculous improvement in care. The United States is about to face the darkest period of this pandemic thus far. The new estimates were prepared by Trevor Bedford, a genomic epidemiologist at the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center in Seattle, employing data from the COVID tracking project at The Atlantic magazine, which compiles the cases and deaths that states report. They were then independently analyzed by the forecasting expert Ryan Tibshirani at the Delphi Group at Carnegie Mellon University, which works closely with the CDC, or the Center for Disease Control and Prevention of these United States, on disease modeling. If we look back over the past several months, the method Bedford used has proved more accurate than other means of forecasting near-term deaths. The problem described by these numbers is not abstract. Some officials in the Trump misadministration continue to fight reasonable attempts to slow the spread of the virus because under Vladimir Putin's rule, they want you fucking dead. They're operating on behalf of the Russian Empire to kill you. Over the past 14 nights or 12-week period, the increase in reported coronavirus cases has jumped to record highs. Now the country must face a simple but devastating question. How many Americans will die in the coming days, just weeks before the first vaccines begin to roll out? That's a global question. How many human beings will die worldwide before then? The relationship between coronavirus cases and deaths might be the most important fact about COVID-19 outbreaks, but it has been one of the hardest to pin down. At the most basic level, it is impossible to say how many people in these United States have become infected. Most studies suggest that the infection fatality rate, or the number of people who die divided by the total number of infections, diagnosed or not, is now substantially less than 1%, with a wide variation between the young and old. And we also notice that we confirm only some fraction of the total number of infections. A case of COVID-19 can be confirmed only by a polymerase chain reaction, or PCR. That's a test, the type of test that laboratories have offered since the spring. But in the early months of the pandemic, the United States failed to ramp up testing as the virus spread, so only a small percentage of sick people were ever tested. In the spring, an enormous outbreak hit the New York City metropolitan area, infecting perhaps 20% of all New Yorkers. That's more than 1.6 million people. But up through mid-May, as the initial outbreak wound down, fewer than 200,000 cases were confirmed with PCR tests. Almost 16,000 people had died in New York City alone by then. Those shortcomings meant that the denominator in the pandemic's key equation, deaths divided by cases, was far too small at first, inflating the death rate. Now, as more testing capacity became available through the year, the United States started to detect more infections. States now report 1.5 million tests a day instead of 150,000 tests a day, as they did for much of April. Even now, however, no one is quite sure how many people have been infected. Bedford's ballpark figure is that 3 out of 4 infections still go unconfirmed. Other estimates are even higher, and I'll go with those. Now, I'm going to have to call on Jameson Reese to take the stage for a few moments, or at least 5 to 7 minutes. Oh, thank you, sir. God bless you. I'll leave it in your capable hands. I've got an eye winker. As you know, I have diastasis, the double eyelash syndrome. I'll be right back after I take care of this painful horror. It's all yours for now.
All right, folks. Let's see. Okay, let's look for some interesting thing. Of course, Douglas just went into the reason why the vaccine needs extremely cold temperatures. So yeah, I was actually going to say something, to read something about that, but he seems to have covered it. Let's see. Supposedly, scientists have been picking up stronger gravitational waves through the. Oh, geez, I might as well just read the article. Over a 6-month period, scientists captured a bounty of 39 sets of gravitational waves. The waves, which stretch and squeeze the fabric of space-time were caused by violent events such as the melding of two black holes into one. The Hall was reported by scientists with the LIGO and Virgo experiments in several studies posted October 28th on a collaboration website. The addition brings the tally of known gravitational wave events to 50. The bevy of data, which includes sightings from April to October 2019, suggests that scientists' gravitational wave spotting skills have leveled up. Before this round of searching, only 11 events have been detected in the year since the effort began in 2015. Improvements to detectors that make up the Advanced Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, or LIGO, in the United States, and another Virgo in Italy have dramatically boosted the rate of gravitational wave sightings. While colliding black holes produce most of the ripples, a few collisions seem to have involved neutron stars, ultra-dense nuggets of matter left behind when stars explode. Some of the events added to the gravitational wave register have been previously reported individually, including the biggest black hole collision spotted so far. This was September 2nd, 2020, and a collision between a black hole and an object that couldn't be identified as either a neutron star or a black hole. And this was June 23rd, 2020. What's more, some of the coalescing black holes seem to be very large and spinning rapidly, says astrophysicist Richard O'Shaughnessy of the Rochester Institute of Technology in New York, a member of the LIGO collaboration. That's something really compelling in the data now that we haven't seen before, he says. Such information may help reveal the process by which black holes get partnered up before they collide. Scientists also used the smorgasbord of smash-ups to further check Albert Einstein's theory of gravity, general relativity, which predicts the existence of gravitational waves. When tested with new data, surprise, surprise, Einstein came up with a winner. All right. Let's see what else we've got. More than 1,000 tons of plastic rains into western U.S. protected lands annually. Microplastic particles and fibers spiral through the Earth's system, accumulating even in protected wilderness areas and national parks in the western U.S. Utah State University Assistant Professor Janice Brownie and her team used high-resolution atmospheric deposition data and identified samples of microplastics and other particulates collected over 14 months in 11 national parks and wilderness areas. The researchers identified plastic and polymers compositions to identify sources of plastic emitted into the atmosphere and track its movement and fallout. The findings are reported in the June 12th issue of Science magazine. In the article, Plastic Rain in Protected Areas of the United States. We were shocked at the estimated deposition rates and kept trying to figure out where our calculations went wrong, Brownie said. We then confirmed through 32 different particle scans that roughly 4% of the atmospheric particles analyzed from these remote locations were synthetic polymers. The world produces 348 million metric tons of plastic. The world produced 348 million metric tons of plastic in 2017. And global production shows no sign of slowing down. In the United States, the per capita production of plastic waste is 340 grams per day. High resilience and longevity make plastics particularly useful in everyday life, but these same properties lead to progressive fragmentation instead of degradation in the environment. These microplastics are known to accumulate in wastewaters, rivers, and ultimately the world's oceans. And as Bronny's team shows, they also accumulate in the atmosphere. Several studies have attempted to quantify the global plastic research, but were unaware of the atmospheric limb, Bronny said. Our data shows the plastic cycle is reminiscent of the global water cycle, having atmospheric, oceanic, and terrestrial lifetimes. The study examined the source and life history of both wet rain and dry microplastic deposition. Cities and population centers were found to serve as the initial source of plastics associated with wet deposition, but secondary sources include the redistribution of microplastics reentrained from soils or surface waters. In contrast, dry deposition of plastics showed indicators of long-range transport and was associated with large-scale atmospheric patterns. This suggests that microplastics are small enough to be entrained in the atmosphere for cross-continental transport. The team's field and lab personnel use sterile sampling equipment, personal protection, and protocols to minimize particle contamination. Most of the plastics deposited in both wet and dry samples were microfibers sourced from both clothing and industrial materials. Approximately 30% of the particles were brightly colored microbeads, but not those commonly associated with personal care products. These microbeads were acrylic and likely derived from industrial paints and coatings. Other particles were fragments of larger pieces of plastic. The report notes these results combined with the size distribution of identified plastics and the relationship to global scale climate patterns suggests that plastic emission sources have extended well beyond our population centers and through their longevity spiral through the Earth system. Results from the study highlight the source, transport, and rate of plastics on the Earth's surface, as well as contamination of U.S. protected environments. Examination of weekly wet and monthly dry samples from 11 sites allowed authors to estimate that more than 100 tons of microplastics are deposited onto protected lands in the western U.S. each year, equivalent to more than 123 million plastic water bottles. A staggering 4% of the atmospheric particulates identified collected from remote locations were plastic polymers. The paper also notes that clear and white particles were not included because they did not meet the researchers' criteria for visual counting under magnification, suggesting our estimates of plastic deposition rates based on counts are conservative. The ubiquity of microplastics in the atmosphere has unknown consequences for the organismal health, but size ranges observed were within that which accumulate in lung tissue. Moreover, on the ongoing deposition of plastic in wilderness areas and national parks has the potential to influence these ecosystems from community composition to food web dynamics. This ubiquity of microplastics in the atmosphere and the subsequent deposition to remote terrestrial and aquatic environments raise widespread ecological and societal concerns, Bronny said. Identifying the key mechanism of plastic emission to the atmosphere is the first step in developing global-scale solutions.
Yeah, we certainly need those. Thank you so much, Jameson. That was a very important issue. It's on my mind a lot. And of course it has all kinds of effects on the human body as well, just at the individual level. I definitely want to emphasize that we see these kinds of solutions that kids present, literally children, where they'll come up and say, here's a scooper for the ocean, a scooper for the seas or something, and that's not going to cut it. We need much more systemic solutions. The first thing we need is, of course, to stop producing fucking plastics at the degree that we're producing them and using them so ubiquitously. And since plastics are basically a petroleum product, we're going to be forced to stop producing them so much anyway, just out of necessity.
Yeah, we need to phase out petroleum-based goods. I mean, at this point, I figured we have a ample amount of materials that could replace plastic, and probably wouldn't cost, probably still be cost effective to produce.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, very much so. Various organic materials can replace plastic that can biodegrade so much more readily, and you're absolutely right. In fact, they'll probably be cheaper once you get them into mass production, most certainly. And so, yeah, you're addressing that problem is very much appreciated. For those of you who are asking, I'm getting some inquiries about the what I was talking about with my eyelashes, which are a bane in my life, and yet at the same time, of course, there's nothing I can do about them. There's certainly a benefit only in the sense that they improve appearance. It was the secret to the beauty of Elizabeth Taylor, but basically it is a condition where you have a double row of eyelashes. It's called dystichiasis. So I believe Jameson has something similar, or something where, or at least, or at least you get eye winkers a lot.
Yeah, and when they get in the eye, it feels like your eye is being hit with a blowtorch.
It's just
like.
Yeah, yes, it's awful, and but I definitely appreciate everybody's understanding and their inquiries. Let's take a look through the live stream, and I'm taking a look at some wonderful people who are in the live stream, and one of them is, of course, aside from Shireen B. Now she stands out. She says, "Hey Douglas, a new listener here, totally enjoying your shows. Generally, I have a short attention span, but your shows are engaging and enjoyable through and through. Thank you, much love." Well, that love is returned, honey, to Shireen B. Mwah. I love you. Lovely little feline as her avatar there. And Kinel says, "Hey, they want something new. They want something good. I'm only me. But did you think that I doubt you? There you are. Will you be there with eyes? Where the sun shines, I will be there. You are a light. I'll follow you anywhere. Oh, hey, honey. Where have you been all my life?" So, kiss to her as well. Well, Priester with the kitsune or the fox icon, I guess, went on a rampage.
They were just asking, what is this show about? Why are people who are trans important? Here we go.
Because they're people? Because they're people? Does that mean anything to you, Priester? I mean, that is a fucking problem, isn't it? That's like, who thinks like that? It's like, if you can't understand that people are important by the very fact that they're being killed, this shows there's a disconnect. I mean, take a look at, you know what makes this so sick? You've got someone like Jameson Reese who is on dissociatives, and he can appreciate human life, even though, well, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
He has sympathy for persecuted minorities, let's put it that way.
I coexist with human life.
Yes, there we are. Scamurai says, "The power just went off in most of my house. Internet too. Cell phone almost out of batteries." So I know how you feel. He says, "Anyone up?" He says, "Where I live, we went from having a few hundred new cases a day to around 7,000 or 8,000 new cases a day or more, and more here in Minnesota." Thank you for sharing that, Scamurai. And this is you know, it's just going to get worse.
Yeah, we did have another person in the chat room earlier tonight where they were talking about, oh, it's just the flu. And they were like, I got it in December. I'm like, yeah, did you try jogging yet? And I'm like, yeah, all right. Even if it seemed like it was just a flu for you now, you know, And I qualify that by saying now, because this we do know that this has long-term effects that aren't yet completely understood. But it's not necessarily going to be the flu for everybody.
Right.
For some people, it's going to kill them.
Yeah.
For a lot of people, it's going to kill them.
And what people don't understand is even if you don't die, many of the survivors, their lifespans are shortened, and they will be impacted for the rest of their lives.
Well, in that person's case, that's a good thing. We don't have to worry about them anymore. There's what irritates me is the tendency to think, well, because I don't see it, because I don't experience it, that means it isn't so.
Thank you. That's really
which is like which basically is their way of saying the only reality that exists is their subjective reality. There is no objective reality for people like that.
right. It's true. It's solipsism is ultimately the slippery slope to the anti-godly nihilism. The nihilism, which is the key component of the worship of nothingness, the nullity that is ultimately brings one into the anti-gods and their influence. Give me just a second here to swig some of this water.
Well, I personally don't have a problem with the idea of nullity or nothingness, honestly. But then again, I'm somebody who can't stand the fact that I exist. That said, I'm not eager to die either. But
there we are.
I mean, I'm not averse to hating existence.
Well, there we have that. I understand.
But even I can appreciate the fact that there's a separation between the subjective universe and objective universe.
Thank you.
And that the two exist.
Thank you. That is so important and deeply appreciated. Definitely, I know that you are someone who understands the value of animal life and the environment, the ecosystem, if not the humans.
I do understand the value of life itself.
Yeah, there we are.
It's just human life that seems to have a diminishing return.
Well, believe me, there's moments I can understand more than you know. Nevertheless, they are my source of food, so there we have that. So I definitely want to thank Jameson for helping to police the chat room, and aside from that, there are some wonderful people who are active in it right now, and I deeply appreciate their support. I also appreciate the problems the guy's having with his electricity. To relay a kind of funny story to all of you, by the way, Peter Moon and myself both are on similar programs, only whatever he's got going on the East Coast is far more efficient in so many ways. They've got it down over there. But basically, I'm on Medicare and Medi-Cal, and Peter Moon is on Medicare alone. But most of the time, there's a combination with a state program, something like Medicaid or something like that. Oh,
yeah. That I think applies more for like disability, but you'll get Medicaid and Medicare.
Okay. And in his case, it's just that Peter Moon is over the age of 65. So he's on a program that automatically gives him what I get, which is the being on Medicare and Medi-Cal. I'm on the California Lifeline program, which enables me to have free cell service. But the cell phones they provide are the most inexpensive units they can find. Now, I've had the absolute bottom of the line, and when I bitched enough, got a higher quality cell phone. But whatever the case, what makes this so bizarre is that these cell phones, aside from the disadvantages you get with a more inexpensive cellular unit, which is that the battery is always pretty poor, it doesn't retain much of a charge for very long, comparatively speaking, and the service is moderate. It's like you can, like, sometimes put in a text message and it'll process it, and then you'll turn the phone off, and when you open the phone back up, it'll start processing it again. So it's conceivable your message won't be sent for a number of days if you're sending something by text. There are odd aspects to it, but aside from that, it is there as an emergency contact for emergency services. That's the primary reason you're provided this, but in order to maintain the service, you're actually required to use it. So you have to make at least call and text messaging. You have this. So you have one of these. You seem real.
Well, I had it. I had Lifeline, and honestly, for some reason, I had made a mistake when I was switching phones because I'd broken my last phone and wound up going with Assurance. And the big mistake with that was the fact that all Assurance gives you are phones from UMX, which is a Chinese company.
Yeah, yes.
I have fucking Huawei's malware on my phone.
Yes.
This shit fucking freezes my phone like every other day.
Yes. It's programmed into the phone. It is in.
And so I call the company and I'm like, well, can I get another type of phone? They're like, oh, you have to buy some of the models we have. I'm like, okay.
Well, the funny thing is, we don't even have that option in California. So you guys at least have options in New York, even though you're not going to use those options.
Well, it depends because you said you're on what, Lifeline?
Yeah, California Lifeline.
Yeah, no, when I was on Lifeline, I didn't have that problem.
Interesting.
I wound up switching to Assurance by accident afterwards.
Well, to try and put this into some perspective for you, the California Lifeline program is simply the program that provides the free phone service to these people like you and I in California. But the Assurance Wireless is all they work with. So I have to have insurance. It's all through Assurance. So my service is through Assurance. So
all I could say, I think I must be thinking about LifeLink.
Okay.
Which was another thing, which was completely different. Listen, I liked it better when I had those when they were given those throwaway drug phones, the ones that don't have the screen and all the doodads. Because I was only using it to call and text people. I don't need to go surfing the web for porn.
Thank you. No, that's what is, that's what makes the phone unworkable is the goddamn links to the internet. That's really what does it because that's how it gets infected.
And so I got this stupid message on my phone about Tarot, like some stupid free Tarot app and telling your destiny. And I'm like, I keep erasing this fucking what is it? It's this app called Connect, which I've never seen on any other Android phone I've had in my life.
Yes.
Android, just Connect. And no matter how many times you erase that program, it pops back up because it's built into the phone by UMX.
Right. Well, there you go. This is actually the first time I had a UMX phone. They've tried other companies, and the worst was an American company. A phone built in America. It was far worse than this UMX, but this UMX self-destructed like they all do. The funny thing is I brought this up with Peter Moon because this was the latest emergency. The latest emergency that I had, amid all the other stresses and challenges I'm dealing with, is is basically my phone started to die, and it's like you're eligible for a new phone. I think they've made it a year now on a yearly basis, whereas before it was 2 years or something. But then the phones were higher quality, and you need that eligibility because these phones, it's like they're programmed. They're constructed to self-destruct after a year. It's really what's happening. You notice that?
Yeah, I have to. It seems like as time goes by, they self-destruct faster and faster. And I always have to. Sometimes it freezes, so I always got to pull the back. I have to take the cover off. I have to pull the back off and pop the battery out and pop it back in.
Oh God, it's just awful. But I haven't had.
That's why I stopped bringing it, and then I noticed every time I stop bringing it, every few blocks I bump into someone who I pass by on the street. I'm like, where did all this traffic come from? Every time I passed by, they would stop and they would start entering something on their cell phone. I'm like, what the fuck? So I decided yesterday I would play an experiment and bring my cell phone with me, which was only like on 2% battery power,
Uh-huh.
and that didn't happen at all today.
Interesting. Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, so is this all in my imagination or not?
Well, there you go. Well, by the way, the implied condition here for the conspiracy-minded is that the phone itself is a monitoring unit. So there's
Yeah, and I figured, listen, I rather carry the thing around or let them see where I am, will be a SIM card. Didn't have people pop up and, have to do this fucking bullshit. Actually, honestly, it might be better to have people pop up and do that shit, because that means that it's more resources.
He's
So
doing
fuck
that.
them.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go.
It's just that the people, they're just annoying.
Hmm. Yeah.
Because they have to walk swagger by like they're about to sell dope or some shit. They do this weird gesture where they like, I don't know what the fuck it is. They like grab their chin with like their thumb and the two fingers, and then I don't know.
But by the way, in gang stalking terms, that's called gaslighting.
Oh, that's what that is.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it doesn't really mean shit.
When people make odd gestures, that could include like elbow gestures, something like that. But if someone notices that everywhere, then if that's part of a terrorism campaign to destroy a person's sanity, then it's called gaslighting. Where
Well, they failed miserably at that. I was insane from the beginning. They literally wasted their time.
There you go. I mean, there you have it. It's one of those things where, anyhow. By the way, for people who just think we've gone off the deep end with this, there is a phenomenon of gang stalking that is quite pervasive in these United States, and targets are selected randomly for this kind of terrorism, and they can be exposed to it all their lives once they're selected. I know this for a fact because Michael Aquino took great joy in destroying people's lives, in watching their lives destroyed by such programs. Which
that's what he did among many of the things he did for fun.
He was involved with such things. Of course, all of them are not directly traceable to him, but he was definitely an observer of these things as other agencies were conducting them, or he himself would initiate some of these campaigns, etc. Definitely, just a nightmare to know the real workings of this world and how it really dysfunctions. And in terms of my own phone experience, what was going on was I was talking to Peter about it, and he says, "Oh yeah, these phones self-destruct after a year." But they just send him a new one. It's like, I don't know what your situation is. I have to order mine. So they just assume your phone will work and that you'll order a new one when it stops working. The problem is that's your only means of communication. Or
they told me I would have to pay for the shipping. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, they did that with me, and that was the first time this year that they've ever done that. It used to be they would just ship a new one. Now, I had to pay for the shipping, so it was just miracle upon miracle converged to work right for me, in the sense of something that went so wrong was that what had happened was that our girl Selena Khan, our mistress and manageress, she had tried to get Google Ads to work for me, tried to promote my channel, and then Google Ads, assuming that I was some bigger business rather than Douglas Dietrich Productions just being Douglas Dietrich, they reached into my bank account and took out $400 just like that. Whoosh, just sucked it out, hoovered it out. So then I had to go to the bank and tell them I did not authorize this transaction. So they treated it as a theft by Google, and they put the money back in, and they shut down my card. I had to send me a new card. Then to prevent them from doing that to my PayPal, Selena Khan had me cancel the PayPal. Now, I didn't take that seriously. I didn't think they would do that. But so it took me a few days, and by the time we got to it, and then we're able to cancel the card, shut it down. Then they sent me a new one. Then I just activated it. Well, during that period of time, we had shut the card down. Google tried to reach in and take money out, and so they couldn't, thank God, because the card was not functional. So they couldn't access the account. And then we got my new card, and I got it working just in time for when my phone started to blow up Mission Impossible style. I mean, literally, this is like Mission Impossible where the phone starts sparking and issuing forced flames and
Yeah.
shit. And the problem is I'm trying to work this to make the call to get the new phone. And so the problem is in this age of COVID-19, when I've had this happen in the past, I literally had to go down to the State Building, and this is all the fault of Lori and Ann Fenton. Lori and Ann Fenton got me off of the landline that I had with AT&T, and therefore I'm left with no landline phone service, so I'm totally fucked without that, and all I'm left with is these goddamn cell phones. Lena Shea provided a new cell phone with a much better service that she was paying for, or according to Selena Khan, she was taking the money out of whatever I made from PayPal, but she insists otherwise. I don't know who's right on that. Moot point, because I had to cancel it once Lena Shea warped out, and then I had to just cancel that service because I'm not going to pay $100 a month for a fucking cell phone. And
that's just absurd.
No, that's outrageous. And so then what happened was that I'm stuck with this one cell phone. It's self-destructing. In the past, when that happened, I went down to the State Building and used their phone, but in this age of COVID-19, that might be impossible. So I'm busy trying to call the phone company to get this phone, a new phone, and while the phone is blowing up in my hands, this took hours. It took hours. The first time I reached a girl and she said, "Oh, you're eligible for the new phone. You have to type in your debit card number." I couldn't type it in because it wasn't interfacing. The screen was not responding to my touch.
Why are they asking you for your debit card number?
They have to charge that, and they have no ability to enter the debit card number themselves. You have to enter it into the system so they can charge the $5.
I didn't even know they asked for that.
Oh, they do. Yeah, that's how they get the $5 to ship the new phone to you. There's nothing suspect in that. It's Assurance Wireless. They're working with the state of California, so it's
okay. No, I didn't know they needed your card and shit. No, because I was gonna do it the old-fashioned way. Wait till the month comes and get a money order and snail mail it to them or some shit.
Maybe I don't know how they're working on the East Coast, but here I think it's probably nationwide because they were asking what state I was in, so there you go. You'll need a card. Yeah, they won't accept no fucking money orders. No.
I've learned one thing, and this is something I probably should have paid attention to earlier. One, never download any programs from any developers that have names that suggest they might come from China.
Right.
And two, I might have to cut down on the amount of porn I put on this device.
Well, there you go. I can't understand how people can watch porn on a cell phone. It's just too small. I mean, I need the biggest screen I can fucking get, or prefer such. But anyhow, so whatever it is, I got all kinds of apps that downloaded onto the phone anyway. By the way, it's also the malware is built into the phone. When it's built in China, they build the malware into the goddamn phone.
Yeah, and this is a problem I actually found out recently on articles that I was bumping into online, because I was typing in, well, how do I get malware off my fucking how do I remove malware from a UMX phone? And then I bumped into some article where they were saying, oh yeah, they're all built in.
Yeah, well, that's what Brendan Zoget ran into when I was asking him, my phone's not working, and we thought it was just because the memory was all full. It kept saying the storage is all full, so he said, let's take out some of the apps, and that's when he ran, looking it up online, he ran into that same article. But it's like I told him, why are you even, he started reading the article to me. I said, why are you reading that? It's like belaboring the obvious. I mean, shit that's made in China, of course they're gonna put the malware directly into the cellular unit. It's like somebody raving about that in an article and complaining about it. It's like saying shit stinks. I mean, it's like of course they're going to do that. That's what everybody was telling everybody about in terms of the 5G and what the Chinese were doing installing the 5G. Of course they're going to be monitoring it and sucking up all the information they can. That's what they do back in China. So,
I looked it up because I kept getting an app, that every time I erased it, it said it was made by Huawei. And at that point, it's like, yeah, this all of a sudden, this is self-explanatory.
Yeah.
So when I went online to, check out, what kind of stuff's going on with it, they were like, oh, yeah, they built in the malware. I was like, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
So there you go. And
The
thanks to
Huawei thing was like a dead giveaway.
yes, yes, and thanks to the what was I going to say? Well, thanks to activating the card, I had an active card that I could at least pay for the shipping when I was finally able to get the screen to interact to my touch, and that was the last thing it did before it basically exploded. So, so the new phone will be en route. It should be here by Friday at the latest. Probably get here before then. But it was what a nightmare. So that was the adventure that ate up a better part of a day, and during that period of time, I asked my 3D graphics modeler who lives close by. I sent him a Facebook message saying, "Can I have an emergency and my cell phone is dead or broken. Can I use your cell phone?" And when I wrote later on, okay, I handled it. But, he wrote after that, having someone use my cell phone is out of my comfort zone. I was thinking, God, what an asshole. It's such an unusual thing for anyone to,
Comfort zone? What the fuck does that mean?
I mean, it's not like I asked to stroke his dick or something. I mean, really, it's an emergency. My cell phone's dead, whatever. So there we go with that. And aside from that, thank you for bringing up the plastics issue. And all right, I'll get back into let's see if anyone else said anything on live stream. And certainly, I'm sure they all heard what we said about the phone, and nobody seems to be responding to that. That's fine. So I'll get back to how many people are going to die, and which is, of course, by the way, one of the things that Jameson Reese was talking about the other day that I meant to validate was that Jameson Reese was talking about the dudes who are saying that the cell phones are causing brain cancer and testicular cancer, and the cell phones are basically cancer machines, like they're mini microwave ovens and shit that are open and you're just sticking your head in or something. He was saying that this was Russian propaganda, and a lot of people might have assumed we're just giving the Russians too much credit. No, these are Russian videos on YouTube that they show, these propaganda videos where they put an egg between two cell phones, and they hard boil the egg between two cell. It's all bullshit, and it's all just Russian propaganda so people don't use their cell phones. I mean, it's just crazy shit that they pull. So this is what you were referencing, right, Jameson? When
and then there's these people, and then this actually started around the time you and I first started speaking, where they've been going on 5G forever.
Yeah.
They were talking about how even the ants are dying by the 5G.
Oh,
and then they were saying that all these new all these new meters that these power companies
the smart meters, yeah.
You're supposed to burn your houses down. They're burning our houses down in California.
They're crazy.
Meanwhile, those people are burning their own fucking houses down, having those those parties.
Yes, the stupid gender reveal parties. Gender reveal parties, yes, that's delightful. I mean, stupid motherfuckers. Honestly, Americans, they're just, I've never encountered, this is a land of white savages. And I use the term white because we're still majority white, or at least half of America is white, and these are the people that have succumbed to the stupidest shit. It's majority white people.
Seem to also be mostly the people who are running this fucking country into the fucking ground.
It's
to
true.
The point of no return.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I mean, oh my God. Well, we'll get into that in a bit if I can tonight. We'll see how much time I got left. Let's take a look at the live stream and see how much time we have left for tonight. Well, we've done 8 hours, so we've got 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11. So we got 4 hours left. I doubt if I can complete Total Arc of Narrative tonight, but I'll try. And so, love you dearly, Jameson. Thank you so much for that. And I'll get back into the death toll we all face. So, anything you want to say before you kind of go into the background for a bit?
I'll be in the background. I'll probably be struggling not to doze off. I'll see if I can raid the fridge for something. Hopefully, by the time the sun comes up here, I won't look like Gloria Van Fenton.
Well, thank you. Appreciate your being here. Beyond description. Thank you. And so when I'm talking about the numbers, the numerator, as it's called, it's also changed during the pandemic. Because as testing has improved, the doctors and nurses have found new ways of treating patients, aided by medications like dexamethasone and new treatments like the monoclonal antibodies, which Trump received during his infection and has raved about ever since. The public health interventions, such as lockdowns, social distancing, and masking, help flatten the curve and reduce the strain on emergency rooms and intensive care units. The upshot being that according to public health groups such as Prevent Epidemics that have reviewed published research that looks at data up till August of this year, death rates fell. A quick comparison of the spring and summer surges demonstrates the change. While the number of cases reported in the summer far exceeded the totals from the spring, the death rate and peak of deaths were lower. Now, some people in this country, including those in the highest echelons of our government, like Scott Atlas, the Stanford radiologist who now sits on the impotent coronavirus task force, have done everything they can to play down the danger of the virus in these United States. However, in spite of improvements, COVID-19 remained deadly long after the spring. More people have died since the Ides of June than died before that date of June 15th, even though the outcome of cases in general has improved. On average, more than 850 Americans have died on average since the 11th of July, back when case numbers were but a quarter, just 25% of what they are now. Now, this month, the man who has been working the most with the numbers that I've been citing, Trevor Bedford, the genomic epidemiologist at Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center in Seattle, who was using the data from the COVID tracking project at the Atlantic magazine that compiles the cases and deaths that states reports. That guy, Bedford, saw case numbers rising quickly and began to ask the obvious question: how many people will die during the third surge? And using data from the COVID tracking project, he built a simple method to analyze the death rate. He knew that because COVID-19 kills people slowly, often after days or weeks in the hospital, reported deaths lag behind confirmed cases. State health departments make the lag even longer. They're buckling under the strain of the pandemic, and it takes days, at least, for a person who has died alone in a hospital to be counted among the official death statistics. But the data are not available to make precise calculations of that lag. So, Bedford looked at state-level data to find the best match between case numbers in the past and death numbers some days later. What he found was that plotting the 7-day average of deaths today and the 7-day average of cases 22 days agone maximized the correlation between cases and deaths. At the national scale, he could see how well those numbers paralleled by charting them. And once Bedford settled on this lag period, which roughly squared with a CDC estimate from the summer, He wanted to know how many of the cases reported 22 days agone would translate into deaths. He called this simple calculation of deaths today, divided by cases a few weeks agone, the lagged case fatality rate. Then he calculated it going back in time. And the chart that he generated is as simple as it is disturbing. It shows that, as we should expect, far fewer people are dying per reported cases than in the early days of the pandemic. But on the chart, when looking at August, where much of the published research on death rates ends, the improvement stops. The numbers in the first week of August, well, they're not much different from the numbers in the first week of November. So by Bedford's method, the lagged case fatality rate has averaged 1.8% since August. And this should be an extremely urgent signal that the United States response to COVID-19 has put the American empire on a dangerous track. Case numbers have nearly quadrupled. 4 times since late September. That means we've increased in an order of magnitude by 4, when roughly 700 people a day were dying. If 1.8% of confirmed cases are translating into recorded deaths 22 days later, the United States is about to enter some extremely harrowing days. Every 100,000 cases will mean roughly 1,800 dead Americans a few weeks later. And so Bedford himself has concluded, well, to quote his T, I expect the United States to be reporting over 2,000 deaths per day in 3 weeks' time. Importantly, this doesn't assume any further increases in circulation and is essentially baked into current reported cases and represents conditions that take its time to resolve and be reported. And this analysis does not factor in any new dynamics that could make outcomes worse, such as the possibility that local hospital systems collapse, which many healthcare workers and experts are warning us about. Already, more than 20% of hospitals are anticipating a staff shortage this week, and the Mayo Clinic reported that 900 of its workers had tested positive in the past 2 weeks. Nor does the analysis incorporate the possibility of an overburdened testing system becoming unable to complete as many tests as necessary, which would depress case counts. Either of these factors could push or skew the expected death rate even higher. This is an extraordinary estimate, and it cuts sharply against the consensus forecasts of how many deaths we should expect. The CDC has a forecasting program that takes in dozens of forecasts. These are then synthesized into an ensemble model that has proved to perform better than any individual model at forecasting COVID-19 deaths. When Bedford made his initial investigations for the week ending on December 5th, my mother's birthday, my latent sainted Cyrus's solar return, the ensemble model's most likely prediction was 8,606 deaths, or 1,230 deaths a day. The absolute outer edge of its prediction cone was 13,416, or 1,917 deaths a day. Bedford's method predicts more than 14,000 deaths that week, outside the range that's supposed to capture 95% of future possibilities. This was such a dire prediction that experts immediately began to try to poke holes in Bedford's work. The most obvious source of over-projection would be that Bedford's average over the past few months could be too high for these coming weeks. When it was analyzed. What was analyzed being the fact that the different lagged fatality rates for recent days, when all of that was cross-referenced, it was found that 1.7% or even 1.6% seemed to fit current COVID tracking project data the best, rather than the 1.8% that Bedford calculated over the data since July. But the projection lines, 3 of them, along with a 4th depicting an even lower 1.5% death rate, show deaths continuing to rise rapidly regardless. At a 1.8% death rate, we will hit 2,000 deaths a day on the 1st of December. At 1.5% death rate, we're going to cross that threshold on my late and sainted Cyrus's solar return, the 5th of December. The core proposition holds no matter what. No matter how we plot these numbers. If there was anything like the recent consistent relationship between cases at some point in the past and deaths today, deaths will rise far more than the ensemble model thinks is likely. So we are entering desperate times. There will be no real precedent. We are going to have to prepare ourselves for the scenes we saw in the early days of the pandemic repeating themselves and beyond. But for an estimate this consequential, the experts wanted another group of experts to look at the numbers, because they were hoping perhaps Bedford had made a statistical error. So, Tibshirani of the Delphi Group, one of 2 research groups the CDC has named a forecasting national center of excellence, agreed to undertake a data analysis project, checking Bedford's prediction. Tibshirani's first finding was that the lag time between states was quite variable, and that the median lag time was 16 days, a lot shorter than the mean. Looking state by state, Tibshirani concluded that it seemed difficult to land on an exact number of days as the right lag with any amount of confidence. Because cases are rising quickly, a shorter lag time would mean a larger denominator of cases for recent days and a lower current case fatality rate, something like 1.4%. This could mean fewer overall people are dying, but this approach does not change the most important prediction. The country will still cross the threshold of 2,000 deaths a day, and even more quickly than Bedford originally predicted. Meaning Bedford is, of course, conservative in what's really going to happen. Cases are significantly higher 16 days agone than 22 days agone. So a shorter lag time means that those higher case numbers show up in the deaths data sooner. Even with a lower case fatality rate, deaths climb quickly. Estimating this way, the American empire will hit an average of 2,000 deaths a day on the last day of this month, the 30th day in November. The other major finding in Tibshirani's analysis is that the individual assumptions and parameters in a Bedford-style model don't matter too much. You can swap in different CFRs and lag time parameters, and the outposts are more consistent than you might expect. They are all bad news. And looking retrospectively, Tibshirani found that a reasonable Bedford-style lagged CFR model would have generated more accurate national death count predictions than the CDC's ensemble model since July. Now, all of that, of course, is important, and it brings us to, well, it brings us to the next phase of the narrative, so to speak. None of this is a total surprise. The ensemble model has tended to perform well at moments when the pandemic was proceeding along the path of previous weeks, but the synthesis of forecasts has missed major turning points. Making a forecasting model that can work over long periods is very difficult. So the Bedford model might not hold up long term. It certainly is not a real forecasting model like the ones at the CDC, as Bedford himself freely admits, but it captures a crucial and counterintuitive dynamic of reality right now. For all our talk of better treatments and more widespread testing, we do not yet see evidence that those factors have led to major declines in the death rate over the past 3 months. And Bedford's model doesn't have to hold up until next March. If the statistical relationships he's identified hold for just a few weeks, the American empire will be seeing spring-level deaths. That's not even taking into account the idea that the standard of care is likely to fall in places experiencing major surges. Treatment of severe COVID-19 is an intricate and laborious process. Understaffed and exhausted units are unlikely to sustain the level of care that has, by this point, improved the case fatality rate. More than 1,000 hospitals were anticipating staffing shortages this week, according to new data from Health and Human Services released to the media. That squares with in-depth reporting by investigative journalists about the toll that the pandemic has taken on healthcare workers and the fears they expressed in various interviews about the toll to come for themselves and for their patients. One doctor has testified that the entire state of Iowa is now completely out of staffed hospital beds, with more than 3,000 cases being diagnosed every goddamn day. Another, in Utah, testified of working 36-hour shifts in an ICU, an intensive care unit, treating twice as many patients as usual, as the state records cases, the state records cases at a rate almost 5 times greater than its summer peak. So, unlike past surges, this one is not located, it's not localized to any particular region. So many places are experiencing exploding outbreaks that fewer healthcare workers can be brought in from other places. Many of these outbreaks are in rural areas where patients cannot easily be transferred to a nearby hospital. In the most recent CDC, Center for Disease Control Ensemble forecast, released on Monday opening this last work week, the model has begun to predict far more deaths. And yesterday, or the day before, The states reported 1,869 deaths, the most single-day fatalities in more than half a year. This marked an increase of 330 deaths from either this last Wednesday or the Wednesday before that. A significant and unusually large jump, but it was very close to what the 1.7% CFR Bedford model predicted. And so, these projections, while rough and packed with uncertainties about the precise numbers, lend more weight to the story that's playing out across the country. The pandemic is out of control, and many, many people are dying. The longer we continue along our current path, the higher the death toll will rise. And so, that makest this final surge before vaccinations become available. This is the final surge, and it's looking deadly. Almost every major metric of the pandemic stands at or near record levels. This final pandemic surge is now crashing over America. For the first time, the United States recorded 1 million COVID-19 cases in but a single week. Understanding the pandemic this week requires grasping two thoughts at once. First, that the United States has never been closer to defeating the pandemic. Second, some of the country's most agonizing days still lie us ahead. Long term, the view has never looked brighter. This week, confirmation came that scientists have developed 2 vaccines against the coronavirus, each at least 90% effective. And more shots are likely on the way. Some healthcare workers could be vaccinated by New Year's. Most Americans can expect to receive a shot in the spring, according to Anthony Fauci, the American Empire's top infectious disease expert. Yet, in the short term, the outlook is unavoidable. The American Empire faces several weeks of mass suffering and death. Almost every major metric of the pandemic stands at or near record levels, according to data collected by the COVID Tracking Project at The Atlantic magazine. More older Americans and residents of nursing homes are also getting sick. This week, nursing homes and similar facilities reported 29,606 new virus cases among residents and staff, the largest in half a year, the largest increase in 6 months. The surge is especially foreboding because the virus is deadliest in these places. About 40% of all American coronavirus deaths have happened in long-term care facilities. For weeks, White House officials have argued that the virus should be allowed to spread freely as long as nursing home residents are protected. The new data make it clear that this approach is completely failing. The virus continues to hammer every region of the country. 15 states hit all-time records for new cases this week. 5 of those record-breaking states are in the Northeast. No state in that region has set a new case record since May 31st. In short, the United States is plunging into what will be the darkest period of the pandemic thus far, even as it lacks the public health orders or congressional assistance that buffered it in the spring. And because the virus is so widespread, America's medical system is facing a greater test now than it did then. 1 in 5 hospitals nationwide reported a staffing shortage this week, according to federal data. A vaccine is at hand, but for tens of thousands of Americans, it will come too late. There be 5 big lessons from the data collected this week at the COVID Tracking Project. First, cases are increasing exponentially nationwide, and it may be months before they fall in some states. For the past few weeks, outbreaks have been worsening rapidly in more densely populated Midwestern states like Illinois and Michigan. At the same time, cases have been rising steadily in every region of the country. Nationally, the 7-day average for daily reported cases has almost doubled since the 1st of November. But what does that mean? To see the country report 1 million cases in a single fucking week. Leaving aside that this number accounts only for detected cases, true infections are almost certainly higher. We know this wave of newly diagnosed cases will crash into hospital systems that are, in many areas, already over capacity. And we know that 3 or 4 weeks behind each jump in cases, we expect to see a spike in reported deaths. Ominously, this effect will be hitting multiple regions at once. Cases in the South have grown closer to that region's summer peak, while the Midwest continues to post enormous increases in the West and Northeast creep upward. This increase in cases can't be chalked up to testing. While our national expansion in testing has seen the number of tests rise linearly, cases are now growing exponentially. In fact, the testing infrastructure may be coming under strain again, as it did during earlier outbreaks. News organizations are once again reporting long lines at drive-through COVID-19 testing sites, and Quest Diagnostics, which make us both PCR and antigen tests, this week said high demand and limited supplies are delaying the delivery of some results. Data reporting, too, is increasingly difficult as case numbers soar, case investigations and contact tracing even more so. And at the moment, we don't see any indications that cases have reached a peak nationwide. Nationally, cases have already been rising for 10 weeks. Yet based on what we're seeing in the data, the outbreaks in many states, even in the hard-hit Midwest, may have plenty of room to grow. Look at North Dakota, for instance, where cases started taking off almost exactly 3 months ago. Now, for our purposes, I define the beginning of a surge as the moment when a state sees an average of more than 200 new cases a day per million residents. North Dakota passed that line and began to surge on August 18th. But another 67 days elapsed before every other state in the Midwest had followed it. As of today, North Dakota is a canary in the coal mine for our current outbreak. It has reported more new cases per capita than any other state or territory for 9 of the past 11 weeks. But it's not clear that North Dakota's outbreak has even peaked yet. Some states in the region have taken more aggressive public health measures than North Dakota, and they may see decline soon. But among those that have adopted a similar approach to the virus as North Dakota, we could be looking at many more weeks of rising cases. A similar story is unfolding all across the country. Only 3 states have kept their average case totals below that surge threshold of 200 daily new cases per million residents. Yet many states just crossed that threshold and are steadily rising now. If those states follow the same path as the Midwest, they will more than triple their case counts in the coming weeks. Where race and ethnicity data be available, we are seeing cases rise most quickly for indigenous and white populations in many states. Not all states report data for indigenous people. Of those that do, 18 now report more than 1.5 times the number of cases reported a month ago. In 8 states, the number of reported cases for white people has more than doubled over the same time, whilst cases have grown more slowly in other racial and ethnic groups. Now I'm going to get into the second point here in a second. I'm going to have to bring on Jameson Reese again. Jameson, my man, save my ass. Bail me. Bail me. Oh, where the fuck is he? There he is.
Oh,
thank God. Oh, I've got to fill my water cup, the big copper cup that was gifted to me by Selena Khan. I've gone through all the water already. I've got to fill that up, and I've got another eye wanker. So if you can talk more about anything you feel relevant, please do. I'll be back in a few minutes, okay?
all right.
Bless you. Thank you so much.
Well, it's relatively easy to guess that the rise in COVID amongst people against white Americans has probably a lot to do with Trump cultism. Probably. Oh, well, I mean, it's a, how do I say? It's a very it's a good guess to make. Very good guess to make. That, and I think that there's also the false sense that, you know, since we're not that much of a vulnerable population, we have more to take for granted. Now, when it comes to viruses, you never want to take anything for granted, but America is a country founded on taking everything for granted. So that being said, let's see. There is a good piece of news that Derek left on Facebook. Portland, Maine has voted to ban facial recognition. Public citizens are entitled to a minimum of $1,000 in fines if they are subjected. Whoa. Private citizens are entitled to a minimum of $1,000 in fines if they are subjected to a facial recognition scan by police. That doesn't make any sense. Hold up. Why would they? All right, let me just read the article. That might make some sense into it. Again, you have to understand, I have a tendency to criticize the journalism these days because it seems like a lot of errors slip. A lot of errors just seem to slip. Portland, Maine has passed a ballot initiative banning the use of facial recognition by police and city agencies. The Bangor Daily News is reporting that voters have passed a ballot initiative bolstering a ban on facial recognition by city agencies. The initiative follows a city council vote in August which put a preliminary ban in place as an ordinance. Today's vote replaces that ordinance with a stronger measure, which cannot be revoked for at least 5 years. The ordinance was placed on the ballot earlier this year by the Southern Maine chapter of the Democratic Socialist of America, as part of a raft of other progressive initiatives, including a $15 minimum wage and new limits on rent increases. The new measure also adds concrete penalties, entitling private citizens to a minimum of $1,000 in civil fees if they are surveilled in violation of the ordinance. Violations of the ordinance are established as grounds for terminating or suspending a city employee. Private sector use of the technology is not affected. Portland is just the latest city to swear off the technology following previous bans by Boston, San Francisco, and Portland, Oregon. In June, congressional Democrats introduced a bill that would institute similar ban at the federal level, barring all federal law enforcement agencies from employing facial recognition. What strikes me as odd about this article is the fact that it says entitling privates. Wait a minute. Does this mean that they are being fined that money, or being given that money for being surveilled? Because it makes sense if they're being given that money if the police violate that. But it says, it says in the caption beneath the actual article itself, private citizens are entitled to a minimum of $1,000 in fines if they are subjected to a facial recognition scan by police, not civil fees. This is coming from The Verge by Russell Brandom. Now, that the way he words this, the way he words that caption doesn't make it very clear at all. But let's just see, because there's something else that seems quite interesting that I want to take a look at. Moscow's facial recognition system can be hijacked for just $200, report shows. Oh, why am I not surprised? Why is it? That is not a surprise. A digital rights activist in Moscow was able to purchase access to the city's extensive facial recognition system for just 1,600 rubles, approximately $200, as reported by the Thomson Reuters Foundation. After seeing ads for the service on Telegram, Anna Kuznetsova transferred the money along with a picture of herself to a seller. 2 days later, she received an extensive report of her movements over the previous month, apparently pulled directly from the police system. Spanning more than 100,000 cameras across the city, Moscow's facial recognition system is meant to be restricted to law enforcement. It's unclear how the seller was able to secure access, whether through bribery or a digital intrusion. 2 officers were placed under investigation in the wake of the incident, but Kuznetsova has filed a lawsuit aimed at pausing the program until clearer procedures are set. As Kuznetsova sees it, the system poses a clear danger to the public as long as it's available. Any crazy guy can stalk you using this. Criminals can check when and where you go and steal from your apartment or hurt you, she told Reuters. Anything can happen. Moscow police rolled out facial recognition in January. And while their system is one of the more extensive city-level efforts, did I say experts? No, experts does not apply to anything done in Russia by any means. It's far from the only one. In July, Rite Aid was revealed to have used facial recognition across a network of hundreds of stores for more than 8 years, intended as a deterrent against theft and violent crime. Yeah, because, last Rite Aid I went to didn't have a sign posted that says, we have facial recognition software, so if you try to rob this shit. Oh, God. This is hilarious. Oh, man. A number of U.S. cities have banned facial recognition by public agencies in response to those concerns, including San Francisco, Boston, and most recently Portland, Maine. What they don't tell you is because private industries can keep the facial recognition software, the government or police agencies can just buy the information for pennies on the dollar by those private corporations. So
There you go.
doesn't matter.
Data for sale. I'm chewing on some red vines right now just to give myself a sugar high or a rush so that I can have some energy to go on. So by all means, continue telling us how fucked up our world is.
It's just pretty hilarious that, you know, it's like a false sense of it. It's like the measures are passed, at least in at least in the United States, as a false sense of security for voters, when in fact it's not going to make a difference, because, you know, they'll just use a third party to buy the information from, which is what the government's been doing from the British intelligence and other countries that have monitored our shit for like forever.
Right. Yeah.
Now, as far as Russia's concerned, there's absolutely nothing that can help.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. It's like the ultimate white trash nation with there's so much that's a nightmare about Russia. It's really sad. And honestly, they just need to rise up and overthrow Putin and start anew. Honestly, bring back the Tsar. And it's really the only hope is to at least have a sense of national identity again. But what they've got now is just nothing. Honestly, it's tragic. It's tragic, yeah,
it's beyond tragic.
Yeah, and the way they deal with it is by fucking over everybody else. There's got to be a better way to live or have a different purpose in life other than making other people's lives miserable.
Sadly for them, that's the only way to live.
Yes, it is.
You're not doing that, you're dead.
Yes,
because you're not getting money. You're not getting money or anything any other way.
Mm-hmm.
And then again, given that their life expectancy is like the 35 range, which is pretty medieval.
Oh yes. Yeah.
It's really no surprise.
Yeah, true enough. Honestly, it's hard to have sympathy for other people when your own life is so short and brutal and hopeless. This feeling of hopelessness they have. Anyhow, let me go mute while I finish chewing this red vine. I'm sorry, I shouldn't do this on air. It's really uncouth. Sorry about that. The thing I hated about Lorien Ann Fenton was she was always chewing, and she even did that during her program, and it was disgusting. It was disgusting. You would call her privately, and she'd be chewing. She would do it on her program. She'd be chewing. It's just disgusting.
It's like one thing if you could conceal it, but it's one thing if, in her case, it's just impossible to conceal it, because I could just imagine.
Yeah, it was like breathing for her. It was just and of course the way she did it was like you described it, like what do you call it? Those manatees, chewing on in the aquarium, and you would see them just going at that big head of lettuce. Only she was just doing it with other shit. It was. I mean, I once gifted her a Costco box of mini chocolate chip cookies, which, I have one of those Costco boxes of mini chocolate chip cookies that I bought that is lasting me for months, and she went through that in a single night. It's just impossible for me to even imagine eating that
Honestly,
much.
I could imagine. I would go through that in probably like a few seconds.
Oh God, don't say that. Oh, that's just awful. Munchies. I mean, are your munchies that bad? Tell us a bit about some munchie horror stories, what you've gone through, like like an entire rotisserie chicken or something.
Yeah, I've gone through that. The worst munchies I ever had were when I was a teenager, oddly enough, where I would when I was in the military, when I was in the military, I was horrible, man. I actually got out of fucking basic training, and I was 147 pounds. And by the time I left tech school, by the time I went back home, I was 165 pounds. because I would buy Domino's and like fucking Pizza Hut every fucking day of the week. So all the money I got, I was pissing away on food.
That's so sad. God, I'm sorry. That's just, that's awful.
Now you realize why drugs were probably the best thing that happened to me.
All right, I hear you. I could almost agree, really, with that. Honestly, what's Selena Khan? I almost said, what's her name? My mistress and manager is Selena Khan. She likes these old photographs of myself from the worst period of my life after my parents had died, and I had to go through a period of using antidepressants to prove that they would not work on me, so that my psychiatrist could ultimately get permission to perform hypnotherapy, which is considered radical by the conventional psychiatric world. And
because they can't charge you and make any money from it.
Thank you. So
the psychiatrists do get paid to push certain drugs. I know because my ex-friend was a psychiatrist, and he admitted that they do.
Right.
He also admitted that, when he was a sales rep for some of these large pharmaceutical companies, basically they would and they were basically paying him like thousands of dollars just to speak at a dinner.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
So I mean, it's amazing how it's not surprising in the least that something like a more psychologically based therapy that would probably be more effective would be frowned upon.
Mm-hmm.
It's just it's just the money. I mean, it's just a cash cow mostly. Mm-hmm. If you have a good psychiatrist now, what I can say, and if you're someone who has a history of substance abuse or pharmaceuticals,
mm-hmm.
a good psychiatrist is a psychiatrist whom you can tell him what you want and what dose.
Right. well, there you go. I mean, if that's what one is looking for. Of course, for many of us like you and I, the prescription meds can have some, like for anybody, the prescription meds can have some pretty outrageous side effects, or just, with the antidepressants, they were horrible.
When you don't wake up with a morning erection, you know that there's a problem.
There we are, yeah, and with the funny thing is I never had that problem with serotonin. It was the bloating, and also because of the stress, my hairline was really thinning. It was only after I applied certain treatments that my hairline began to go forward again. You can see it on the old videos, just how far back my hairline was. Then, of course, there was and that's really changed. And so a lot of that has to do with stress. Now, people, of course, think that's irreversible without, like, major hair transplantation. But that's not the case. And really, you have to catch up on sleep, which I had not really slept well, certainly pretty much at all, for like 10 years of taking care of my parents, the 11 years there. And then I was always not sleeping much during the original 2 careers that I had. So I went 30 years, essentially without decent sleep. So I look positively ancient in those photos taken when I became a public informant. They're just horrible. And Selena Khan loves that shit, and she's digging all that shit up, and I can't stand it, but such is life.
What's funny is I can sort of relate to not getting enough sleep. Although for me it's a completely different reason why.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, look, we've got some interesting activity in the chat room. HCN might be Priester coming back or something. He says, when I was talking about the number of deaths and everything, he's talking about, well, maybe people are taking more tests. Of course, I deconstructed that concept. And then he brings up Elon Musk took 4 different tests in one day, and 2 were positive and 2 were negative. The tests to me are fucking useless. I don't think it.
Yeah, I'll just kick the user off. I mean, when the person asking, what does Post-Trans-Awareness Day mean?
Thank you. Yes, I noticed. That's why I was wondering. Is
How
that
do
priest
you
or
not know what that means?
yeah? Is that that might be Priester coming back? But Shireen B said can't trust Musk because he had a vested interest. Didn't want COVID slowing down his business. He has quote unquote mild cold-like symptoms. Last I heard. Well, to Shireen B, you're absolutely right. Tesla declared their stupid fucking factory workers who make cars essential workers, and made them come back to work in the middle of COVID. We'll see how essential their workers are when they all get fucking sick and everybody comes down like like those meat packing plants where everybody basically the place has to close anyway. So Shireen B also says, how plausible is a people's revolution in present day? I mean, look at what China did to their protesters, or what happened with Occupy Wall Street protesters. Well, all I can say is not much happened.
That's a good question.
Well, it's a good question in a sense, but, well, not really. Because, really, if she's talking about, quote-unquote, a people's revolution, that meaning...
We know it's not plausible at all. I mean, that's just a matter of common sense now. The entire global system is too entrenched in what we've got going on.
Well, you've heard me in other episodes talk about actually how fragile these states are. And the reality is, it was proven by men like Michael Aquino, or rather the organizations he was affiliated with, the Special Forces Green Berets. Their entire purpose, their original mission statement, was to generate people's revolutions. So their entire mission statement was to go behind enemy lines, and so long as there's a friendly population, teach people to be force multipliers. And so the sociologists and the social engineers who were contracted by the Department of Defense to work on the equations of social revolution proved that all you need are 20 men. That's what the Bolshevik Revolution started with when it came to Lenin and the group of criminal misfits he surrounded himself with. They started off with literally 20 men with about 12 revolvers among them. And they swore to take over the world. And these 20 men managed to carve out an empire that conquered the majority of the world. And the majority
I guess what I'm getting at is that the people's revolutions that have worked in the past never benefited the people.
No. No.
I think that's why I'm saying, that it's not plausible. Because if we were to, if people in the United States, and I actually got into a debate with a guy who's on my Facebook timeline, because he was going into how, like the, I don't know, he was saying some shit like, he said some shit about political correctness is for faggot pansies and all this shit, and I'm like, oh boy, here we go. But there was another post he had where someone had said something about the government and like, yeah, we don't need government, capitalism is horrible, and I'm like, okay, I know where this is going. Yeah. The problem is if people were to have a successful revolution here in the United States, dismantle the power structure that exists, and try to roll back capitalism, we'll wind up with an even worse tyrant.
Well, potentially.
And if we had a global anarchy where everything collapsed, including capitalism, including everything, we'd go back into medieval serfdom. And then from medieval serfdom, we'd wind up going back to where we are now in another 100 years. And we'd be trying to figure out how to dismantle the shit again.
Yeah, no, I appreciate what you're saying. I mean, basically, the patterns of history validate what you're saying to extent.
I mean, there's always a possible outlier in which some kind of mutation can come about that hasn't existed before. That essentially is what the American government, well, that's what America, when in its conception, was looked at as.
Uh-huh. Well, yeah, but at the time, and people just didn't realize how bad it really was. Yeah. Well,
and again, look at how it's devolved. America, Britain, pretty much in the same shit.
America hasn't evolved. It was shit in the beginning, and anybody who finds that heresy is just totally ignorant of history. But Shireen B says, I asked because of what you said about overthrowing Putin. So yeah, to finalize what I was saying, when it came to what they've concluded with social engineering research was that you just get 20 people, and that's all you need. And so long as each one of those 20 people is able to mobilize 1% of the population, then you've got 20% of the population. And once 20% of the population is mobilized into revolution, the society collapses. At that point, the rebels win. And that's what it takes. It's 20% is the critical point. That's how fragile civilizations are, our nation states, our civil structures. So long as you get 20% of the population mobilized, it doesn't matter. It's over. It's game over, and you've got.
He can be overthrown, but I think Putin knows it. That's the reason why he keeps having everybody killed around him.
Oh yeah, well yeah, that's typical Russian way, right? So, hopefully it will happen in Russia. I mean, I'll go a bit in arc of narrative into coup d'états because Trump's trying to run one here, and what we have is half the population versus the other. So it's not a revolution, it's a civil war. So that's what we're in for. But first we've got to survive the winter. And so I'll get back into that narrative. But definitely, thank you, Jameson, for bringing up the observations that you did. And I definitely appreciate your being here. I couldn't get this done without you tonight, honestly. Between the distichiasis, shedding my eyelashes, and the
I have an amusing question for you because this happens to me so often. It's not funny. You know those little flies that are like fruit flies? You ever get those caught in your eye?
No, thank God. I know what you mean, though. I've had it once or twice in my life experience, a fly in the eye, but it's like what you get that a lot or something, and you're wondering what might be attracting them? Is that the question?
No. It's just like, it's just that, sometimes over the summer, like I must have had at least 5 incidents of that happen. I tend to think it was more something metaphysical than something like the eye. It's just like the flies were. It's like the flies must have been just. They probably didn't see me or something.
I get what you're saying. That's actually the first thing that came to my mind was something metaphysical that was occurring. I
came to look at it as Belial, the demon Belial, give me a heads up. Hey, buddy, something might be happening. Because sure enough, usually after that happens, there'll be something I have to look out for.
Right. Well, that makes sense. I mean, I will not argue with that, and so I appreciate you bringing that case up. There's nothing much more I can say to provide depth to it, but definitely that makes sense. And well, thank you so much for again bailing my ass and for being there, and definitely let me try and finish up what I'm trying to express about the coronavirus so that I can get into the politics, which is, probably a lot more interesting to most people than the coronavirus is, even though this is life or death.
I'm sorry, the coronavirus is actually very interesting.
Thank you.
I hate to say it. It's something about, actually, I have no shame in saying it. There's something, it's a novel incident. I mean, it's something where we still, even when we have a vaccine, we won't understand the true ramifications of how the lives of those who have had it before the vaccine are going to be infected. So this is like an experiment. We're like watching history in the making.
Thank you. I definitely appreciate your understanding of the gravity of the situation. And, of course, the politics are also just as important. Don't think of them as some kind of sideshow. They're also life and death. And we just narrowly averted so far a second Trump term, but he's going to try and make it happen. And so when Shireen B is asking about People's Revolution, well, we'll see how that works in a Trump coup d'etat. when Trump takes over forcibly. I mean, Trump withdrew all these troops from Iraq and Afghanistan. Why? Because he's going to deploy them here in in the United States.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
you know, that's
I see. Yeah, that's really ballsy of him.
it is. It is. You have no idea.
It's extremely ballsy because if can well, there's a question I want to ask, but I won't ask it on air. I'll probably ask you in private about the potentials of this. You probably know exactly what I'm going to ask.
Okay, and I'll we'll see if I do or not when you present it to me privately.
Which is big.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You know, fuck it. I might as well just ask it. But if he does that, wouldn't that technically open him up to being considered such a threat, enough of a threat to be assassinated by elements within our own government?
I would hope so. I would certainly hope so. And the problem is he's proven that multiple times so far, and nobody's done anything. So
yeah,
it's
the question is why they've enabled him.
Yeah, so far so much, and honestly, yeah.
And I can't help but think that this might be a part of something worse to come. Not I mean post Trump. I'm not saying that there's anything good about Trump at all. But
I understand.
I'm not optimistic. Even if he does get replaced in the White House and leaves without issue, I'm not optimistic.
Yeah. It's. I understand, and it's appreciated. I'll try to cover
something about it that just seems too designed.
Yeah. Well, also don't give quote unquote the deep state too much credit either. I mean, these are extraordinarily corrupt and incompetent people. So if they weren't, Trump never would have gotten into power. So anyhow,
just not incompetent enough.
Yes, there we are. Yeah, that's true. So in terms of the second point I wanted to make about coronavirus, the hospitalizations are already smashing records nationwide. And the national medical system is under the greatest strain it's faced in the pandemic so far. And as I've sprackathon many times before, it's clear that increases in COVID-19 cases mean more reported hospitalizations about 12 days later and more reported deaths within a few weeks. In human terms, some of the people being diagnosed now will end up sick enough to be admitted to a hospital. Some of those people, though far fewer than in the spring at this time, will die, which is the case at any time. The gains we've made since the spring in keeping people alive with severe cases of COVID-19 are all at risk if our hospital systems are overtaxed. And our hospital systems are already overtaxed, even before the huge case spikes we saw this week and yesterday last week have converted into rising hospitalizations. This week, states reported a 21% increase in the number of patients hospitalized with COVID-19. That figure has risen 67% since the 1st of November. The number of people hospitalized per capita in the Midwest has hit a level not seen since the spring surge in the Northeast. Now, the dire straits facing American hospitals, I can give you the numbers. 22% of facilities told the United States Department of Health and Human Services they expect staffing shortages. The examples are everywhere. More than 900 staff at the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota and Wisconsin have been diagnosed with COVID-19 in the past 12 weeks. El Paso's convention center has been converted to a field hospital, and some hospital patients are being sent as far as Austin, nearly 600 miles away, for treatment. So, using the data compiled from state and territorial health departments, the analysts have been able to track total current COVID-19 hospitalizations, but not newly admitted COVID-19 patients, a more precise measure of where outbreaks are worsening. A newly released dataset from the Department of Health and Human Services allows analysts to look at daily COVID-19 admissions of new patients, and they are rising sharply in every American region. A per capita view of hospital admissions data also allows us to pinpoint states both inside and outside the Midwest that are seeing spikes in new hospitalizations. It's clear that Wisconsin is still in serious trouble and that Montana's new admissions are rising sharply while South Dakota's may have peaked. Iowa, Kentucky, and Oklahoma are all showing the signs of dangerous increases in new patient admissions as well. The third point to be made is that deaths will soon exceed their levels from the spring. The states have reported more deaths from COVID-19 this week than we've seen since May. The day before yesterday, the New York Times reported that the COVID-19 pandemic has claimed 250,000 lives. As I spracketh, the last time a similar record loomed, our current figures run behind those of several other sources because we compile data at the state level, the sources that I cite, rather than from counties or cities. As of the 18th of November, not that long ago, the COVID tracking project of the Atlantic magazine recorded 241,704 fatalities from COVID-19. So our understanding of who is dying is hampered by states not reporting demographic categories consistently. Reported deaths for white people are still proportionately lower than for most other demographic groups, but the trend is shifting. In many states, deaths are rising the most quickly among white residents. 6 states are reporting more than 1.5 times the deaths among white residents as in mid-October, while deaths have generally risen more slowly in other racial and ethnic groups. The fourth point to be made is that the virus has continued to ravage long-term care facilities. As the last time that I checked with my friend Keith Call, whose mother is in a long-term care facility, and he updated me in detail earlier this week, nursing homes and other congregate care facilities reported their largest increase in cases in the past 6 months, 29,606 cases. New COVID-19 cases in nursing homes, assisted living facilities, and other long-term care facilities rose 20% across the nation. From the 37 states that report residents and staff separately, we know that residents account for twice as many cases as staff. Yet from the same batch of states, we know that less than 1% of deaths in long-term care facilities occur among staff. There are still 13 states that don't split resident and staff cases and deaths, obscuring any additional analysis thereby. After 3 weeks, without releasing cumulative long-term care case data, North Dakota's health department finally presented a spreadsheet on the 17th of November that shows substantial increases in cases. Resident cases have increased by 70% and staff cases by 61% since October 29th. With a 3-week gap in the data, analysts are unable to determine at what rate cases are increasing. And finally, the American empire's public health response remains scattered and patchwork, but some Republican leaders have finally urged mask use in recent days. Too little, too late for their constituencies, or for all of us. Facing rising cases and hospitalizations, Many states and metropolitan areas recently mandated new or more stringent measures in an effort to contain the virus. California Governor Gavin Newsom said he was pulling an emergency brake for the state, eliminating indoor dining, closing indoor gyms, and banning indoor worship services in 41 counties, among other efforts. Iowa, a state whose governor had long resisted a mask mandate, announced it would require residents to wear masks. Minnesota's governor banned indoor dining and in-person get-togethers until mid-December. New York City this week said it would shut down schools as cases have risen. Governor Mike DeWine of Ohio, who was one of 7 Democratic and Republican governors to co-author an opinion piece in the Washington Post this week, urging Americans to cancel Thanksgiving, advised residents to wear masks and instituted a curfew. Costco, one of the nation's largest retailers, said customers would be required to wear a mask while inside its stores, regardless of local and state regulations. Good for them. And not quite sure what Jameson Reese is saying. Hey, do I have your permission to read this out loud?
Oh yeah. I just got that. You remember that stuff? The THC I was using to go to sleep with.
Yeah. You're vaping it?
I didn't even know I had this whole full container of it. So.
Uh-huh.
I can't smoke it, so I'm gonna have to, take the concentrated ass dose.
You just put it on your tip of your tongue or some shit, right? You said?
Yeah.
Okay. I hear you. Yeah. All right. And thank you for informing me of that. And by the way, I just went through the statistics. I was telling people that the numbers are shifting now, and even though ethnic communities still have rising numbers, that it's now the whites who are dying much more quicker now. It's shifting so that the whites are actually experiencing the higher number of deaths with COVID-19. I think as it's spread out and it's evening out the numbers now, and the whites are beginning to finally get the karmic blowback. And so
now you understand why half of me has to think that Trump has done America a favor.
Yeah, there we are. Yeah.
I just wish that it would take out all the men and leave the women.
Yeah, we are. I'll go for that too, dude. I'm on your side there. In terms of anyhow, this week, West Virginia Governor Jim Justice. I mean, how's that for a name? He tightened the state's mask mandate and held an 80-minute press conference in which he implored West Virginians to get on board and finally cover their fucking pasty white faces. And Jim Justice is a Republican himself, mind you, who has concluded... Well, you know what? I'm just going to read what he said. I just got this up on screen now. He says, "I love all of our kids, and I want them to be able to play ball and go to school, but more than anything, I want us to get more control over this terrible virus that's just eating us alive. I want us to absolutely wear a mask. I will not allow people to just decide they're not going to wear a mask. I mean, what right do they have to infect others or possibly infect others? 96% of the people in West Virginia believe we ought to be wearing masks. I strongly urge us all to wear a mask. That's all we've got to go on right now." And so, with that, there is this wonderful speech written by Selena Khan for me. And English is a second language for her about the GoFundMe. I'm going to try and spin this. "Forever grateful that I am to everyone for their donations and contributions. Words simply cannot describe my appreciation, my gratitude. But I just wanted to emphasize a little bit about the GoFundMe. As everyone knoweth by now, the cause of my GoFundMe campaign is that I do need and must upgrade my current YouTube recording studio setting, as in the computer, the headset and recording devices, lighting fixtures, soundproofing my room, so on and so forth. I have neighbors now that live upstairs, and if I'm ever to go on video again, no longer affiliated with the woman who sabotaged myself in the past by painting my face all aglow so that I look like the General Electric bulb man on camera. This way I can finally do that regularly. Presenting 2 nights a week, live transmission to you, all my beautiful, she wrote, lovers out there. She's a darling. Out there from my city to all around the world is the only life that I have. That okay, Selena Khan wrote this. This is delightful. And you are all my true motivation for my work. I would be nowhere without all of you by my side, closest to the farthest. However, many years of use, all my studio equipment are beyond obsolete now, where they were that from the beginning. Therefore, I have created this GoFundMe fundraising account for donations to update my studio, and this campaign has time limitations. In my case, my GoFundMe campaign urgent contribution will expire in March of 2021. Oh wow, the natal menses, the birth month of my late sister. At this point, I urge everyone, please, contribute, become a contributing member of my mission, my work that I do as a public informant to bring truth to this world for those who are seeking truth. Again, to everyone, I am in dire need of studio equipment. Please contribute. Donate between now and March of next year. Blessings unto all. Okay, another way of saying this is pretty much the way it's said on my GoFundMe campaign itself. Let me go over there to the GoFundMe. Donate me now is what it says. It says I gotta sign in. I'll sign in to GoFundMe. I'll see if this works. And okay. All right. This is Stephen Myers. Donated $10. Jessica Roche, 15. Stephen Myers had donated $15 originally 7 days ago, so he donated another $10. So altogether, he's donated $35 thus far. He says, "Always with you, DD." Then there was the lovely Elena Shea, before she went into meltdown again. And so far, we've got $65 altogether, a long way towards the amount that was stated. And the photograph hasn't been changed yet. So let me see if I can access the GoFundMe synopsis itself from my own timeline here, and that would be the easiest way to find the synopsis, because I think that puts it in a much more, it emphasizes the gravitas of the situation. So here we have that. Let's go over there. I am impacted by both mechanical and psychological injuries that be catastrophically chronic in nature, and therefore I'm enrolled in the 250% Working Disabled program, which allows certain working disabled individuals whose net family income is less than 250% of the federal poverty level to become eligible for Medi-Cal by paying monthly premiums based on net countable income. And this enables myself to receive the constant medical care that I conditionally require to functionally survive. I meet the 250% WDP, or Working Disabled Program requirements, in turn by hosting my bandwidth transmission program, Critical Omissions. And to continue my work, by which to literally maintain my very life, I must establish a professional grade in-home studio with the latest equipment to meet technological quality standards that will be adaptable to emergent systems technologies as they comest online. there. That is the way to do it. She still hasn't changed that photograph, which is scaring everybody away. By the way, I like that photograph, but I can see why most people don't. It's just too intimidating to them. They look at that and they just say, well, I don't want to help that guy. Kind of how they respond when they see Jameson Reese approaching them in his hazmat uniform or outfit, looking like the jellyfish man from the film Sting of Death, which had Neil Sedaka's Jelly Song in it as its main theme. You got to watch it just for that, because of all the white chicks in the tight shirts just bouncing around. Jameson Reese is laughing it up at that while he's getting high on his concentrated THC, which is burning a hole in his tongue as I speak. That's why he's not speaking. He can't come on. He's too busy. Basically, his tongue is frothing.
No, I haven't done it yet. Just had to make a quick offering. I got to be very careful how I do it, because I don't want this stuff to go to the vents.
Yeah.
My father is very sensitive in breathing, and he's right upstairs, so I have to do it right next to this dehumidifier, which sucks in all the air and shit.
Oh shit.
Because I gotta, I like to make an offering to the spirits I work with every day, and having missed yesterday, I'm pretty sure I'm not happy.
Right. You're vaping it, is what you told me. You're vaping it.
No. This is a separate, this is like burning actual incense offering.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got to get to the THC stuff now.
I see. Okay.
I just wanted to get that out the way, because that was burning a hole in my mind.
Ah, got it. Thank you. Appreciate that. So let's get into the way that I always try to confront so many people who come up with just bullshit, and they come up with the stupidest shit, is that all of us are, of course, entitled to our own opinions. None of us are entitled to our own facts. This is why it is such heresy. It's so offensive to me to hear the right-wingers, the alternative, radicalized, Russophiliac, Republican right, Team Red, saying they have alternative facts. Facts are facts. There are no alternative facts. That's what brings us to the subject of facts and feelings. Trump's presidency may have been a flash in the pan, but the divisions he created in America will be longer lived. Remarking on the fact that both Biden and Trump received over 70 million votes in the presidential election, former President Barack Obama told CBS News' Gayle King today that what it says is that we are still deeply divided. The power of that alternative worldview that's presented in the media that those voters consume, it carries a lot of weight. And when asked by King if that worries him, Obama responded, yes, it's very hard for our democracy to function if we are operating on just completely different sets of facts. Okay, that's his ignorance. Jameson Reese has just entered the fact that absurd part about it is even Aquino acknowledged an objective and subjective universe. There you go. What Obama should have said is that Team Blue is objective, Team Red is subjective. So that is the philosophical difference between good and evil, between order and chaos, between what Team Blue represents and what Team Red represents. Biden did something on Wednesday this week last, just before I went on transmission. that we haven't seen from Trump all year. Biden got emotional as a nurse described the horror of working in a COVID-19 ward. The president-elect appeared dumbfounded when Mary Turner, an ICU, a intensive care unit nurse from Minnesota, told him that she and her colleagues did not have sufficient masks and wore what they had until they fell off. And he teared up as she recalled holding the hands of victims as they died, isolated from their own families. And he could not believe it when she said she had not received a COVID-19 test herself. So Nurse Turner, speaking over a video link at a roundtable of frontline workers, apologized to the president-elect for becoming emotional. And Biden replied, "No, you got me emotional." Now obsessed with showing optimism about the pandemic's trajectory, Trump has rarely spared thoughts in public for its victims or spoken with emotion about the disaster that unfolded on his watch, even after the American empire passed 250,000 deaths that same day, Wednesday, midweek last. Biden's campaign believes that the president-elect's empathy, after a life defined by personal tragedy, is one reason why Americans chose him nigh 3 weeks ago. But how's Joe Biden supposed to get anything done? The delay caused by Trump's continued false insistence he won the election is putting lives at risk, with the Biden team locked out of key vaccine information as COVID rages. Even when the president-elect shakes off Donald Trump's sulking shadow next year, he will face a harrowing political environment. By his January inauguration, the current explosion in COVID-19 infections will have left a trail of death and illness in a nation worn down by nearly a year of pandemic-induced deprivations. The GSA, the General Services Administration, has yet to acknowledge Trump's loss and begin the formal transition. Resultantly, Biden and his team have no access to federal agencies, funding to help with hiring for the new administration, and access to classified intelligence briefings. The conversations are not as detailed as formal briefings would be under the officially sanctioned transition, but they're giving Biden, well, the Biden team, a sense of what their priority issues will be after taking office. And unless Democrats win 2 Georgia runoff elections, Biden will face a Republican majority Senate led by Senator Mitch McConnell, who is as immovable as the marble blocks of Washington's memorials. Democrats have been shocked to see their majority shrink in the House of Representatives, meaning Speaker Nancy Pelosi will not always get her way. Progressive dreams that Biden would enjoy a Franklin Roosevelt-style first 100 days of radical social legislation are dead. Remember talk of packing the Supreme Court? The Green New Deal and new state-run health care? Forget all that. The delicate new balance on Capitol Hill means the next 2 years will likely unfold as a war of attrition, with both parties maneuvering ahead of midterm congressional elections that are usually cruel to first-term presidents. But it is not all bleak for Biden, though he will take his office during America's darkest hour for decades. The prospect of several COVID-19 vaccines could begin to restore light to American life by mid-2021. A bright summer and an economic rebound may lend his presidency, significant momentum. And Washington's divides, which mirror a nation at war with itself, have offered clarity. Biden won the Democratic nomination and the White House because he is not a radical and is driven by instincts to unify rather than divide. A president who can bridge differences and broker modest bipartisan wins, for instance in helping workers who lost jobs in the pandemic, might win widespread approval. The last 4 presidencies pulsated with impeachments, partisan fury, terror attacks, wars, economic crises, whiplash change, and historic firsts. Long-buried passions and prejudices are burning thanks to Trump's inflammatory term. Even before the pandemic, America was exhausted by an incessant fight between factions with vastly different visions of what the empire, well, visions of America itself should be. A quiet presidency that does little more than restore a semblance of normality isn't what Biden has in mind. But a timeout from history sounds pretty good right now for most of us, with any modicum of sanity. That's what brings us to Trump's push to overturn the election. That brings us any hope for respite. President Trump has stepped up his desperate effort to hold on to power. Trump is escalating his slapdash yet persistent attempts to overturn President-elect Joe Biden's electoral victory, pushing for judges and for Republican state lawmakers and local officials in several battleground states to ignore the voters' will and award him the electoral votes he needs for a second term. The president who said he'd do so much winning, America would get tired of it, now seems determined to lose the 2020 election over and over again. Donald Trump's self-proclaimed elite strike force of attorneys has now lost or withdrawn 30 legal challenges. And a growing number of Republicans, like Pennsylvania Senator Pat Toomey, are admitting publicly there be no evidence for claims of vast fraud or global conspiracy. Consider what conservative Pennsylvania Judge Matthew Brand said yesterday as he threw out a case brought by Trump's lawyer Rudy Giuliani that sought to disenfranchise 7 million voters. I'll just quote the judge himself. One might expect that when seeking such a startling outcome, a plaintiff would come formidably armed with compelling legal arguments and factual proof of rampant corruption such that this court would have no option but to regrettably grant the proposed injunctive relief despite the impact it would have on such a large group of citizens. That has not happened. Instead, this court has been presented with strained legal arguments sans merit and speculative accusations, unpled in the operative complaint and unsupported by any evidence. No wonder even Trump's friend, former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, pronounced the president's attorneys a national embarrassment today. Trump may aim to ruin Joe Biden's presidency by convincing half the country it is illegitimate, to provide himself a rationale for a possible 2024 revenge run, and to keep 70 million customers, cultists, engaged. But the truth is, this election wasn't even that close. Biden leads in the popular vote by 6 million. He took 5 battlegrounds from the outgoing president's 2016 map, and he walked away with 306 electoral votes, what Trump in happier days called a landslide. Experts, and even some Republican Russo collaborators, say Trump is all but certain to fail. States are in the process of certifying the results, while his legal team so far has failed to advance his baseless case in state and federal courts. The clumsy effort nonetheless represents an extraordinary assault on American democracy, spearheaded by the president himself and with at least the tacit approval of his party. Thus enabled, President Trump is escalating his ad hoc yet obsessive attempts to overturn President-elect Joe Biden's electoral victory, pushing for judges and the Republican state lawmakers and local officials in several battleground states to ignore the voters' will and award him the electoral votes he needs for a second term. Now, let me tell you something. Peter Moon told me, well, he asked me, did you see Rudy Giuliani? The speech he gave? And I said, no. And he recommended it. He was impressed. And he says, oh God, this wait till he gets in court. Oh my God. And it's like, this is going to be decisive. Now, let me try and look at this from Peter Moon's angle. I mean, the right angle. I mean, are the claims of electoral fraud baseless as I say they have been? Jameson's talking about the hair dye. I'll get there. Because I had to suffer through that. I sat down to watch. I mean, honestly, however, let's take the perspective of what impressed Peter Moon. I mean, do you believe Republican claims of a stolen election are ridiculous? Let me explain it to you. It has come to my attention that some of you are having trouble following the myriad crystal clear arguments being made by the president and his allies regarding the recent election, an election he definitely won, despite the tallies showing him being thrashed in the popular vote and losing the electoral college by a margin he himself once characterized as a landslide. I'm here to help. It's all very logical. Try to follow along. If you exclude the people who didn't vote for him, the president absolutely roared to re-election. That's why his attorneys have been trying so hard to get those votes thrown out in swing states all over the country. And after 32 litigation losses because of, those annoying judges, even the ones Trump's party appointed, keep insisting on evidence for claims of voter fraud. But they're definitely going to win at some point because truth will out. The elite strike force team, that is, of attorneys for Trump. For example, as the president's attorney, Rudy Giuliani, explained during Thursday's pyrotechnic press conference, the president would totally have won Michigan without Wayne County, which just happens to include so many black voters who live in Detroit. The president's attorney, maskless, mind you, in a crowded room no less, hair dye and sweat streaking down his cheeks, offered, so you see, it changes the result of the election in Michigan if you take out Wayne County. Nigger country. It does indeed. Why would one take out Wayne County, you ask? Aside from the words that I added that Giuliani did not say, but everybody thought. Well, again, this is obvious. Detroit, Philadelphia, and other cities that went for Joe Biden are, as Giuliani himself pointed out, famously corrupt. Therefore, one just has to assume the vote tallies in these places are suspect. Of course, he's not calling those cities corrupt because they are home to large populations of black voters, because that would be racist. It's just a coincidence that a giant chunk of the hundreds of thousands of votes they're trying to get thrown out were all cast by black Americans. As Sidney Powell, another attorney on the president's dream team, definitely not bottom of the barrel legal team, pointed out, the culprits in this vast conspiracy of election fraud include the Clinton Foundation, the very dead Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez, and, that pesky Jew, George Soros, who seems to be at the root of all that is evil as any Republican sees it. And so Giuliani offered up, this is real. This is not made up. This is the Giuliani who, by the way, when confronted with all the children raped by broken bottles and baseball bats at West Point in the child daycare center building number 666, said, none of this is real. It's all made up. But electoral fraud? It is real. Because there's no other way to explain Trump's loss that doesn't reflect negatively on America's greatest president. QED. So the votes that gave Biden victory are fraudulent, according to the president and too many members of his own cult to count. The cult called the Republican Party. They have not addressed the question of why that kike Soros and the sinister Venezuelans would rig only the presidential election and leave the U.S. Senate in Republican hands. But such hair-splitting would only be a distraction from the true crimes that have struck at the heart of our democracy. For Republicans love democracy. They're absolutely committed to it as long as the right people vote. Pointed term. And they are utterly devoted to our Constitution as long as it keeps the correct people in power. By white definition. They truly believe an injustice has been perpetrated here. Sincerity simply oozes from them. They believe there will be no transfer of power, given their leader's spectacular victory. Also, they offer justifications for his delaying a peaceful transfer of power. In 2016, Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany, in the White House briefing room. Well, she actually said it this Friday into this weekend, but she was referencing the year 2016. She said her boss was never given an orderly... How do I say that in the English? She said her boss, Trump, was never given an orderly transition of power in 2016. Which is absolutely true. If you don't count the fact that Hillary Clinton formally conceded on the morning after the 2016 election. President Barack Obama invited the victor to the White House the day after that, and the transition began immediately. Again, the president isn't going anywhere. Pay no attention to his feverish fundraising for a post-presidential slush fund. The mine's being placed all over to hamstring a Biden presidency, or the rush to execute federal prisoners and sell off drilling rights in the Alaska wilderness. Well, what used to be the Alaskan wilderness, before the 20th of January. If you ignore all of that, what we're seeing here makes perfect sense. If it didn't, wouldn't more Republicans speak up? That's a rhetorical question that's absolutely meaningless. It's meant to be taken facetiously, as I hope you take everything else I've just said. But to get back into the role play for a moment. After all, Republicans failing to speak up would unleash a havoc they could never control. It would undermine our democracy and empower people like the heavily armed half-wits who plotted to kidnap a sitting governoress in Michigan and gang rape her to death on camera. Live, broadcasting it while she died. And nobody with a conscience would let that happen. Now do you get it? No, of course you don't. Not if you retain a modicum of sanity. To see this period, the coup stage of Donald Trump's presidency more clearly, we can look to failed coup attempts of the past. A little after 9 p.m. on Tuesday night, Donald Trump issued, well, I would say this was like Super Tuesday night is what I mean to say. You know, election night earlier this month. Donald Trump, he issued that victorious tweet that, unlike most of his other statements about the presidential election, had a traceable relationship to the truth, saying, "Well, Michigan just refused to certify the election results." In fact, the Elections Board of Wayne County, which contains, you know, that third world shithole called Detroit, had deadlocked after its 2 Republican members claimed suspicions of irregularities. The crisis was over quickly, however. The board reversed itself and certified the results. In a public comment, a Michigan businessman, Ned Stabler, deconstructed the Republican members' arguments and told them that the Trump stain, the stain of racism, is going to follow you throughout history. The address went viral, passing 2.5 million viewers in 3 hours. Democratic procedure had triumphed. Americans made fun of their president on Twitter. But something had changed. The unimaginable, once again, had happened. And even though it was quickly reversed, we now knew that it was possible. The next day, the Wayne County Republican commissioners asked to rescind their votes certifying the election results. According to Robert Costa, who has been reporting on the election for the Washington Post, the debacle in Michigan is consistent with the strategy of Trump's personal election attorney, Rudy Giuliani, the man who helped Michael Aquino get away with mass rape of children in the military. That is the man who is now running your fucking world to the ground. And yet, he speaks compellingly enough where many members of the older generation are swayed into believing. That is what's so dangerous. And what Rudy Giuliani said that apparently is so compelling. Well, let's say what Costa said first. Costa tweeted, what they want in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, other states, is for the vote to not be certified. Their end game, try to force it to the House. Now, Giuliani and his team know that no number of recounts can ever give Trump the votes. Their goal is to throw wrenches in the works, On Thursday, Trump invited Michigan Republican leaders to the White House, presumably to discuss ways to decertify election results. And Giuliani convened another unhinged press conference in which he made a slew of false and bizarre claims about the election in Michigan and elsewhere. And across a reassuringly wide political spectrum, observers told that, well, they hold that Trump's refusal to concede the election results is not tantamount to a coup attempt. In the Washington Examiner, Timothy Carney wrote, Trump is a con man, and his insistence that he can overturn the election is his latest grift. In The Nation, G. Heer argued that, while Trump's behavior is concerning, it is very different than a coup. It is more accurately viewed as a cover-up. He adding that Trump is interested in keeping his con game afloat. Now, one might pose the question, is it a coup or a con? And most respondents would tilt the needle closer to con. And they are probably right. Then again, we in America do not have a great record for recognizing coups when they be staring us in the face. One of the best critiques of American journalism, still taught today because it remains relevant 100 years after its publication, is an essay by Walter Lippmann and Charles Mertz entitled A Test of the News, which analyzed the Times' failure to cover the Russian Revolution. But Russian journalists missed it too. On October 25th of 1917, there was an individual named Arnold Gessen who wrote a long article for Petrograd's, that's Leningrad's, St. Petersburg's, all the same city. It was St. Petersburg until the Russians secularized with the death of the Tsar, who represents a religious figure as well as a monarch, to Petrograd, and then was made Leningrad after the communists took over. And at that time it was Petrograd and their paper, the Birjevye Vedomosti, the stock market news, the Wall Street Journal of its time and place, that Arnold Gessen wrote for. He'd been serving as the paper's parliamentary correspondent since the Russian parliament had been formed 12 years earlier. Great-grandpa, you would call him today, Arnold Gessen explained that the Bolsheviks ought not to be taken seriously because they were a bunch of grifters with no political plan. His article was printed the following day, the 8th of November 1917, on the Western calendar, in what turned out to be the last issue of Birjevye Vedomosti. It was promptly shuttered by the Bolsheviks, who had seized complete and total power. Con versus coup, therefore, ergo, be false dichotomy. A coup is a power claim made illegitimately, often, but not always, with use of force. Sometimes illegally, but sometimes within the bounds of a constitution. A con is a mushy term. It can be a criminal act or simply an unethical one, perhaps just wily and manipulative. A con, in other words, is an illegitimate act of persuasion. A coup always begins as a con. If the con is successful, if the power claim is persuasive, then a coup has occurred. You can see it better with failed coups. In August of 1991, the leadership of the Russian KGB and some Politburo hardliners placed President Mikhail Gorbachev under house arrest and declared themselves in charge of the country. On the second night of their coup, they held a press conference. Journalists, who had for a few years enjoyed unprecedented freedom, seemed to fall in line and accept the coup plotters' power claim. They asked questions about, say, plans for rejuvenating the command economy. Then a 24-year-old reporter, a young lady named Tatyana Malkina, rose and asked, "Do you realize that last night you committed a coup d'etat?" And something shifted in the room. Journalists started bombarding the coup plotters, the conspirators, with more combative questions, and the plotters themselves suddenly looked like lost, hungover men in ill-fitting suits, which is exactly what they were. They ended the press conference, which state television had broadcast in its entirety, and in less than 48 hours, the coup collapsed. We may never know what else was going on out of public view, but this is how many Russians remember it. The brave, young lady reporter in a frilly dress, the trembling hands of crooks and hustlers, torturers, who didn't believe in their own legitimacy in the end. And that was the end. In July of 2016, a faction of the Turkish military attempted a coup. The government thwarted it within hours. The instant end of the coup was televised. People the world over saw tanks on bridges in Istanbul and immediately began speculating that the coup was merely pretext for the larger crackdown that followed. Recep Tayyip Erdogan's government arrested tens of thousands of people and fired many more, mostly on suspicion of belonging to the Hizmet movement led by the emigre cleric Fethullah Gulen out of the United States. Gulen himself denied that he had had anything to do with the coup and suggested that it must have been staged by Erdogan himself. The skeptics pointed to the holes in the coup plotters, the coup conspirators' plans, the plotters' plans. They failed to secure total control of the media. They didn't manage to arrest Erdogan himself. They were poorly coordinated. Were they even serious? Similar conspiracy theories still circulate about the 1991 Russian coup. The plotters didn't close the airports or turn off the Russian President Boris Yeltsin's home phone. What kind of coup d'etat is that? A failed one. Successful coup conspirators don't do everything right either. No aspiring dictator can commandeer enough military power to be able to dominate an entire country that refuses to recognize him. No coup plotters can close every channel of communication and stop all movement. No one usurping power can force people to forget that different norms and expectations existed as recently as yesterday. What successful coup conspirators do is con enough people into thinking that they have already taken power. No one can fully predict when such a claim will succeed or fail. In the coup stage of his presidency, which we're in now, Trump has continued to be Donald Trump. He has shown no ability to plan or plot, but plenty of resolve and willingness to act. He fired military brass and the chief of election cybersecurity, Chris Krebs, for daring to contradict him. He garnered more than 70 million votes, overwhelmingly white, overwhelmingly male. He has showcased considerable power, in other words, but so far doesn't seem to be enough to persuade Americans that he will keep it. For now, Trump's coup d'etat seems doomed. But, as is his way, Trump is succeeding even as he fails. His project all along has been to destroy the political order as we have known it to pave the way for Vladimir Putin. An overwhelming majority of Republican elected officials are hedging their bets on the coup d'etat Whether in order to humor Trump or appease his cultic base, they have neglected to recognize the results of the election. The Tuesday night incident at the Wayne County Election Board showed that at least some election officials will do Trump's bidding. Meanwhile, Twitter, Trump's favored channel of communication with the world, has tried meekly to address the issue of Trump's lies. It did not flag Trump's false claim that Michigan failed to certify the election. It has flagged other Trump tweets about election fraud by attaching the label, "This claim about election fraud is disputed," as if it were a matter of debate, as if election fraud in these United States were an observable phenomenon of which good people can disagree. Whenever Trump tweets that he won the election, Twitter adds, "Multiple sources called this election differently." As though we didn't know enough to say instead, Trump fucking lost. Trump's bad con continues to show how easy it will be to stage a good one. Then we would call it a coup d'etat. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer, Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book, and by that title, The Unfinished Man. And, of course, you'll see scenes from his documentaries, cinematic documentaries in production. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejedine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained the city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Tucson is spelled Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And don't forget to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. That's Man of the Soil, where you'll find it on YouTube, and you'll know you're there when you see the young white girl, well, the blonde, with big tits, wearing the green Ace Hardware t-shirt. And then you know you're in the right place. And then you can watch Ben Astenius in his sprint car jumpsuit, by his sprint car, rolling on over AstroTurf. Telling you how easy it is, well, how easy it is to maintain it. Not all that watering and seeding and planting and all that good shit. AstroTurf can make your life easy. And aside from all that, you can see the crowning video of aerial drone footage of landscape architecture that Mr. Ben Astenius' Man of the Soil company has constructed, laid out. Checking in and seeing Derek Talley is doing his bit. Shireen B has retracted her messages. I don't know why. She's got nothing to be ashamed about there. I wish she would have left them up. Mr. George Knight says, "Back on now, Douglas. Love you, dear George." Does he mean I was off? Was I off for a bit? I hope everyone's been able to hear me. Does he mean that he's back on? So give me a little hint there and be a little more articulate, Mr. Knight. Let me know if you've been able to hear me all this time or you've just got on. By the way, it doesn't matter if Trump never concedes. Twitter is giving at POTUS, or the at President of the United States, to Biden. Now that brings us to the motley crew leading Trump's election challenges, because I had to suffer through this at the behest of Peter Moon, who was bringing up the vast conspiracy of Venezuela, and he was effusive. He was effusive. And when I forced myself to sit through this, let's just put it this way. It all started the day the election was lost. That's when Jared Kushner basically got together a dream team. He wanted a James Baker-like figure, but he ended up with a ragtag bunch of lawyers led by a raving Rudolph Giuliani, who made his first appearance in federal court in this century. The first time he appeared in federal court in the 21st century. And in a press conference on Thursday, Rudolph W. Giuliani and a group of lawyers known for promoting conspiracy theories held a news conference at Republican National Committee headquarters, where they spun outlandish tales of a nationwide Democratic plot. And that same Thursday, Rudy Giuliani presented normal parts of the election process, like fixing mail ballots' missing signatures, as fraudulent. Rudy Giuliani persisted with his tale of a grand conspiracy against the person of Donald Trump himself, the former New York mayor, claiming sans any evidence whatsoever that Trump had been victimized by a centralized, nationwide plot to steal the election, and blasted journalists for dismissing the Trump campaign's collection of affidavits claiming fraud. In reality, these documents are vague, contradictory, unspecific, and don't show illegal behavior, even when they reveal isolated incidents affecting only a few voters. One affidavit Giuliani highlighted has already been rejected by a judge. But Rudy Giuliani has a cunning plan. Trump's attorney thinks his defeated client has a clear path to a second term if courts would only agree to throw out hundreds of thousands of votes from Democratic cities where black voters live. And in a mind-blowing filing, Giuliani is calling for the Trump campaign itself to be allowed to unilaterally declare enormous swaths of ballots in Philadelphia as illegally cast, and then for a judge to use that evidence to hand Trump the state of our nation. To realize this objective, the Trump team has brought in still more lawyers, including Jenna Ellis, who in 2016 called her new client an idiot, and a criminal dirtbag who kept grabbing her by the pussy. At a press conference on Thursday, she referred to the new group of attorneys as an elite strike force team. So let's try and break down this elite strike force team. When it began to look like Joe Biden was winning the presidential election, Donald Trump's son-in-law, who's really a bitch, I mean, not like personality, but that too, but literally physically a bitch. The guy's a cunt, or had a cunt before her sex reassignment surgery, and of course was actually a lover of Peter Thiel, the guy who does Palantir for Donald Trump, contracts with ICE, Immigrations, Customs, and Enforcement. Yeah, Jared Kushner put herself down as a female on all her voting documents for years. All the kids with Ivanka are in vitro. That Jared Kushner, whose drag name we will never know because he's not drag, he's transsexed, transgendered. But he doesn't have to worry about being murdered like, some black trans on the street. And like James says, Jameson Reese, he says, these guys all have really bad taste. Well, anyhow, that tasteless trans feverishly called around. He picked up the phone. She did. G did, because it's really transgendered. And this phone call campaign G launched was with the intention of looking for a James Baker-like figure to oversee the Trump campaign's legal challenges to legitimate election results. Now, James Baker is a former Secretary of State who led George W. Bush's recount effort in Florida in the year 2000, managing a dream team of attorneys that included the Supreme Court litigator Ted Olson and 3 future Supreme Court justices. Kushner hoped to assemble a similar A-team for his father-in-law, who, on entering office, had vowed to surround himself with only the best people. And on November 7th, Trump tweeted that his squad would be unveiled at a press conference at Four Seasons, Philadelphia, 11 a.m. And minutes later, he deleted the post and wrote another clarifying that the venue was a small business called Four Seasons Total Landscaping, not to be confused with Ben Estenius' Man of the Soil Landscaping in Arizona. The blooper proved prescient. The legal eagles drafted to help the president had as much relation to James Baker as Four Seasons Total Landscaping has to the luxury hotel. At the press conference, there were many familiar faces, not white shoe veterans of Bush versus Gore, but rather ghosts of impeachments past. Trump's personal attorney, Rudolph Giuliani, was there, of course. So was Pam Bondi, the former Florida Attorney General and registered foreign agent for Qatar, and a smattering of angry poll watchers. As if that weren't bad enough, New Jersey political reporters instantly recognized one of Rudy Giuliani's key witnesses as Darrell Brooks, a New Jersey man who went to prison in 1988 after a sex offender conviction. He was convicted of exposing himself to 2 girls ages 7 and 11 years of age in an attempted rape, asking them to orally take his penis in their mouths like it was candy. Yeah. Convicted sex offender Brooks ran for Congress in 2004 as the Green Party candidate in New Jersey's 12th district, along with a slew of other campaign runs since as a libertarian. I told you all libertarians are child molesters. And the Poor People's Campaign candidate. Poor people. Poor people. At the Four Seasons Total Humiliation event, Brooks claimed to have moved to Philadelphia 2 years ago. I was unable to verify that. Brooks has run for office several times in New Jersey, and elected officials there were surprised to see him. Trenton Mayor Reed Gusciona basically went on record to say, I started watching it and all of a sudden I was like, there's New Jersey's perennial candidate claiming to live in Philadelphia and Giuliani claiming him to be a poll watcher and Philadelphia resident when he's really a child predator. Now, New Jersey Representative Bonnie Watson Coleman's office also recognized Brooks. Chief of Staff James G. added context, noting that Brooks had worked his way into being a poll watcher for the Clinton campaign in 2016 simply so that they could make the claim that Hillary Clinton had a staff of convicted child predators. So G said, yeah, I know, Daryl. It's so fitting that he would be there. And G said he believed Brooks was hired for Hillary Clinton's campaign in 2016 for no other reason than to start the Pizzagate rumors. There's conspiracy for you. Now, G, who has a Chinese name, is black. He's Blasian, black Asian. So he's saying, that's these white organizers. And that's where he dropped me off. It's not the white organizers. It's the goddamn Republicans. First they planted the guy with the Democrats to discredit the Democrats. Then they forgot all about the guy's record. Since he was so loyal a Republican, they brought him in as a witness for Rudy Giuliani. Unless, of course, he's a double agent and the Democrats hired him as part of the great Democratic conspiracy to now fuck up the reps. The campaign has never fully explained why they chose the location in question, but the most obvious answer is someone from the campaign just straight up screwed up, and they all went with it to save face. I mean, you can take a look at some of the Trump supporters who turned out at the landscaping company next to the adult bookstore. It's not books, it's video. It's a sex shop. A porn distributor. Across the street from the crematorium. When you're not checking off over bodies, you're burning them. Outside the press conference, there was a man in his underpants, dressed as, Sleepy Joe Biden. Trying to be sleepy, get it? He's in his underpants. And he kept shouting, George Soros! At the Biden supporters across the road. I mean, after his infamous post-election news conference at that Philadelphia landscaping firm next to a sex shop partnered with a convicted sex offender of children, Giuliani let fly another unhinged, lie-packed briefing this last Thursday. Giuliani himself didn't wear a mask and he didn't hide his hand. Referring to the area around Detroit, another big multi-ethnic city that just happens to have a sea of black voters, Giuliani said, it changes the result of the election in Michigan if you take out Wayne County. Now, okay, Jameson, here's where we get to Rudy Giuliani himself being a fucking dumpster fire. Let me just check that live stream there. See the time we've got. And Vuvoviewed. Thank you, Vuvoviewed. He says you did not drop on YouTube at all. Thank you, sir. Oh, and Bizarre HD. George Knight says, I am back on, Douglas. Sorry, meaning himself. Thank you, sir. There we are. Devon Bulldog said, hey, Douglas, we voted yes for cow and plow. It's coming, brother. I'm a man of my word. Thank you, Devon. That was incoherent. But, hey, Devon's a good guy. And let's talk about Rudy. Now, Rudy, you know about his history with Satanism. And it just blows my mind that Peter Moon acknowledges that and says, look, I'm not defending the guy, it's just that what he said was so compelling. Compelling! I mean, nearly 2 weeks ago, Rudy Giuliani, Donald Trump's legal point man, in his effort to reverse the result of the 2020 election, virtually broke the internet when he held this press conference at Four Seasons Total Landscaping, a yard care business situated next to a sex shop across the street from a crematorium in a North Philadelphia mini mall, with his primary witness, a man who tries to rape young girls, for his latest public outing, which came on Thursday. Rudy chose a different location, the headquarters of the Republican National Committee on Capitol Hill, which is just as sleazy, maybe worse. But if the setting for this Giuliani event was considered more salubrious than the last one, its content was even more bizarre. So as the former New York mayor stood under the television lights for about 40 minutes and accused the Biden campaign of orchestrating an elaborate nationwide voter fraud scheme, he sweated like a sumo wrestler in a sauna. At one point, he was forced to dab away with a handkerchief 2 streams of what appeared to be dark rivulets of hair dye that were streaking down each of his cheeks, like Dirk Bogarde in the final scene of Death in Venice, whilst making dozens more unfounded and unhinged-sounding fraud claims. He even reenacted a scene from the Joe Pesci vehicle, My Cousin Vinny, before the networks cut away, because people just couldn't take anymore. When he finally ceded the lectern to Sidney Powell, another member of Trump's legal dream team, he immediately cracked open a water bottle and gulped down its contents like a camel happening upon an oasis. Now, Sidney Powell's another lawyer in his elite strike force team, battling to save Trump's crumpled pride, and he tried out a conspiracy theory about late Venezuelan leader Hugo Chavez, Cuba, China, George Soros, and the Clinton Foundation hijacking the election for Biden. You know, the grown-up kid from Deliverance. And her colleague, Jenna Ellis, informed journalists who braved the tiny briefing room that they weren't smart enough to get it because they were not court reporters or judges. I mean, the tinfoil hat stuff deserves to be mocked, but not everyone's in on the joke. While the Trump legal team's cases all collapse in court, their claims are being carried live on conservative news channels. It's no wonder that a Monmouth University poll this week showed 70% of Republicans believe Biden only won the election through massive fraud. Even if Giuliani and his motley band of TV attorneys fail in stealing the election, they are putting real poison in the democratic system that could long outlast Donald Trump. Trump's elections legal strategy is all but doomed, but will still damage American democracy. Let's get this straight once and for all, here and now. First, President Trump lost the November 3rd election. Then his attorneys lost in court as they tried to allege fraud and irregularities over and over and over again. Now Trump's throw it all at the wall strategy, just to see what sticks, has apparently morphed into a brazen attempt to abuse his power as president to overturn Joe Biden's victory. The effort seems to be aimed as much at fueling unwarranted doubts about electoral integrity among Trump's cultists as soothing his ego as it does at actually preserving his presidency. This audacious endeavor, which yielded a Friday White House meeting with Republican lawmakers from Michigan, appears all but doomed. Still, it is an unprecedented attempt to undermine the will of voters that will leave lasting scars on democracy, as concurred by all constitutional experts and former elected officials. Christine Todd Whitman, the former Republican governess of New Jersey, said Trump is like the kid who's been told he can't join the basketball game, who grabs the basketball and sticks a knife in it to deflate it. It would be funny if it weren't so serious. Trump lost the popular vote by nearly 6 million votes, and his 232 projected electoral votes were well behind Biden's 306. But Trump and his allies have claimed that he would have won the election if not for massive voter fraud, although they have been unable to offer a single shred of evidence proving that outrageous claim. He's dispatched attorneys, including Rudy Giuliani, to fight losing battles in court. On Tuesday, he fired Christopher Krebs, an official with the Department of Homeland Security, who oversaw election security and who publicly disputed Trump's claims that the election was compromised. In Michigan, which Trump lost by 155,000 votes, he personally called a Republican member of the Board of Canvassers in Wayne County, which contains Detroit, who on Tuesday initially refused to certify the results there, according to the Detroit Free Press. Super Tuesday, I mean to say, at the beginning of the month. And on the Thursday after that, Giuliani, well, actually, this last Thursday, it's so surreal, it's all beginning to blend for me with the landscaping business location. But this Thursday, Giuliani and these other members of Trump's legal team delivered this surreal press conference about their claims as dark liquid leaked from his hair. Giuliani presenting normal parts of the election process, like fixing mail ballots' missing signatures, as fraudulent, and made odd references to the film My Cousin Vinny. That's not something that I alluded to just out of what came to my mind. He brought the film up. Imprinting. Imprinting. Now, another member of that team, Sidney Powell, claimed inaccurately that Trump had won by a landslide. And that was before it became clear that legal filings in one of the Trump team's cases had confused the states of Minnesota and Michigan. Tom Ridge, a Republican and the former governor of Pennsylvania, has attested, "It's beyond regrettable. It's not presidential. It's un-American." He's questioning and undermining the most basic and valued institution in our country, and that's the legitimacy of our vote. If Trump's only goal is to sow doubt, he is succeeding. As I said, that Monmouth University poll I've cited has proven that 77% of Trump's cultists, Republicans, 77% of all Republicans, who are all now but cultists of Trump, believe Biden won because of fraud. If he's trying to throw a wrench in the electoral machinery itself, success is less assured. States are working to certify their results, a process that each state has to complete by the 8th of December, Pearl Harbor Day in Japan, which is a day ahead of us because of the international dateline. Then on the 14th of December, each state's electors will meet to award their votes to the candidate who won their state. It is possible that Trump and his allies see some hope for their efforts if they can persuade battleground state Republicans to send the results from competing slates of electors to Washington, something that happened in the chaos of the contested election of 1876. But the Michigan Republicans who met with Trump poured cold water on the idea they would take such a step. Michigan Senate Majority Leader Mike Shirkey and House Speaker Lee Chatfield released a joint statement Friday that read, "The candidates who win the most votes win elections, and Michigan's electoral votes." Meanwhile, the gears of certification were grinding forward without Trump. On Friday afternoon, Georgia certified the results of its election, which saw Biden become the first Democrat since 1992 to win that state with a lead of some 12,000 votes. Trump's antics have drawn increased condemnation from Biden and members of his transition team, who still are unable to assess much of what they need to move the presidential transition forward. Bob Bauer, a campaign advisor to Biden, on Friday, during a press call to refute the president's claims, he said, "We have to be deeply disturbed about what he's doing, while at the same time remaining mindful that he cannot succeed. It has also alarmed the people who spend their days monitoring elections in other countries like Avery Davis Roberts, the Associate Director of the Democracy Program at the Carter Center, who has been involved with electoral observation missions around the world. Davis Roberts attested that the erosion of trust in the honesty of our elections over the last several years, escalating in the last months and weeks, is very concerning. Democracy experts all agree that even Trump's failing lawsuits carry long-term risk for the American empire. Joshua A. Geltzer, the executive director of the Institute for Constitutional Advocacy at Georgetown University, has gone on record to say this is not really about winning in court, it's about using America's courtrooms to seed myths, to spread disinformation. And Lawrence Norden of the Brennan Center for Justice said the message that's being sent this week, over the last couple of weeks, is the loser doesn't have to accept the result of the election and can try to delegitimize it. That's something we haven't seen in modern history. Advocates of voting rights raise another concern about the impact of Trump's rhetoric. His claims add more fuel to the years-long Republican push to establish new voting restrictions, ostensibly under the guise of stopping fraud and shoring up trust in the system. In Georgia, for example, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger on Friday proposed requiring proof of identification with voters' absentee ballots, even though he also said there has been no evidence of widespread fraud. Andrea Young, the executrix directoress of the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union of Georgia, then responded, "Georgia doesn't need much of a pretext to make voting harder. We have to fight very hard in the Georgia legislature in every season to prevent further restrictions on the right to vote." Now, those restrictions, she has proven, disproportionately affect black voters and other voters of color. A key determinant of the long-term impact of the president's rhetoric, all experts agree, is whether members of his own party step up to condemn it, which none of them do. Michael Steele, a former chair of the RNC who endorsed Biden this year, even though he chaired the Republican National Committee, he turned Biden because of Trump, because of the Republican cult. And he said they're going to have to look America in the eye and explain how they let this rogue individual come into our house, the grand old party, and completely destroy it. Some Republicans, including Senators Mitt Romney of Utah and Ben Sasse of Nebraska, have condemned Trump's actions. In a Thursday night tweet, Romney said, "It is difficult to imagine a worse, more undemocratic action by a sitting president." And a growing number of Republicans, like Senator Lamar Alexander of Tennessee, are calling on Trump to at least allow Biden's transition to begin, but party leaders like Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell have stayed on the sidelines. By this stage, Rudy Giuliani has earned the $20,000 a day he has reportedly requested for representing Trump in a crusade that even many of the lame duck president's Republican defenders privately regard as a lost cause. I mean, did Rudy not see Lindsey Graham giving Kamala Harris a fist bump on the floor of the Senate on Tuesday? Barely stopping to draw a breath, Giuliani claims that Biden operatives, working in cahoots with big city Democratic machines, corrupt judges, and voting software companies tied to communist governments abroad, I kid you not, contrived to reverse the early leads that Trump held on election night in states such as Georgia, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. At one point, Giuliani insisted What I am describing to you is massive fraud. At another, he said that the evidence he and his colleagues had gathered was enough to overturn any election. And what is that evidence? Giuliani claimed that Trump's legal team had gathered hundreds of affidavits from poll watchers and election officials alleging perfidious acts. But when reporters asked him to release these documents, he replied, "I can't do it. I can't put a witness's life in jeopardy." Much of the evidence Giuliani did point to has already been completely discredited, including claims from Republican poll watchers of malfeasance in Wayne County, Michigan, which includes the city of Detroit. Last week, a Wayne County judge dismissed the case to which these witnesses' affidavits were attached. He so saying that the witnesses did not attend a session on the ballot counting process hosted by election officials, and their statements were rife with speculation. Giuliani also claimed that in Pennsylvania, more than 600,000 mail-in ballots were not expected, which rendered them, according to he, null and void. This claim was based on another dubious allegation from the Trump camp that Republican poll watchers weren't allowed to get close enough to count voters. To back it all up, Giuliani invoked Joe Pesci's performance in the 1992 film My Cousin Vinny, aping a scene in which Vinny, a Brooklyn attorney, gets a key witness to acknowledge that she might not have seen what she thought she did. The former mayor of New York City held up 2 fingers and said, "How many fingers do I got up?" He went on, "These people, the poll watchers, were further away than my cousin Vinny was from the witness. They couldn't see a thing." Giuliani didn't mention that Pennsylvania's Supreme Court had already dismissed this argument out of hand. In an important ruling handed down last week, it said that poll watchers don't have the right to inspect individual signatures. Having failed in state court, Giuliani is now fronting a case in federal court, as I said the first time he's been there in the 21st century, but that isn't going well either. Turning to Georgia, Rudy claimed that thousands of ballot signatures weren't properly matched with voter registration records and that, as a result, such votes should not be counted. Election officials, including Brad Raffensperger, the Republican Secretary of State, have already explained that Georgia has an electoral law that was specifically designed to separate signature matching from vote counting in order to ensure that votes are kept secret. At one point, Giuliani declared, "Give us an opportunity to prove it in court, and we will." The truth is that Trump's legal team has suffered a long series of legal setbacks, including 3 on Thursday alone, in Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. Virtually none of their claims have been substantiated. Despite all this, Giuliani persisted with his tale of a grand conspiracy against Trump, even claiming that Joe Biden himself was involved in putting it all together. Giuliani saying, "The logical conclusion is this is a common plan, a common scheme. It comes directly from the Democratic Party, and it comes from the candidate. That's the reason why he probably didn't have to go out and campaign. He had to have known what they were going to do." That's right. That's right. It's the conspiracy. He stayed home and manipulated a conspiracy. Yeah, Marty Meathood says Giuliani started to melt. Literally. Yay so. Yay so. And, Checking on the time here. Got an hour and 15 minutes approximately. Basically, if we try to get to the bottom of this, what's really going on here, Trump and Giuliani are surely aware that their allegations have no basis. Their game is to delay the vote certifications and rile up the MAGA base, which can then be mobilized to put pressure on Republican state legislators to usurp the voters and appoint slates of Trump loyalists to the Electoral College. As part of this strategy, Trump has invited Republican lawmakers from Michigan to the White House on Friday into this weekend. This outlandish, anti-democratic venture has no antecedent in modern American history, but Trump and Giuliani gave up caring about precedent long ago. Just as with Ukraine, they will push their foul scheme as far as we allow them to do so, secure in the knowledge that every day it lasts is another day of fundraising for the Trump Election Defense Fund, another day of legal fees for Giuliani, and another day in which Trump doesn't have to acknowledge he's a loser. And so the circus will go on until the courts, or the calendar, or the American people bring it to conclusion. The Republican Party, as the location of Giuliani's press conference demonstrated, it is a part of the scheme. Towards the end of his clammy peroration, Giuliani declared, "We cannot allow these crooks, because that is what they be, to steal an election from the American people." He was right about that anyway. He's one of the ringleaders. But the effort to overturn an election that the candidate lost by nearly 6 million votes seems foolhardy. The election law expert Edward Foley said, "I don't even think James Baker could be successful with what they have to work with." Meanwhile, the Associated Press reported that Trump summoned Michigan's Republican legislative leaders to the White House for an extraordinary meeting but 48 hours agone on Friday into this weekend. Trump's allies have floated a far-fetched effort to have Republican-controlled legislatures in seats, in the states Biden won, ignore the vote and appoint pro-Trump electors to the Electoral College December the 14th. That's what brings us to Trump's clown coup crisis. Just another terrible week for American democracy. In recent days, Trump has been trying to directly overturn the election results and the will of the American people by pressuring Republican state legislators. In a way, we're ending the week where we began it. Donald Trump still did not win the 2020 presidential election, and he is still on Friday into this weekend, as he was on Monday opening this work week last, holed up in the White House challenging Joe Biden's victory. The coronavirus pandemic is still spreading at an alarming rate across all 100 states in union, and Congress and the White House are still doing nothing new about it. This is, in a terrible, stressful way, what passes for our current normal. Except, of course, there's nothing routine about any of this. We've been getting used to painful truths for so long that the awful enormity of the situation doesn't hit us in the way it should when the president, when the predicted bad things happen, which is the story of the entire Trump presidency. But history will not remember this as a slow week, a slow news week. Not at all. In fact, it's been a week of crisis. Grave, if slow motion crisis, in which Trump's effort to subvert the election results has been made explicit and unmistakably clear. He is no longer merely pursuing spurious lawsuits in state courts. In recent days, he and his attorneys have confirmed publicly that Trump now is trying to directly overturn the election results and the will of the American people by pressuring Republican state legislators to appoint electors who will vote for Trump in the Electoral College instead of Biden. The fact that Trump is almost certain not to succeed in actually remaining in office past January 20th does not in any way make this less alarming. There is simply no precedent for a president doing anything like what Trump is doing right now. Now, meanwhile, in America, this is the week that the United States passed the grim milestone of 250,000 deaths in the pandemic, many of them due to the Trump misadministration's blotched response to the disease itself. This spring, such an outcome was all but unthinkable. When Dr. Anthony Fauci predicted that the United States could see 100,000 to 240,000 COVID-19 deaths by this fall, few believed that this would come to pass. And yet here we are, living another Trump scandal of unfathomable magnitude. Perhaps the one genuinely surprising thing about this culminating controversy of the Trump era is how publicly quiet the voluble president has become. Sure, he still has been tweeting out inflammatory and untrue statements. More than once he said, "We won!" And mortality rate is down 85%. And Republicans must get tough. But his public schedule has been almost entirely empty since the election, and he has appeared before the press just once at a brief news conference, Yester Septimania, that's last week, to announce progress toward a vaccine. He took no questions. He has canceled his Thanksgiving trip to Mar-a-Lago. This is a stark contrast to the 2 weeks before the election, which were among the loudest of his short career in politics. With 3, 4, even 5 rallies a day, Trump held forth on everything from the perfidy of the Democrats to the awfulness of the weather. One theme was consistent wherever he appeared: the forthcoming rigged election in which only one result, his own victory, could ever possibly be legitimate. Since the end of this campaign, which did not result in that victory, Trump has engaged in what I'm increasingly certain history will record as one of the worst offenses of his presidency. A systemic attack on the integrity of the election itself. This escalated dramatically this week as Trump's first wave of lawsuits began collapsing under the scrutiny of skeptical judges and non-existent evidence. Rather than retreat, however, Trump has redoubled his efforts in key states such as Georgia, Michigan, and Arizona, publicly pressuring local Republican officials not to certify the election results. In Georgia, this ploy appears to have failed, with the Republican Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, openly feuding with the president and denouncing Trump's efforts to undermine the vote count. On Thursday night, after a hand recount, Georgia officials said that Biden had once again emerged as the victor in the state, the first Democrat to do so since 1992, and that Raffensperger will certify the results. Well, he probably did so today. In Michigan, however, Trump appears to have had more success. That's where those 2 Republicans on the Wayne County Board of Canvassers initially refused to certify the presidential election results for the country, which includes the heavily Democratic city of Detroit, before an outcry caused them to reverse their votes on a few hours later. Trump himself then intervened, calling the two officials who, late on Wednesday, said that they wanted to change their minds again. It may have been too late to reverse the Wayne County action, but on Monday, the Michigan Board of Canvassers, they're set to meet to certify the election results in the state, which Biden has won by more than 150,000 votes. However, the board is made up of 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans, and one of the Republicans said on Thursday night that he is inclined to audit and delay his vote to certify, citing the baseless fraud claims raised by Trump's attorneys. If the board deadlocks and the results are not certified, Trump seems to hope that the Republican-controlled state legislature will just go ahead and appoint pro-Trump electors. Voters be damned. In another unprecedented step, Trump summoned the Republican leaders of the Michigan legislature to a private meeting with him in the White House Friday into this weekend. This dubious and remarkably brazen strategy was on display in a not-to-be-believed, except it actually happened press conference on Thursday by Trump's attorney Rudy Giuliani. Trump would have won Michigan, Giuliani so insisted, if you just don't count Wayne County and, in effect, Detroit. And that was only one of the bonkers things he said. With an unidentified brown liquid streaking down his face as he spoke, we think it's hair dye. Giuliani quoted the legal wisdom of the movie My Cousin Vinny, insisted that he had direct evidence of vote fraud in cities like Detroit, Atlanta, Philadelphia, while producing none, and claimed there was a vast conspiracy with roots in Venezuela to somehow rig the entire American election. How bizarre was the performance, you might ask? Christopher Krebs, the Trump-appointed Director of Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, whom Trump fired on Tuesday after the agency issued statement saying that there is no evidence that any voting system deleted or lost votes, changed votes, or was in any way compromised. They offered a succinct verdict. Giuliani's press conference, as Krebs tweeted, was the most dangerous 1 hour and 45 minutes of television in American history, and possibly the craziest. Now, the fact that Trump and Giuliani's campaign is completely crazy, however, does not mean that it's not working. As the case in point, the fact being that a Monmouth poll this week found that 77% of Republicans now believe the election was tainted by fraud and are not certain that Biden won. Republican leaders on Capitol Hill, meanwhile, have refused to denounce Trump's increasingly unhinged and undemocratic actions, and while privately conveying acknowledgments of Biden's victory, have publicly remained silent. The grand old party leadership, which has tolerated so many abuses by Trump, is now openly complicit in his worst one yet. Now, a few individual Republicans have spoken up. Larry Hogan, the Republican governor of Maryland, said on CNN, "It is outrageous. It is an assault on democracy." Then he added, "It's bad for the Republican Party." Wouldn't want them to suffer. Late on Thursday night, evening, Mitt Romney and Utah Senator, Mitt Romney is the Utah Senator, who was the only Republican to vote to convict Donald Trump in his impeachment trial. Well, that was Mitt Romney, remember, the Utah Senator. Earlier this year, he issued statement that it might well have been the toughest I have ever seen about a president from a member of his own party, he wrote this. He said, "Having failed to make even a plausible case of widespread fraud or conspiracy before any court of law, the president has now resorted to overt pressure on state and local officials to subvert the will of the people and overturn the election. It is difficult to imagine a worse, more undemocratic action by any sitting American president." By speaking out, Hogan and Romney underscored just how shocking it is that their fellow Republicans had thus far failed to join them. Now, last week, I wondered in transmission about just what Trump was up to in challenging these results, be it an attempted coup or just another Trump coup. And the past few days have seemed to offer an answer, and not a reassuring one. The truth is that even if Trump's would-be coup looks like a con, even if it seems to be a clown show that's surely doomed to fail, it must still be taken seriously as long as it is happening. Look at how far Republicans have gone along with Trump's folly after an election that was decisively won by Biden, a contest in which he beat Trump by more than 5 million votes and garnered 306 electoral votes, exactly the Electoral College landslide that Trump secured in 2016. Republican excuses have grown increasingly pathetic. We're just giving him time. We're just letting the process play out. He's entitled to pursue his claims in the courts. In explicitly demanding that Republican state officials disregard the will of the voters, Trump has, once again, made his party's leaders out as stooges and patsies. The grand old party knows all too well this is not the process by which American elections are decided. Not now, not ever. What Trump is doing is not like the 2000 Florida recount. It is not even, well, it's not like anything before in American history. Republican leaders can end this today by finally saying publicly what so far they have only had the courage to admit in private. But will they, at long last, tell Trump what the voters said loudly and clearly? It's over, you lost, and Joe Biden won. Now, just gotta take another look at live stream. 2 minutes after 11, we got about an hour left, approximately. The United States has just passed another devastating milestone. In less than 10 months, the coronavirus has killed more than 250,000 people in these United States. That's more than strokes, suicides, and car crashes typically do in an entire year combined. Medical staff are overwhelmed with record hospitalizations. Governors are rushing to issue restrictions on gathering, and deaths are averaging the highest in months. Infections are mounting in major cities, a major setback after spring spent battling the ravaging virus nationwide. The Texas border city of El Paso is paying inmates $2 United States dollars an hour to help the medical examiner's office move bodies of coronavirus victims. New York City's school system, the largest in the country with over 1 million students, is closing and transitioning students to remote learning. Health experts are warning that if Americans don't get more serious about wearing masks and avoiding careless socializing, the rate of deaths will increase. The president convinced many voters about his response to the pandemic was not a disaster. The psychology of medical fraud is simple, timeless, and tragic. Trump sold failure to 70 million people. At some basic level, Americans do seem to agree that the coronavirus is a major threat. Despite attempts to politicize and divide us on the pandemic, we are at least united in anxiety. In September, a survey of almost 4,000 Americans found that only 12% disagreed with requiring masks in public. Fully 70% wanted the government to do more to protect people, and only 8% wanted it to do less. Since then, however, the government under President Donald Trump has done less. The United States has suffered the most documented coronavirus deaths in the entire world by far. The Trump administration has continued to downplay and ignore the virus as its spread has accelerated in almost every region of the empire. On Wednesday, the United States shattered the world record for daily coronavirus cases by topping 100,000 for the first time, only to break the record again each subsequent day until a Saturday high of 128,000. Field hospitals and makeshift morgues are appearing around the country. Daily death counts have risen to more than 1,000 every day. It may have been reasonable to expect, then, that the leadership vacuum at the core of these numbers would decide the presidential election. Polling indicated extensive support for former Vice President Joe Biden, which buoyed speculation that the vote tallies might amount to a decisive repudiation of Trump's disastrous handling of the coronavirus. The president has variously lied by his own admission, denied the severity of the disease, and promised false cures, all as the death toll shot into the hundreds of thousands. Yet no repudiation came. Biden won decisively, but more than 70 million Americans still voted for Trump. That's more than those who voted for him in the 2016 election, and roughly 7 people for every person who has been infected by the coronavirus that Trump has repeatedly said would disappear. Most Americans are undoubtedly aware of the pandemic. One exit poll found that the virus was the most important issue, guiding more than 40% of voters. But somehow, 80% of Republican voters said they believe that the virus is at least somewhat under control. In the same week that cases reached record numbers, the virus alone certainly did not scare an overwhelming number of people away from voting for Trump. Deciphering what happened in this election will surely involve a grueling postmortem within the Democratic Party. Trump's enduring popularity clearly has much to do with factors beyond the pandemic. Much of what he said and did as president were thinly veiled white supremacy, misogyny, race baiting, class warfare. But Trump's vacuous promises about the virus were more than self-serving, disingenuous, and deadly. They were also convincing and appealing to many people. Understanding why will be crucial to America's pandemic response even after Trump is out of office. The narratives and tactics Trump used to persuade people to trust him as a sole beacon of truth amid a sea of corrupt, lying scientists and doctors. Draw on those of cult leaders, self-proclaimed healers, and wellness charlatans, as much as those of authoritarian demagogues. They have proved effective over centuries. In 1927, the British physician A.J. Clark lamented on the proliferation of quackery in the medical profession. The term was once synonymous with fraud. Clark wrote, "The fact that this term has come to signify, in popular usage, a pretender to medical knowledge indicates very clearly that there is something about the cure of disease that particularly attracts both delusion and imposture. That is, when we are sick or threatened by disease, we seem to be uniquely susceptible to scams." At the time, scientists and engineers had just begun to apply the discovery of electrons to medicine. Some researchers expanded on the recent accidental invention of the medical X-ray image, working to make the process safe and accurate. Medical imaging would steadily revolutionize the practice of medicine. But opportunists like the physician Albert Abrams jumped to capitalize on the hype. Abrams claimed that realigning electrons could cure almost any ailment. He began selling expensive electrical inverter devices with names like the Radioclast, the Dynomizer, and the Oscilloclast to sick people. He promised that by shocking the body or running radio waves through it, his devices could treat people without the need for other doctors. He alone could diagnose disease using only a single drop of blood. Abrams fooled intelligent, otherwise skeptical people. Among them, the journalist Upton Sinclair wrote with apparent earnestness about Abrams's unique ability to diagnose and cure people of bovine syphilis. Though his claims were decried by scientists like Clark, to the sick and desperate, the appeal of an oddly named electron-altering device came more from a survival instinct than any rational thought process. If anything, Abrams's outsider status gave his claims a certain allure. As Clark wrote, "The quintessential quack starts as a renegade against authority, and often ends up establishing a dogmatic faith even more absurd than the orthodox traditions he tried to explode. The quack is nothing if not a prophet. He promises access to a truth that no one else has. Unlike all the slow doom and gloom scientists, he can make your problem go away right now." The psychology of this appeal is just as pertinent today as it was 100 years ago. Beyond the continued sale of electron realignment devices, a booming wellness industry runs on the same premise of anti-establishment hope combined with soaring promises. Sellers depend on information asymmetry, wherein it's hard for consumers to know if a product is effective, but very easy to believe that it is so. If someone tries to sell you a car that doesn't have wheels, you know it. If someone tries to sell you a secret vitamin that's going to prolong your life, you just have to trust him. or not. The same holds if someone tells you that an invisible virus is going to just disappear. Trump's primary approach to the pandemic has been to tell people what they would like to be true. He has promised repeatedly, everything will go back to normal. Everyone will have amazing treatments. There will be a vaccine very soon. The disease isn't that serious anyway. The fact that these are all conflicting claims, not to mention patently false, can only partly detract from their allure. To avoid scrutiny, quacks use misdirection. By the way, let me check into the live stream. We've got 45 minutes left. In textbook form, Trump consistently pointed to another threat that, by comparison, made the actual threat, the virus, seem smaller. Stopping the coronavirus would kill jobs. This is false dichotomy. The two issues are conjoined. Economies collapse when going outside is dangerous. They thrive when people not only feel safe, but actually are safe. But like any competent quack, Trump focuses on a winning vibe, not a factual case. He positions himself as an alternative to the scientists and the doctors, such that followers have to choose between trusting them or him. This process, in extreme forms, leads to what some psychologists refer to as identity fusion. William Swan, a professor at the University of Texas at Austin, coined the term in 2009 while studying theories of individual identity. Once fused with a group or leader, he so noticed, followers seem tied to them in such a way that things are true because the leader said them. Dystopian as that may seem, it can be a coping mechanism. Orienting your sense of truth round a person can be more comforting than doing so round a nebulous, uncertain, or otherwise threatening reality. Fusion is not appealing because it makes sense. It is appealing because it alleviates the cognitive and emotional burden of thinking. The phenomenon transcends ideological bounds. We all fuse our identities in some ways. If you're a die-hard Red Sox fan, you are almost certainly going to stay a fan even as the roster completely turns over. The stakes escalate with political allegiances and can lead people to vote against their own interests. When Americans are polled about individual elements of the Affordable Care Act, the health care law put in place by President Barack Obama, for example, they approve of them. Medicare, which the law slightly expanded, is one of the most highly favorable programs among people of both parties. Yet Trump campaigned on repealing the ACA, the Affordable Care Act. The freedom from scrutiny Trump now enjoys from any of his followers is reflected in an ignorance even of where he stands on the pandemic. In the survey of 4,000 Americans, 81% of Trump voters who believed that masks should be required also believed that Trump agrees. He has not supported any mask mandate and has barely even endorsed their voluntary use. But nothing is novel about the effectiveness of Trump's approach. Scrutinizing and understanding its universal elements may help mitigate its damage as the pandemic continues. People's needs for support and stability are real, and for many voters, Biden apparently failed to offer a meaningful way to meet those ends. While campaigning, Biden promised interventions like mask mandates and pledged to follow the science, while telling people we'll need to hunker down for a brutal winter. All of this is true and sound. If Biden follows through on this, he will save many thousands of American lives. But even A.J. Clark would have been unsurprised that so many people chose the charlatan. Biden promised rigor, perseverance, and a triumph of reason. In other words, blood, sweat, and tears. When opting to follow a quack, however, as Clark so wrote, reason is not involved in the process. The draw is the personality of the healer, and subsequent success is ensured by mass suggestion. Even if everyone dies, no one has lived to expose the lie. If the nation's public health and scientific communities assumed that the appeal of a quack was some transient aberration, something that will end when Trump is out of office, and that can be remedied with yet more facts, then the Biden administration will fail to reach millions of Americans, no matter how soundly it recites statistics. Its warnings and mandates will go completely unheeded, and indeed become as fodder for charismatic outsiders who tell people what they want to hear. There are ways to serve as a confident, optimistic leader without making up nonsensical promises. Hope can be conferred with promises to take his care of people and to be there for them. Reassurance can be offered by guaranteeing that no one will go into debt because they had to go to the hospital, and that people will have paid sick leave and job security so they can stay at home when necessary. If the public health community does not do more to give people hope and reassurance in the face of this disaster, it will see people defect to those who will, even when they know the promises are too good to be true. I have said many a time that Trump is an extinction level event. I'm going to explore that more in depth in my next transmission. We have too little time to go into it now. But I will pursue what I can tonight about what needs to be said. Now, I'm not quite sure if I should even do that because of just the sheer exhaustion I feel from so much I've been confronted with in the past few weeks. The incredible amount of betrayals that are continually perpetrated by so many around myself. And of course, yes, they're all white. This, of course, is the reality of our world. The war we're in is a race war. And the overwhelming majority of whites, of either sex, can never be trusted. It's a simple fact that their world is based on unlimited privilege. But they feel their lives are insufferably hard. Simply because they have to breathe or take care of personal hygiene. It's too much for them. This has overwhelmed them into taking us all to the precipice of extinction. They would rather we all die, that the world itself come to an end, than to lose their positions of privilege. Even those who saw reason in the first, in the end succumb to their one overriding need in this world, the need to continue their privileged existence to the point where we all die, based on the environment they're destroying with the lifestyles they lead today. Some of them will join us in this struggle to survive as a human species. We can count on, more than anyone else on Earth, the German peoples in particular, many Europeans, but in America, this is where it will be nigh impossible to find any that can be trusted. Though they do exist, and must be counted upon more than ever in this hour where all humanity faces what could very well be our last days on the surface of the earth. Now, all of this must be taken into account by yourselves and acted on. You can't merely absorb the information and do nothing. Action must be taken. The situation is dire, and the survival of all races on the surface of the earth depends upon your acting to do what's right. Now, we just preempted a situation in which an individual would have stolen all my work in the sense of my historical contextualization of documents out of the former Soviet Union that prove the existence of a subspecies of humanity, the vampire, persecuted to near extinction. The white man who was intent on stealing that work in which I contextualized through hundreds of pages of historical exposition the reality of those documents, invested his entire reputation in partnership with someone who I had proven to him was an Aquino cultist, a man who we have screenshots of boasting of receiving orders from Michael Aquino. David J. West surrendered into the slavery of being a pawn to a pawn. So desperate in this part of his life, so devoid of quality writ, that he had to turn towards claiming my work had never been published, knowing I had never copyrighted it, so that he could then claim he wrote it all himself and steal the fruits of my labor, my risks, my theft of government property, to present a reality to you that you never imagined, or always only imagined was fantasy, as reality. This is what I experience as an Asian Pacific Islander American, stranded in this darkest of all continents, North America, among the white savages, from people I considered friends, from a man who I did nothing other than promote, from a man who I spoke nothing but well of, who I had as a guest on my programs, for a man who I shared experiences with, and of course, explained to him the threats constantly relayed on a daily basis against myself, against my son, by a freak, a sick, psychotic individual who doesn't even use his own photograph to represent himself, whose entire world is based on a lie, who never served a day in combat and never completed his tour of duty in the Marine Corps, Richard K. Cole Jr., threatens to kill my son on a daily basis, and yet you have a father of children, David J. West, join his ranks. How pathetic, the twain of them. Greed and desperation on David J. West's part, the nadir of his career, brings him into an attempted theft of my work, my risks, to pair himself with someone he knows to be a cultist of the very anti-gods he wrote of in short stories, in which he consulted with myself and credited myself. And in return, because he worked for a time on our project and failed at it miserably, trying to produce fiction where there is fact, and for that reason had to be fired, comes back and claims my work was never done. And for that reason, he's proven the fool, the liar in the fool, when we're able to publish it overnight, because it was done. Albeit a corrupted and incomplete manuscript was all I had, exactly what he had. That's the work that you must order to enlighten yourself on the reality of the world in which you live, in which people who aren't entirely human, like myself, live among you. People who, like my transgendered son, may not be fully human on my part, but like those people that my son is a part of in terms of community. We suffer persecution. We are hunted. We are criminalized. And we're told we simply don't exist. Such is the fate of the damp fire, the hybrid vampire, or the transgendered individual who is told their identity is delusional while they're being lynched and burned alive in places as dark as the United States, nations in darkness like Brazil, and the people who persecute us, the people who terrorize us, people like Richard K. Cole, can only be dealt with if enough of you file a report. I have filed my reports to no avail, with FBI agents literally telling me I'm not worthy of justice in America because I'm basically a different kind of nigger. So it's up to all of you, no matter what your race, to file the report on my behalf. You are a defrauded public who is paying for the livelihood of a man who sits down and does nothing with his wretched, miserable life other than attack myself and draw unto himself the drop-off from my existence. Richard K. Cole must be reported to the FBI for openly disseminating feloniously forged federal military and veterans documentation, altered federal military and veterans documentation, and false federal military and veterans documentation illegally writ on government letterhead to defraud you, the American public. Report such toll-free to the United States Federal Bureau of Investigation at 1-855-TEL-FBI. That's 1855-835-5324. Submit your complaint online at the ic3.gov. The correct filing address for the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Make it certain that you include the fact that Richard K. Cole Jr. is located in Prattsburg, New York. Prattsburgh. Let it be known that he is a threat to the national security of these United States by what he does, because he uses his false documentation to rally such extremists as David J. West to his cause. These people are conspiring on behalf of white supremacy. And these white male supremacists have but one agenda: the annihilation of us all who are not white males. This is Mein Struggle, Mein Kampf, to educate and inform you all on this threat, of which you all be so oblivious, in such denial. Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgment unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and or fiscal support on behalf our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/john.war. For were it no for he, then nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. Subscribe to his Maggot channel on YouTube at youtube.com/c/Maggotaur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team Drex, Dietrich our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com. So, if financial aid no be prohibitive, per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, online by clicking the Send on your PayPal account page, and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com. And you can PayPal him at paypal.me/Maggotaur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He took it on his own initiative to download into his private hard drives much of what I published on YouTube in the past, all of which was scrubbed from the internet no less than thrice, 3 times, each time his serving as the bridge between the Akashic Records and, of course, the cyberspatial matrix of the material world, wherein my virtual persona interacts with you now. And therefore, he is, in a sense, my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Whether of my knowledge and wisdom and all I impart to you, or of all life on the earth, which be the ultimate objective of termination for the cultists of the kings of Edom, who believe thereby they will experience apotheosis, ascension unto godhood, for they will be as unto gods. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Hitler, stands against them. Find out more about my lineage at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer a footnote on mine biosire on the homepage of showsdd.com. Let it be known. Spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and, if at all possible, compel those whom you educate and elucidate upon and enlighten and inform to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. For people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Amaza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the paedopathophalacracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go us to douglasdietrich.com and click the yellow donate button for PayPal. But if you want to avoid having PayPal take their cut, click the red donate button where you can use your credit or debit card to give me the full amount without some middleman. dipping in and extracting that which was intended to support myself. Then too, using the red button, you can access the archives, your keys to the kingdom, rewarding yourself for your sponsorial contributions. Log in, or rather register and log in, on the showsdd.com page where the red button takes you to sponsor myself via credit or debit card. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame, Diana Lin Zuchin, Takebayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath Senjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire. When 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the Sixth World broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will their membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which be spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders. Never cash to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manageress, Selena Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, Vitin Thrax, Dietrich's O'Dragon's heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7. He being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Failed Reich, both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. On his Bizarre HD channel, which be spelled BIZAREHD, you can also find trailered the production, The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile. Still in production at present, but trailered on his site, subtitled The Third Reich's Flugelrad and Hanabu Technology. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulvies, the son of Dietrich's or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube, would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis. The Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all my loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time on the left side of the North American continent, the West Coast, every Sunday and Wednesday night, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com and donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. The sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. But for now, we have running until March of next year the GoFundMe entitled Urgent Contribution Professional Studio Supplies. Impacted by both mechanical and psychological injuries that be catastrophically chronic in nature, I am enrolled in the 250% Working Disabled program, which allows certain working disabled individuals whose net family income is less than 250% of the federal poverty level, or less than 250% above the federal poverty level. That's how much we can earn so long as it's below that amount. That's the ceiling. It enables us to become eligible for Medi-Cal by paying monthly premiums based on net countable income. This enables me to receive the constant medical care I can conditionally require to functionally survive. I meet the 250% WDB requirements in turn by hosting my bandwidth transmission program, Critical Omissions. To continue my work by which to literally maintain my very life, I must establish a professional-grade in-home studio with the latest equipment to meet technological quality standards that will be adaptable to emergent systems technologies as they come online. And so I turn to yourselves. Help donate towards that objective at Urgent Contribution, subtitled Professional Studio Supplies, GoFundMe, which is basically gofundme.com/Douglas Dietrich. With that in mind, we will have to cut the show. We've only minutes to go. Marty Meatwood. Good night unto he with his peacock icon. And with that, good night to you all. Join us again on Wednesday this week. My love to my supporters. And prayers for Vero Barrera. And of course, Windy Parr.